Check, check, check. Folks, we'll get started in just a moment. Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and turn my speaker off. There we go. We'll convene the Education Committee public hearing for March 11th. It's good to see everyone in the room and those with us on Zoom from wherever you are Zooming from. We have a bit of over 100 folks for our conversation today. We appreciate those who have also submitted testimony online who have not or not able to be here today in person. So as per usual, members will obviously go in and read the testimony that they all have provided so that we can hopefully have additional substantive conversations when it comes to our JF meetings and for healthy debates on the floor. With that, I'll open up to comments from chairs and rankings. Senator McCrory.
Well, no, I also want to say good morning and welcome to the public hearing. Like was stated by my colleague, we have 107 people signed up to give testimony. And what we normally do here and what we're going to do here is to make sure all 107 of those individuals have their voices heard. And the way we go about doing this is allowing them to speak for 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes, right? And when you get to 3 minutes, you're going to hear a bell go off. It sounds a little something like this for the public. It'll be loud, trust and believe. And at that point, you should be summarizing your testimony. So if you're an English teacher, the next words out your mouth after that bell should be, and in conclusion, and as I summarize, that's what you should be saying, okay? Because we want to make sure everybody's voice is heard. Again, thank you for taking your time out on this Monday morning to come testify. Your voices are heard, and they will be heard today. Representative McCarty, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much. I too would like to add my remarks. Welcome to everyone. It's good to see everyone this morning. We have 5 very important bills on the public hearing agenda today. And as my colleague said, it's very important to hear your voices, what you have to say about each one of these proposals so that in the end we have the best possible policy that we can. So I appreciate you all and thank you for being here.
And do understand, you folks who are here, or if you're testifying online, you might see members of this committee going in and out. It's because they are busy on other committees and they have other assignments and responsibilities. So if you see us coming and going, it's not that we don't want to hear you. It's just the other business that we have to hear.
Fantastic. Senator Berthel also is one of those, so he will be in and out. So he's not here today to open up for comments. So with that, we will kick things off with Commissioner Russell Tucker at the Connecticut State Department of Education. Good morning, Madam Commissioner.
All right. Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. I'm Charlene Russell Tucker, Commissioner for the Connecticut Department of Education, and I am pleased to have an opportunity to provide you with testimony today regarding the bills on your agenda. The department has submitted extensive testimony in each proposal before you today, and so we ask that you take a look at those for certainly more details and more context. Many bills of importance before you today. However, in interest of time, I will briefly touch on 2 of them and then certainly happy to answer your questions. Section 2 of SB 5, an act concerning school resources, requires the department to develop an artificial intelligence tool for educators and students that can be used for classroom instruction and student learning. We have certainly conferred with our Connecticut Education Association on this proposal, and we agree that artificial intelligence tools are extremely complex and require advanced, sophisticated technical expertise and technology to develop, to deploy, and to maintain. Such tools are typically developed by software development corporations, higher education institutions, or private research labs. So while the department cannot develop such a tool, we will and we offer professional learning opportunities for educators that help them to evaluate AI tools and use them for maximum benefit in the classroom to accelerate student learning. The department is currently engaged in policy development nationally for state education agencies to develop AI in education policy toolkits for state agencies to lay the groundwork for the adoption of policies for lawmakers, education leaders, classroom educators, families, and companies that support teaching with and about AI. HB 5416, an act concerning various revisions to the education statute, Section 2 requires the Department of Education to develop a plan to replace the current statewide mastery examination. The department disagrees with the need to replace the statewide mastery examination and would ask again that you refer to a written testimony. However, I would like to offer some brief comments with this as well. We're not sure what we're trying to solve with this bill, but please note the following. Federal law and state law together require the department to adopt challenging academic content standards that define what students should know and be able to do, and to administer high quality and psychometrically sound assessments that are aligned to those standards to evaluate student achievement to those standards. The state assessment, if your concern is time, take the average student about 6 hours or less than 1% of their annual school hours. Except for the SAT, if your concern is cost, they cost significantly less than the Connecticut legacy assessments that happened previously. They're administered electronically. About 40,000 Connecticut educators use the platform to administer tests efficiently and to view and analyze results. The best preparation for the state assessments is not test prep, but rigorous high-quality curriculum and instruction. To maximize instructional time, districts we've asked and work with to discontinue administering additional large-scale standardized tests. Integrating short, fine-grained diagnostic assessments is in a formative manner within the context of high-quality instructional program does not take away from instructional time. However, it enhances it. So we look forward to having more conversation, a lot more details in my testimony in this regard. So thank you for providing us with the opportunity to offer testimony on these bills, and we look forward to working with members of the Education Committee and the entire General Assembly throughout the remainder of the legislation session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Any questions from members? Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Commissioner. Good morning.
morning.
Nice to see you. I just want to clarify a few things about your testimony regarding sections 4 and 5. In the testimony, you state that this proposal moves the fire drills from 10 to 8, and I just want to clarify it's from 10 to 7.
Yep.
And then similarly say that it moves crisis response drills from 3 to 1, and this proposal is actually from 3 to 2. And I just also want to state on the record that it is a minimum of 2 and it no way is a cap of 2. So if districts feel like they want more than 2 crisis response drills, they are flexible to do that. Also in this testimony, you say that we remove the review and evaluation of such drills by local police officials. But in section C, it explicitly says that local and regional board of education shall develop and annually update in consultation with the appropriate law enforcement agency about our crisis response drill protocols and to be implemented part of the crisis response drill conducted such and such. So we are really trying to ensure that, actually we are requiring that local law enforcement is a part of planning, conducting, and annually reviewing and updating these procedures. So I was just wondering if you could elaborate on exactly what your concern was with that language.
All right, so thank you very much. And I'm going to ask my team member who is a part of the Department of DESP Education Committee work that is doing this. And to your point, Representative, and it's working together, which is really so important because safety, while we're addressing trauma-informed supports for students, is really so important. I know you advanced last year a bill that is allowing a study, which is so important that we're able to study what's occurring. And I want to see the end of that study as well to see how that is informing us as we're going forward. And so John can speak a little bit to what is happening in that regard as well, which I think is important. And thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Good morning, John Frastinelli, State Department of Ed. Thank you for the question and the clarification. We just, in consultation with the Department of Emergency Service and Public Protection, who are our partners on school security and safety plans, we like the language that law enforcement, specific language that says they can evaluate and score those drills to be not just an active part of the development, but an active part of the participation, but then give specific feedback to the district about that. So that's why we like that evaluate and score and provide feedback section.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that seems easy enough to address. Thank you for that feedback. And I just also want to address something in this testimony where you say we are broadcasting that Connecticut schools do not prepare for gun violence in schools or other threats. I'm in opposition to that statement, because I think what we're doing is certainly currently what we have on the books now is a 2-sentence statute about how we prepare for emergencies. And we're trying to actually be more thoughtful and strategic about how we do that, and bringing in the right partners, preparing our children, and also an effort to really shift the responsibility off of our kids onto the adults in the building. And so I would welcome sort of a response to the assertion that we're broadcasting, we're not preparing for gun violence in our schools.
Thank you. Also a great question. So recently we were approached, the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection and the department were approached regarding a nationwide survey about what states required school districts to do in terms of crisis response. And so they were publishing in that Connecticut doesn't mandate active shooter drills. Our concern is that if in national publications or state publications, it indicates that not only we don't know if active shooter drills are occurring or lockdown drills are occurring, but that we're broadcasting the fact that active shooter drills or shelter in place or lockdown drills related to a in-building threat are specifically prohibited in Connecticut. We are concerned that it jeopardizes the safety of the schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that answer. So I think part of what we're trying to do is actually be responsive to the federal guidance on this, where live shooter simulations in front of children we know are particularly traumatic and not necessarily impactful in promoting student and school staff safety. But we know that sheltering in place, school safe mode, and crisis response drills are what keep our children safe. The data suggests the most impactful thing to keep students safe is a locked door, right? And so what we're trying to do is also differentiate between active shooter drills and crisis response drills. And 10 states have none of either. So I don't know that we're necessarily broadcasting we don't care about these issues while we're differentiating between the two and trying to be more strategic and thoughtful about what we subject our children to, what we subject our school staff to. So I guess you don't necessarily have to respond unless you have a response, but I just want to share, I think that's not quite accurate, that we are doing nothing to prepare our children in our schools for these rare and tremendously horrific events. So thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate the conversation that we're having, because we have the same end goal, which is making sure our students and our school staff and community remain as safe as possible. And so this conversation, as I mentioned before, I know a part of the work that's happening is talking to social workers or those in the school districts to find out what is the impact of some of these drills on our students. And that's a part of the work the study that we're working on to make sure that informs also how we move forward, how we continue to support our students, our educators, and the entire school community. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Polinsky, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your testimony. I too am going to address the sections 4 and 5 in the omnibus bill that's been presented before our committee. If you would just clarify for me, in your testimony in opposition to 4 and 5, did you not make reference to a study that's currently in process? That study, what was its purpose? What is its purpose?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So in 2023 legislative session, the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, in consultation with the State Department of Education, were required to assess the emotional impact, if you will, of school safety drills. So when schools conduct fire drills or crisis response drills, they're required to report that information about the number of students who participated, how long the drill took, how long it took to completely vacate the building and things like that. And so we've added a section to that talks about how were there students who sought behavioral health services? Were there students who were dysregulated as a result? So all of that information is being collected. In addition, we're having conversations with the Connecticut School Counselors Association to get some understanding about the professionals that are working in the building about the impact of these drills on student social, emotional, mental, and behavioral issues, both in the immediate short term following the drill and perhaps long term. With regard to the language in the bill that talks about trauma informed, that's exactly what we're trying to get at. And so that will, by the end of this school year, we will have that information.
Thank you very much for that. So it sounds to me like some of the things that we're talking about promulgating are actually being researched as we speak. Can you speculate on why we would feel the need to reduce the crisis response drills from 3 to 1 as this bill calls for?
So it's difficult to speculate as this is a proposal from the legislature. On this one, what we're sharing with you is the information that we believe can help inform some work going forward. And I think that is important. This body, you require lots of studies of state agencies, which is great because I think it helps us to inform the work going forward as you continue with your policy making.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Would you agree with me that doing this type of proposal ahead of having the actual research from a nonpartisan State Department of Education might be an alternative path forward?
So again, Representative, I think it's important. I know as this body contemplates policymaking and moving forward, our role is to continue to inform you of the policy of the studies, this being one of them that you ask us to do. I believe a part of the process is then using that information to inform what you do moving forward. So it is a part of the conversation that I'm sure that you all will continue to have here in the policymaking. Our role is to make sure you have as much information as you can so you can make really informed decision in your policymaking process.
Thank you for that. That was a wonderful answer, one that I actually am delighted to hear, which also calls to question in my mind, why would we be putting the cart before the horse in the case of this particular proposal? I, as Newtown's representative, have grave concerns about what's being done with this, and that is totally premature because it's not fact-based, it's opinion-based. And allow me to repeat what I just said. I have grave concerns. I come from a place that has experienced something that no town in the world should ever have to experience. And I have a higher responsibility, shall we say, to not take chances with the lives of children. This proposal takes chances with the lives of children, and potentially I can't in good conscience support sections 4 and 5 moving forward until there has been complete and total vetting that includes the officials that guide policy and protect the lives of people in the town of Newtown. I have repeatedly, upon learning of this last year, had one thing and one thing only to say about this proposal. And that is, that was and still is, has this been vetted with the people that do crisis drills in the one place that has experienced this, in Newtown, Connecticut? And I have been told for 2 years the following quote: "We have Newtown's support." Well, you're going to hear testimony later today from Newtown's chief of police, Newtown's superintendent of schools, Newtown's first selectman, and assorted other people. About 24 pieces of testimony have been filed. All of that testimony will and can attest to the fact that there have been no conversations and no prior knowledge of this insertion into this bill by anybody in an official capacity in the town of Newtown. Pardon my obvious emotional and fearful reaction to this that I have been asking for 2 years. Have you?
Representative, we're not
Knock it
here
off.
having conversations between the two of you right now. You're
I'm not
providing
having-
your commentary. I would ask that you just please continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I
I
appreciate that.
apologize.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner, for 2 years, the representatives of Newtown have been told that these proposals have Newtown's support, when in fact they do not. One more time. I have grave concerns about fiddling with something that involves the lives of children, teachers, and other school employees. I think I've said enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McCarty.
Thank you. Well, I very much appreciate the comments this morning. It's really our important goal to be sure that our children are all safe and secure in our schools. And I'm sure as we go forward, we'll continue to work on this policy. But I did want to say to the commissioner, I was glad to see in section 2 of the bill your response about artificial intelligence, because I know very little. I want to be upfront about it, how it works and what we're doing in our schools. I know there are some schools that are currently using artificial intelligence in their studies. So to hear the department is unable, it's a very complex, complicated issue, but how will it going forward? What will the department be able to do to help our districts understand AI? What kind of development can you do? And how do you see that time frame? And do you know how many schools currently are using AI in instructional purposes?
So thank you, Representative McCarty. It's an area that we know is moving forward in a very, very fast clip, as we know. And so we had a Performance Matters conference not long ago, and the keynote was about AI, actually trying to figure out where folks are. I'm not sure we have data yet in that space. I could check in with our chief performance officer on this. But the goal here is, as we're learning what's happening, to work very closely with our districts for professional learning and to support them as they are indeed going forward, because this is important. We know that there's some concerns. People are afraid of this technology as well, but how can it help assist in the classroom, I think is really important as we think about learning gaps and those kinds of things that we need to be working on.
And I appreciate that, and hopefully we'll be able to have many more conversations as we go forward.
Yes.
And then I'm not sure which section, I apologize, I only received your testimony early, just a few minutes, so I'll be going through it and reaching out to the department. But there was a piece in here with our RESCs becoming involved with the 50 school districts in a pilot program to look at what the use I believe it was with social media and can you just say how, so we have 5 risks in the state. So are we looking then to say perhaps 10 districts in each one of the areas? How will that be divided? And if you could just comment a little bit more on that initiative.
So thank you for that question as well. And we haven't gotten as far as determining how many schools per RESC that we're working on, as we're still finalizing the curriculum as in this time as well. So we will work that through to figure out how, certainly to partner with the RESC in this space to pilot. Really, what you've said is so really important about digital literacy and how students can protect themselves. All of those are so important that we do. And so as we work through all of the curriculum development that we've done to make sure we're piloting them kind of in real time with our districts. And so that's still to be worked out, representative of how many how many districts we'll be working on through the RESC, but more to come, and we'll keep you posted on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Representative Daphne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. I just have a couple questions. I'll go off the AI piece. You know, it's way beyond my expertise of anything to understand this AI, but I wondered if you could speak to, number one, the safeguards you might be trying to put on that, and how you see the safeguards that we could put on with regard to children using it for number of things, right? Book reports and information and that sort of thing. Have you kind of dealt into that piece yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We're
Okay.
still working through all that, but there's really a lot more information that's coming online. An organization just made a lot of policy toolkits for school districts. So we will be in that space as well, practically learning together about what it is that we need to do, what the safeguards are. I know those are all concerns, which we are certainly also supportive of, making sure that we are not restricting the benefits of utilization while also protecting our students and our educators. I think it's one of those that we're paying close attention to. And so much more to come as we navigate this space.
Thank you for that. And then my other question would be with the emergency drills. My question is, can you speak to the benefits of repetition for children with everything you do, with lining up for the bus, with being safe, with people answering the door? Most schools now have the safety buzzards, how you come in, how you go out, and speak to the benefits of repetition and how it eliminates chaos and actually makes the children feel safer when something happens and you need to implement those things.
So Representative, you've made the case for the need for the reason these things are occurring. And while we're still recognizing the need for addressing this in a trauma-informed way, we know that that really is important. But to your point, it's having that muscle memory of what we do for really, that's how we're wired to do that. And I know that's a part of the issue as well. And I know that there's more and more research studies that we're looking into as well. And I don't know if you want to speak to that as well, John, research.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, there's some recent research that just came out from the Syracuse City Schools that talks about exposure to violence and specifically talks about how students feel safe with from the result of repeated drills, the number of drills. They become more comfortable over time and feel more safe over time. The initial impact, as has been mentioned, certainly active shooter drills can be traumatizing. So we are certainly working with districts to make sure that we're not frightening children, traumatizing or re-traumatizing those children. But over time, students get more comfortable with those drills and generally feel more safe and secure with the adults in their school building, the more that those happen.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know with my own grandchildren, I mean, we are, from fire departments that talk to them and tell them to have a plan in the house, where to meet when you go outside, how to call 911 if something happens. When my children bring my grandchildren out, they're constantly trying to teach them to be aware of their surroundings, where to go, where to meet if something happens. And they're quite acclimated to that now. It's the world in which we live in, and they seem quite comfortable with it. And that's been my experience. and my past experience with my children with going through fire drills and where do we meet? And what if something happens in the house? And what do you do? And who do you call? And it's an ongoing conversation daily. And I find that they're very comfortable with knowing, and I think that they would, thank God we haven't had anything happen, but I think they would react well if something did because they're just so acclimated to that conversation. So I appreciate your comments today and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other? Rep. Shalensky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to echo the concerns that my colleague from Newtown expressed. We share those concerns. We're not far from your borders. And also what was also said from my colleague on my right. In the study that is underway, does that take into account enrollment, the student body? And for Danbury, we have so many kids that come in and out of the system throughout the year at all levels. So does that take into account we're capturing every student that might, come through our doors?
Thank you for the question. It would involve any student who participates in the drill. So if the student is in the school building when the drills occur, that student, the information around that student would only be captured as a number unless that student sought, mental health supports or sought counseling from a school mental health person following that, right? So their number would be included certainly, and information would be shared if that student sought additional assistance.
And Commissioner, would you agree that safety is the #1 priority for our students?
Safety is critically important in our school system. And I would say the safety of the entire school community, safety of our educators as well in those spaces is really important.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today and answering questions. This is just a really short one, and that would be to the nature of, the study group and everything else. Before this all came into play, were there complaints at the school districts that these drills were traumatizing students? I'm just a little confused.
So you're referring to the study, the study that we're working on was was in the legislation last year that we're
Yes.
conducting that. Yeah, students experience, today we think about environment that students are in. And so we want to make sure, and just to underscore that we're not downplaying the fact that there are traumas that students encounter, and frankly, our educators and adults in buildings as well. So we want to make sure that we're balancing everything that we do in that particular space. But the study that we're doing was required of us from the legislature's last session.
I guess my question still is, did that come out of a plethora of complaints from the school districts that trauma was happening as a result of these drills?
I don't know if we have time.
I don't know any specific complaints about the trauma. We do know that, students who have been exposed to trauma outside of school are maybe more prone to being re-traumatized as a result of situations in which they become anxious or stressed. So I think what we're all trying to find here is an optimal both number of drills and the type of drills and how they're implemented to ensure the safety of everyone in the school community. At the same time, reducing lost instructional time with the number of drills, but also making sure that those students who may be adversely impacted by any kind of a drill, even the noise of the fire alarm, right? That we're meeting the needs of those students where they are immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any Representative Cooley? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to kind of switch back to AI here for a moment. We're going to be studying to AI as a tool. And we know there's a problem with on the student end, using AI to fashion essays, which is problematic today. But my concern, and I just kind of wanted to put this out to you, Commissioner, is that if we get into AI on the curriculum end, my worry is that it'll create a greater disconnect between the teacher and the curriculum they're teaching, where AI is taking on the role of producing the tests and instructional material. It further separates the teacher from the content area. And a number of teachers, background is history, social studies. You're not always teaching the area that you specifically studied on your way up to your professional position. You're oftentimes teaching courses that are areas that you're not the super expert in. And my worry is that if we're going down this AI route, that'll kind of create a further divide between the teacher and the mastery of the subject matter, because all of a sudden the AI is doing a lot of the work that the teachers used to do that helped reinforce their mastery of the subject matter. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out to you as something to, as we study this, to think about going forward. And I'd like to hear any of your comments on that for the committee. Thank you very much. And thank you, Commissioner, for coming in.
No, thank you very much. And as I mentioned, this is a space for all of us to be learners in. And I am really confident that our educators will be able to use it as a tool to support them in this space. And so those are the kinds of things that we certainly will be working with, as I said before. And I believe there's a way that this doesn't become the master of what you do, but a support and augment the work that you do. And those are all the things that we'll be working through.
All set? Excellent. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming to testify. I too just wanted to offer some insight or opinion regarding the AI. Whether we want it or not, AI is coming and it's here to stay, and it's only going to be increasing. And I too share concern in terms of it being used or in some cases abused by students. However, I do think if used in the proper way as a supplement, it could be very valuable in the learning experience of our students. They will continue to use it whether we want them to or not. And I think if our teachers do not embrace that and take a look at that and use it as a supplement, we'd be missing the boat as well. So I recognize it's a tightrope to walk, and we certainly don't want to replace teachers with artificial intelligence, but we do have to embrace what is part of our culture, and it is part of our culture, and it will continue to grow. So I hope that that is a piece that's looked at as you continue to examine this down the road. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or Representative Fonsello?
Thank you. Good morning. Question for you. Have you consulted with federal, we're going back again to the crisis drill topic, not AI here, but have you consulted with federal authorities such as Department of Homeland Security and the FBI regarding the crisis drills?
So we've consulted with the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, their Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security. They are the conduit for schools. Actually, the school safety and security plans that are developed in consultation with law enforcement at the local level are provided to the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection.
So again, that's at the state level. But again,
Correct.
the federal level, I used to work with Homeland Security, and they tend to be the subject matter experts in this area, both DHS and the FBI. They assist schools and businesses with developing training and helping you set up crisis plans for your schools. They'll review them, and their services, as I recall, were free. So you can't overlook that opportunity there. They recommend, by the way, monthly drills for crisis, nothing less than that. And the reasons for it is that the students, somebody mentioned muscle memory here earlier, but they need the response of the students to become second nature to them. When they do it monthly, it becomes second nature. Students know what they have to do. The teachers know what they have to do. And it gives the students a better appreciation for everybody involved with the process. The first responders, police department, fire, EMS, and they get increased respect for the people in those organizations because they see that they're there every month working with them to protect them. They understand that. So I don't think it's a valid concern, it's personal opinion that they're being traumatized by going through these exercises. I think we need to ensure that the students are trained so that if there's ever an emergency, and we hope there never is one, but we hope that if there is an emergency, that they are so prepared that they just, again, second nature, know what they have to do to defend themselves.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody for the first time? Representative Wheelander, and then I'll go back to you, Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this. Thank you to the commissioner and everyone who is able to be here today. I'm sorry I'm not able to join in person. Was wondering if this is sort of a comment and a question, but in the in 5416 in the crisis response language, is there anything in there that is preventing the staff and the teachers from additional training and additional crisis-based responses?
For crisis, so I think Representative Leeper talked about the floor versus the ceiling, is that districts can certainly do any additional training and supports as the context in which they're operating provides.
So there's nothing that would prevent adults who are understanding that this is not a real crisis moment from additional training to make sure that their muscle memory is ready to go and the off chance, and I hope it never happens in my schools, that something terrible might happen.
Nothing that would prevent that from occurring. This legislation, however, though, requires particular amounts of times that this is occurring that is happening within the school environment and within the school day.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I may not be on this specific number, but the number of crisis response active shooter type of drills, lockdowns, and the proposed number of fire drills is about the same as what it currently is, right? There's not much of an increase. Is that my correct understanding?
The number of crisis response drills, the language in the current statute says that there must be a drill every month, and every third drill needs to be a crisis response drill. So the other drills are fire drills. Every third one is a crisis response drill. I will point out that it does not indicate the type of crisis response drill. It can be shelter in place. It can be stay put. It could be stay put quiet. It does not specify the type of crisis response, but it does require 3 in a year.
Okay, thank you for that. My comment to this is, as the parent of 3 current school-age children, including a junior in high school who, when we lived in Bethel before I moved to Orange, and my son was in kindergarten, and Bethel is right next door to Newtown. And I worked with Sandy Hook Promise for years. And after that, I think it is incredibly important for us to have this conversation, because I know I've told this story before, but one of my children would come home and I would ask them how their day at school was. And they would say that they fell asleep during the quiet time because they had to, during a lockdown drill, they had to stay really quiet. Or if there was an actual thing. And over the years, that became their habitual response, was that as soon as something happened, they would fall asleep. So I think we need to understand that there's a potential for even low-level grades of trauma for children who have not experienced it additionally outside of the school or the home. And I continue to think about what Mr. Rogers always said, which was to look for the helpers. And I want our children to be able to look for the helpers in their schools, their teachers that they trust, who have had that really great training. And so we can make sure that our kids are safe. We can make sure that our educators are safe, but that we aren't putting unnecessary anxiety and trauma on them for situations, because I think we can address this in a way that is more informed overall. So I know that this is a hard subject, and I appreciate the time and the attention that everyone is putting into this. But we cannot ignore what a decade plus of this kind of simulation, especially when we're talking about potentially active shooter situations for little kids, what that kind of impact might have. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And if you don't mind, I'd like to thank you, Commissioner. Thank you so much for coming in. I will switch gears just a little bit, so maybe get your head on something else. SB 14, I'm not sure that you talked much about the governor's bill, and would like to have maybe a little bit of conversation. You've got, reading through your testimony now, looking at section 3, in line 61 through 63, there's an addition there that says resources and research supporting scientifically based reading instruction and Connecticut's K-3 literacy strategy developed by the center. Do you have any insights on that? I know that, you know, the right to read passed a couple of years ago, and a lot of our boards of ed, superintendents and districts are struggling with how to deal with the waiver process and the issues around that. And then what's the financial burden that's going to be on a lot of our districts too, to then implement new curriculum. So it's my understanding reading this, that this would require maybe state Department of Education to supply these resources. Is that what you see in that? And do you have any thoughts on that?
So thank you, Representative. This piece of legislation, specifically the governor's legislation, is making sure that when we talk about literacy instruction, that higher education in preparing educators is ensuring that that instruction provided at that level is research-based and scientifically based. So separate from, yes, we know what implementation is supposed to look like in classrooms, but this is really about higher education, making sure that our preparing institutions are also ensuring that their instruction for educators coming out of higher education, research-based, scientifically based around the science of reading.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So this is obviously coming out in the Education Committee and not the Higher Ed Committee. Will this be discussed? Do you know, is this being discussed in higher education as well? This is not for you.
We wouldn't know that.
Right.
We have
Okay.
no jurisdiction over there.
Thank you. That was probably not an appropriate question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do you have any thoughts on whether the State Department should be supplying resources to these districts that are going to be financially burdened with a changed curriculum?
And so thanks to you, you all have approved legislation last year where you provided $24 million that is out in districts to help to support that. We're also working with our Department of Administrative Services as they do consortium pricing and purchasing to see what they can do to support us in that regard as well. Some of our districts are also using COVID relief funds to support them. I've also put forward $4 million in our set aside COVID relief funds out to our smaller districts to help to support that. So we recognize that there is the need for resourcing there's some of that in place. I'm sure our district leaders who I know are in the building will tell you they probably are looking for more resources, but want you to know that we're certainly working on that.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I think that this is a conversation that needs to continue, and I think if we can maybe continue and have that conversation with you, I would appreciate it, because I think there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between legislatively what we're seeing versus State Department versus our districts. So I really would like to, work with you and figure that out, because I think some of our districts are really struggling to work through this process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate
Thank you.
this.
And I welcome that conversation continuing.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Representative Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, and for all of your staff, for everything that you do and for being here. I want to go back to the school safety conversation. Nothing that you're necessarily going to have to look up, but just a question of inquiring. So when we talk about how we're looking at the drills and the task force and the study and what those provisions might look like, are we also taking into consideration that we're trying to meet children where they are and children's of need who have been mainstreamed into a regular classroom? As you all move forward, are we taking those considerations in need as well? And by no means am I saying that we take a step back, but I think that there's a population of children that react to things much differently, that need different guidances than other children. So is that being considered when we move forward with any of the recommendations that are coming out of your department? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. So the proposed legislation also includes an opportunity to notify parents ahead of time, right? So up to 3 days ahead of time to notify parents that a drill may occur. So that starts the conversation with the child about being prepared for students who are even, as I mentioned, adverse to loud noises or maybe traumatized. So there's an opportunity. Students who require special needs, students who are one-to-one with a paraeducator, that para can support that student, in leading up to and following that. Also, students who have special needs, students in special education, that work is all considered as part of their plans. So yes, the students who need special assistance, special help be prior to and subsequently after, that's being addressed. And we will continue to support districts in making sure that the drills are trauma informed and that those students continue to be supported.
I appreciate that. And as we know that every district is short on paraprofessionals and they are pulled in a variety of different positions as well. So as that plan comes forward, I would hope that we look past just relying on that paraprofessional and we encompass the entire situation, classroom and district wide, as its individuality is extremely important across our state for the safety of our children. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Belinsky for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you again, Commissioner, and your staff for everything that you do and for taking an interest in this because it's pretty critical. I want to just take a moment and reinforce what Representative Fonsello said. Repetition creates habit. In Newtown, you'll hear from my officials, we have learned a lot along with our friends, at the Department of Homeland Security who are active participants in this with us over the course of 11 years. Our drills are not what they were 11 years ago. As a matter of fact, they are much more considerate of individual students' needs. But the fact that we do them frequently makes them far less traumatic and makes the emergency response one of looking to the adult in the room and following instructions without the traumatizing effects of the active shooter drill, which is not something that I'm advocating for either. But on a sort of an unrelated note, and this will be the last thing I say, Newtown also is very unique in its relationship with its school resource officers. While this legislature seems to entertain legislation to get rid of school resource officers just about every other year.
Just put
In
a
Newtown,
clarification,
I
like that
am
is not in
speaking.
the
I
legislation
am
this year.
speaking and I am
Representative Walensky.
speaking.
Just a point of clarification. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Point of clarification. The familiarity and the routine create a partnership. So while we have people in the legislature that would just assume see school resource officers removed from schools, Newtown has had school resource officers in their schools since before 2012. Now we have more of them today, but they're there every single day. They're part of the fabric of my community. They are not viewed as a threat. They do not arrest children for disagreements amongst themselves. What they do is they act as the uncle in the building, and they are friends with their families, and they know everything that you could imagine about every one of these children because they care. They are welcome in our schools and at the very least not noticed as being police officers. Conditioning is an interesting thing. When it comes to mental health, resilience is built on conditioning. That way we have stronger, more able children that are ready to face every life challenge, even the ones that are unthinkable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Leeper, and then we'll go back to Representative Mara.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I recognize I'm being recognized for the second time. And so I just wanted to respond to Representative Funfellow's comment as well and share that the recommendations in this proposal are really an effort to codify best practices. As I mentioned before, we currently have a 2-sentence statute. And we're trying to codify best practices. And most of these came from the Guide for Developing High Quality School Emergency Operations Plans put out by FEMA. In conjunction with the U.S. Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Department of Justice, FBI, and Federal Emergency Management Agency. And I'm happy to send you this report. And just also to reiterate that there's nothing in here preventing districts from doing whatever degree of repetition that they think is best for keeping their students in schools safe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Leeper. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that this is for the second time too. Took me a little bit to, process some of your comments, so I just have a follow-up. So once again, we're switching gears to SB 14. And you did mention, and we did fund the 24 million from last year. I just wanted to clarify, because I think that was the ECS funding that was just for the normal everyday funding that we need for schools. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That was
Okay.
$24 million in the American Rescue Plan Act funding.
Oh, okay, ARPA funds. Okay,
ARPA
gotcha.
funding.
Okay, because, when we're looking at this, I think many of the schools that submitted for these waivers that they expected that to be based on outcomes and how their schools were doing. And I think that there's a big surprise amongst the districts that even though they may have very high outcomes, they're now having to change their curriculum. And these are funding and changes within their school systems that they weren't really expecting because they do have high outcomes. So this is definitely an added cost to these districts. So, just would, if you have any more thoughts on that and maybe insights on how this bill could be changed so that we keep that in mind, that not only do we need it in the higher education, but we need to go back maybe and teach the teachers that hadn't learned scientific-based research. And that doesn't need to necessarily fall on the school districts.
So again, thank you. And we can go into a lot of details around the waiver process. but to also share, we recognize the importance of the professional learning of our existing teachers, and we're putting resources behind that as well, currently offering free professional learning for school districts to take advantage of, to do exactly what it is that you're referring to. And we can provide you some additional information about the resources that we're putting in that. Districts are indeed signing up and taking us up on those offers, so their educators can also get free professional learning around the science of reading, scientifically based, research-based instruction.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate this.
Thank you, Representative Fonstella, for the second time. Folks, just a quick clarification too. Today we're here in a public hearing. We're not here for commentary back and forth between members. We do hope that we are able to get through this. We understand the passion and the connections that people have to a number of these issues. We appreciate those passions and commitments. So I just want to add that for clarification. Representative Fonstella.
Thank you. Just quickly again, I am familiar with the document that my colleague referred to a little earlier, and I spoke very recently this weekend with some of my former colleagues from Homeland Security, and they again state that monthly schedules of drills will allow students to master the skills they need to protect themselves, and it will allow officials at the schools to constantly update their plans, right, for any type of emergency and in any weather condition, as a matter of fact. So thank you very much. And if we can help in any way, let us know.
Absolutely. Rev Delphine for the second time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I'm going back to the Right to Read program. I sometimes things come up, and then when you come up with a question, you
And
want
let's
to know.
make sure that if we're talking about that piece of legislation, that we're actually talking about the proposal in front of us, not
Okay.
the entirety of
Okay,
what recently passed.
I'll try.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
I'm just trying to understand a little bit better, because I know some of the high performing schools were denied the waiver and they were doing well. I'm just trying to understand I guess the reason behind that and where that's going, because if they're already doing really well, and what would be the purpose to
And Madam, does that connect to the education prep programs that are proposed within this piece of legislation? That question would be better suited for the commissioner at this time.
I can't think of anything to wrap my head around that,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, but I will work on that. Thank you.
Sounds good. Excellent. And again, I appreciate everybody's time, Commissioner. Thank you so much for your time today. And we look forward to continuing many of these conversations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to our members here who, and for the folks sitting in the audience, you can see the passion, you can hear the passion, you understand why people feel the way that they do. And so I look forward to those who offered up their opinions and their facts to be able to sit down in a room together and to be able to have conversations so that we can find a potential path forward or not. But I think when we come into this building, everything is based on relationships and conversations. And if we don't have those, then there is no forward movement.
Representative Curry.
Oh, my apologies. Representative Zupkis, did you have a question for the commissioner?
Thank you. And I apologize for back and forth. I'm on two
Or
meetings at once. But I don't know that if I could relate it to what is in before us, as you had just mentioned to Representative Dauphiné. But to your point, I agree that if we could all get around a table, and I would ask if maybe the Education Committee could have a separate meeting and have the commissioner come in, because all of us have a lot of questions on Right to Read. So we can go back to our school districts and help them understand what's going on. So I would ask, if we can't ask those questions right now, that we have a meeting where we can.
We can have that conversation, Representative. I would direct you and others to the most recent letters that were sent to respective districts from the State Department of Education. And refer to the last paragraph in which it details the entities that are currently or they're going to be working in collaboration with the school districts to be able to chart a path forward. And that if districts have questions about that they reach out directly also to the State Department of Education to ask what those plans may look like and a timeline on those plans themselves. But happy to discuss that further with you, Representative.
Thank you. And if we don't, maybe whoever is interested, we could set a meeting up on our own. Thank
No,
you.
Nothing precludes you from doing that also. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, you are now good, Commissioner. Commissioner Bott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think it's still morning.
It is.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Beth Bime, the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. I'm here to testify about Section 7 of SB 5 and Act concerning school resources. The early years are critical for child development. Access to care that this bill proposes can have a long-term positive impact, having access to high-quality early childhood education. A lot of our work this session is being guided by the governor's Blue Ribbon Panel on Childcare work, which many of you were a part. That's all about improving access. And part of that, the overall goals, you remember, was simplifying systems. And I think that is the intent of Section 7 of Senate Bill 5, to ensure that children enrolled in baby bonds are also eligible for Care for Kids Child Care Subsidy Program. I'm going to, for those of you who might be following along my testimony, I'm going to deviate a bit because there's been new information over the weekend. Because I think speaking to you and the LCO, what we have to be careful about with this part of the bill is to understand exactly what we're talking about. There's a big difference between saying children on baby bonds are automatically eligible, are automatically enrolled in Care for Kids versus are eligible for Care for Kids. I really want to distinguish that, that eligibility is not a protected service. A protected service would create a really different effect. So we support the idea of ease of application and helping parents know that they're eligible right away. But we have to be careful about creating a protected class, such as TANF, DCF families, children who are homeless. They're two very different things. So I just want to be sure we're talking about the same thing. In my testimony, I said that federal rules may preclude us from opening up eligibility without families filling out the application and doing the necessary paperwork. But rules just released last week from the Administration for Children and Families may allow baby bonds eligibility to be used for initial eligibility determination and simplify access to benefits for families. And that could make a really big difference for families. But we also want to just say that making eligibility and access faster would add thousands and thousands of children to Care for Kids and could add to the wait list. So in closing, I'll just say we totally agree with the goal of this proposal to simplify access to Care for Kids for families. We'll work closely together with you all to work to simplify access to this critical benefit for families, but we do have to be careful about unintended consequences of presumptive eligibility. And once you add that many families to you're automatically in, they'll all go ahead of the wait list, and families who have other circumstances that are challenging and may deny them access. So I think we just have to be careful, and we're really happy to work with the Senate and this committee to do so. We like the idea, but we have to be careful and know exactly what we're talking about.
Thank you so much. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, because that was a concern. I wondered, we want to be sure that we don't lose anyone that's eligible for Care for Kids, but I do appreciate your comments. So are you saying that the baby, and do we know how many children we may be talking about that would be eligible for baby bonds and then
Yes.
get the information out that they may be eligible, but they're not automatically enrolled. I think that's what I'm hearing. you
Yes,
say.
so there are currently about 16,000 babies born each year who enroll in Medicaid. And there are, in terms of infants and toddlers, there are about 4,300 children enrolled in both Medicaid and Care for Kids. So you currently have a population of families on Medicaid being served by Care for Kids, but 4 times more when the population is 4 times larger than the number that is currently enrolled in Care for Kids.
Yep.
And I think I heard you say that we have to be cautious on how it's implemented because we already have a waiting list, a significant waiting list. And
Yeah.
we want to be sure that those individuals are not bumped from.
Yeah, I think this way to simplify it, and as I describe it, is you have to be careful that this bill doesn't have everyone on baby bonds bump everyone else back. But it's a really great way to make access easier for families because, many, many families are waiting just to get the right paperwork in. Probably 2 out of 3 cases that I end up handling is because there's a missing piece of information. And families are filling out information for SNAP, they're filling out information for Medicaid, they're filling out information for Care for Kids, all separate. This would really simplify that for families, and then that saves them the time it would take to do all that, to say you're eligible, and then they'd have to do redetermination after a year, et cetera. But so it is a really good idea. We just have to be careful about the language we use. Even I'm stumbling a little bit. So that's why I want to give for the LCO, be really clear about, you don't want don't want them to be like TANF and families that are homeless. You want them to be like all other families that qualify for income reasons, but to ease their path through the application process by using, the paperwork from baby bonds to just say, okay, you've done that, you're in.
And thank you very much for that clarification. It really does help. Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Nice
Sure.
to see you and your staff as
You
well.
too.
So just to clarify back, so in your testimony, it talked about how it could be illegal to share those informations, and you're saying that are not illegal, but just not appropriate. But fill in
Wouldn't be
blank.
allowable
There's the
based
word.
on former rules
It's
from
Monday.
ACF. Yeah.
So to that, you're saying that the new information that came up could have in fact resolved that issue.
Yes, the new guidance from ACF encourages states to look to other programs to determine eligibility. So this is doing exactly what they're encouraging states to do. It would require legislative action, and it would require federal approval. But we think the path now compared to a week ago when we started working on this is a cleaner one in that way for federal rules.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was all I had.
Thank you. I do not see any other comments or questions.
Great.
Enjoy your day, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
And so we're gonna go a little out of order right now. So number 80, Chief Colgren. You break it, you buy it, Commissioner. This is number 80 on your list. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Colgren. I'm the Chief of Police for the Newtown, Connecticut Police Department. I've been in law enforcement for over 31 years, with 22 of those years being in Newtown. I'm here to testify on the House Bill 5416, specifically to training for students and staff. For the record, I have not been consulted by this committee on this topic. I do offer our department's experiences and expertise and unfortunate situational, having been there, done that, we're going to offer ourselves to you in this committee going forward. Again, we all look for the safety of our staff and students. So I speak to you as a law enforcement executive, a Newtown resident, a parent of an 8th grader in the Newtown school system. Also as one that responded to the Sandy Hook school shooting. Before the shooting, the Newtown Board of Education had the wherewithal to learn from those tragedies that came before us. They developed practical and safe lockdown drills for our teachers and our students. These drills increase the likelihood of survival for our staff and our students. Our teachers and students over the years conducted repetitive drills. These drills consisted of lock your doors, turn off your lights, remain silent and out of sight and quiet. On the day of the Sandy Hook school shooting, I was the shift supervisor and one of 4 on the first 4-person team into that school. I personally witnessed the heroism of our teachers. They performed exactly how they were trained to do. Every teacher that could follow their training protocols. The actions of those teachers allowed my staff and I to focus on the emergency at hand and not to corral teachers and students who didn't know what to do. I plead to you all, it would be irresponsible to put blanket limits on any Board of Education on how it trains its teachers and staff. Communities are different from one to another, and grade levels are different from one to another. Any restriction on training will reduce the likelihood of survival. These decisions should be left up to the individual communities. I leave you with a quote from Margaret Spellings. Knowing how to respond quickly and efficiently in a crisis is critical to ensuring the safety of our schools and students. In the midst of a crisis is not the time to start figuring out who ought to do what. At that moment, everyone involved from the top to the bottom should know the drill and know each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I just will speak for myself and probably everyone in this room. We can't imagine what you've been through. And I want to just say, I agree with your testimony wholeheartedly. I feel it's unfortunate this language has been interpreted to reduce our districts and communities and law enforcement's ability to respond to these horrific emergencies. And the goal is really to codify best practices that you know very well Newtown is doing and has spent an unimaginable amount of time preparing and thinking through how to best balance student safety and student holistic well-being. And so I look forward to continuing to work together to ensure we get this right so that we can codify best practices so all of our communities can look more like Newtown. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Representative Tappanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here. Being a parent of 4 and a grandparent of 4, I just can't even imagine how horrific that day was. So I think we all feel for you. And so what I'm hearing you saying is that perhaps it was the very training that those children and staff had gone through that probably, as awful as the sound, minimized what happened. Can you speak to that? I mean, I'm certain that when all of those things happened, everybody was responding in the way they had been trained. And we know, and sometimes the best efforts, sometimes things still happen, but perhaps, speak to the repetition of that training, how it impacts the students and the teachers. And also, I think making them more comfortable with that. I mean, I think when you you know, sometimes hear about things often, it becomes a little more routine. Not that we want those horrible things to be routine, but you get a little bit more comfortable and less anxious rather than more anxious.
Absolutely. Training and repetition builds what we all know as muscle memory. Our students look up to their teachers as role models. If the teacher's calm and know what to do, the kids are going to follow. And that's what we have to ensure is continued. In our situation, the Sandy Hook incident, when we're searching the school, every teacher had their children out of sight of from the doors, the windows, making our job easier to focus on trying to locate the suspect, or at that time, we thought there were multiple suspects. Having the added chaos to try to control or corral students and teachers that just don't know what to do is, I couldn't imagine being in that situation.
Thank you for that testimony. I know for myself, the more I know about things like that, the more in control I feel, like I know what to do if something happens. And we know that in the best circumstances, sometimes we still don't always get it right, but there's a comfort in knowing what to do, how to react, and where we're supposed to go. Sometimes in the chaos, that doesn't come instinctively. So I thank you for your testimony today.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for being here and for all that you and your department had done that day and since and before. My question would be, as we talk about training and muscle memory and all of those things, and you talk about the incredible heroism that had taken place that day of the educators, was there specific training given to those educators prior to that horrific day that would have taught them or trained them on what to do, or because you were there before that as well? So did you train them? I'm just trying to go back a little bit to see if in some respects, you know, mother's wit kicks in, reaction kicks in, but was there training that was instilled upon them before that as well?
They did receive repetitive training. I was not personally involved at that stage in my career. As I mentioned, it consisted of an imaginary line that the teachers knew in each of their classrooms to seat their children behind that line so they were out of sight from the windows and the doors. Lock the door if they were able to, turn the lights off, quiet, and out of sight. That was the summary of the drills.
Thank you. And I also respect the fact that certain things shouldn't be public either, because then it doesn't make our children any safer. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Linsky. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Chief, thank you very much for being here today. I know that this takes you away from your other responsibilities, and I just want to acknowledge the chairs of the committee for moving you into what is quote unquote the first hour, even though we're in the second. But
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Your words are important. I just have one question, because your testimony is pretty compelling. At any point in the past 2 years, has anybody from the Connecticut General Assembly contacted you to consult on procedures about crisis drills?
No, sir, not me.
Thank you very much, Chief. Again, I appreciate you being here. And I've said enough already, so I appreciate your work, your dedication to the safety of everybody. I appreciate what your SROs do in our schools. You know, you are a big part of what makes Newtown, Newtown, and I appreciate you more than words can say.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Chief. Sorry, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add my voice to thanking you very much for coming here, helping us clarify. I think it's the goal of this committee to be sure that all of our students are kept safe and secure every single day that they're in school. So I think that's the goal for all of us, and your testimony certainly helps us enlighten that we're all going to be on the same page, and appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just ask one simple question, is that do you commit today to having conversations with both the proponent and those with concerns on this bill moving forward?
Yes.
Thank you so
I
much.
do.
I appreciate your time. I'm sure you have other things you can be doing right now. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, back to the list. I do not see Senator Looney yet in the room, so we'll come back. So Lon, online.
Good morning, or everyone. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good to go.
All right. Okay, thank you. Well, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and ranking members, Representative McCarthy and Senator Berthel, and members of the committee. My name is Lon Seibin. I am the chair of the Essex Board of Education, a member of the Region 4 Board of Education, and I'm here in my capacity as the VP for Government Relations for the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education. As you know, boards of education are eager to partner with you and the Department of Education to achieve our shared policy goals. We greatly appreciate the time that many of you have taken to meet with our members throughout the state during the series of legislative breakfasts that we had. And on Wednesday, a bunch of us will be coming to the Capitol to find you all as well. So we look forward to having more discussions. Many of our shared goals can be achieved without imposing new burdensome mandates on our school districts that also bog down the Department of Education officials with unnecessary paperwork and oversight of those mandates. And some of you some of these policies may already be part of board policy and may not be necessary to institute in statute. And to that end, we've submitted written testimony that outlines our concerns with items in Senate Bill 5, 14, 363, and 5417. And we have written testimony that is submitted as well. Thematically, we're concerned with provisions in these bills that either intentionally or unintentionally erode the role and responsibilities of local boards of education who are elected by and answer to voters in their respective towns on local policies and curricula. For example, Senate Bill 14, Section 4, asks the State Department of Education to draft a model policy on the use of cellular phones and other electronic devices in schools. We feel this is unnecessary, as many local boards of education have been grappling with these matters for the better part of a decade. When I was younger and in school, it was the Walkman. Now it's the smartphone. But many have developed robust policies, like my district has done, that involve student voices and the community members that are appropriate for every school district's needs. CABE, by the way, also has a model policy that kind of is a roll-up of many different ideas that have come from different districts, and we're happy to share that with the committee or the department if that might be helpful. Also, in Senate Bill 14, Section 6, that statute would ask the Department of Education, or the proposal would ask the Department of Education to develop a guide for what they consider to be proper budgetary resource allocations in a school system. Local boards of education responsibly build and manage balanced budgets every year that meet the differing educational needs for the towns and cities that they serve. These budgets are approved directly by the voters in many communities or through their elected representatives in others. Any one-size-fits-all recommendation is simply not feasible. And I'll give you my district as a great example. I'm on 2 boards of ed, but we have 1 superintendent. We've shared a lot of resources through a cooperative agreement that is kind of unusual. So it'd be very hard to apply that model to us. And there are other districts that do similar things to what we do. Moving on to Senate Bill 363, there's a provision.
If I can ask you to actually summarize for me.
Sure. Yep. So just for 363, in regards to the issues related to adding recycling to the curriculum, we feel that's something that's local there. I do want to hone in on just one last item here, which is involving a mandate to require regional school districts to have a parent council. And this is something that many districts have already. And the statute, I think, is really going to, if enacted, would really make it difficult for boards of ed to operate, because there's a lot of conflict that's being proposed with what the statutory defined duties are for a board of education. It's not difficult to run for a board of education seat. Ballot access is not that difficult, especially in towns served by a regional school board, which this would impact. So for all those reasons, we just want you all to be aware that there are things that we think are already in place. The boards of ed are able to handle those items, and more details in our written testimony.
Thanks, Lon. Would you mind providing maybe, and not right now, you can send that via email, So you say kind of these parent governance councils are already happening. Can you put in writing what that looks like? And then maybe we can do more of an effort to codify current practice and maybe build upon that as opposed to trying to reinvent a wheel?
Yeah, we're happy to do that. In many cases, they're kind of like parent, teacher, student organizations, PTOs, just at that level. But there are things that we can certainly provide, and there are policies where there are ways in which parents can address the board. Not to take more time, but for example, the discussion over the school libraries, we actually have a very robust process in our policy about how a parent would be able to solicit or petition the board to have a book reviewed or removed, and that's all part of a process that we have already integrated. So we're happy to provide more detail.
Fantastic. Also, how long have you had a cellular phone policy? And I was glad to hear you weren't like carrying around a record player or something.
Yeah, they were a little too hard to carry around. I did have a Discman at one point. I think we've had ours in our district for about 6 or 7 years. And it was interesting because initially the administration wanted a blanket ban. They're not even allowed in the building. When we sat down with the students, though, we learned that some students were getting some mental health support through chat groups that they had access to on their phones. One student in particular was talking about how she would go to the restroom and quickly hop on there to get some support. And we think that we learned that there needs to be more of a nuance to how we approached it. It's against the rules to have the phone out in the classroom. We have the cubbies for those. But we're a little more lax in the hallways. And of course, behaviors are managed and monitored per policy. And it worked out well in our case.
Thank you. And as a member of CABE's executive team, are you aware of any districts that don't already have a cellular phone policy?
Not off the top of my head. I know a lot of districts have dealt with this. We provided our model policy to many. And what happened in my district was that we kind of it was the discretion of the teacher kind of thing, and that wasn't working out too well. So I would say at this point, most districts probably have something in place or are talking about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lon.
Thank you for your time.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying today. I'm especially interested in what you talk about local control. I think you talked about, I live in a very small town, and I represent 2 other small towns, and they very much want to have that local control. Every town is different. Every district is different. We live in the northeast corner, which is very different than Bridgeport, New Haven, and the like. And can you speak to a little bit more about how that all happens with regard to in your community and local control and making those decisions? And speak, if you will, to the CABES policy. I'm unfamiliar with that. I know many people have reached out to me regarding the books in the libraries and with the cell phone, their ability to make those decisions themselves and what works best in their own classrooms and in their own schools.
Right. Well, and CABE is a representative body of just about every board of education in the state. So we too have different boards of ed with different challenges. We have cities, we have small towns, we have regional districts, which I'm a part of. And our basic premise is that we are the largest, I think, association of elected officials in the state. We do answer to our voters, and there's a lot that legislative history has provided to the boards of ed to do that. So, for example, in the case of curriculum, local boards of education approve their curriculum. We have processes in the statutes for that and policies that we adopt locally to back that up. Just last week in my board of ed, we voted on adding 2 new courses to the schedule. So there's things that boards of ed are deeply involved with. In the case of the library thing, we in our district have a policy that we adopted 27 years ago about controversial materials and how we need to make sure that there's a balance of different types of opinions of different controversial issues in our libraries, along with a process and a form that somebody could fill out to do. And I think many boards have that. CABE provides model policy that helps our districts basically comply with state law. That's our job as board members, is to make sure that locally our school districts are in full compliance with the things that you want us to achieve. And anything that's not in the statute, we fill in additionally with policy. So we have model policies for cell phones, for libraries and everything else. And many boards use the CABE model policy, which is based upon what the statutory requirements are. But a lot of times too, boards will make their own to be compliant, or they might talk to their legal counsel about it. But that's been the history. And certainly boards spend a lot of time interacting with their community to make sure that things are exactly what voters are looking for.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony today. I know in my small towns, they very much want local control. They want the parents involved, the Board of Education members to make those decisions, whether it's about cell phones in the classroom or the books in the library. And so I can appreciate your testimony. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative McCarty.
Just a very quick comment. I'd like to thank you for coming forward and just to make it clear that many of our districts do use CABE and the policy work that they do, and we're very grateful. But I'd also like to just point out that we don't work in silos, that CABE also works with the Department of Education, with the Connecticut Education Association, with CAPS, with everyone, and we come together to try to all talk to each other and collaborate. So I wouldn't want anyone to leave here today thinking that we're trying to take away anything from local control, and that I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Representative Wheelander, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. And I just wanted to make sure that I'm on the same page as you. When you were referring to the additional parent Board of Ed organization that might be required to be made, I appreciated that you mentioned that boards of education are elected. Often they are made up, as I was on a Board of Ed, a parent of children in that school district. And as a parent of 3 kids in a regional school district, I know that there are also PTAs and PTOs, which some people may not realize are also elected positions. So I was wondering if you could speak, if you thought that those 2 vehicles would be sufficient in opportunities for parent feedback on anything that's happening in the schools.
Yeah, every school is different, right? Every school has different degrees of parent involvement. I've been on my board, believe it or not, for 20 years. So I've seen kind of the cycle of involvement and not, and sometimes it involves when things are not going well, right? People get more involved when there's issues there. I know that in my regional school district, which is the one I have the most experience with, we have a parent council, which is, again, very much like a PTO. They have their own guidelines and they elect their members. What concerns me about the legislation is that we're talking about electing people and we're also limiting who can vote for those representatives. And this legislation was also referring to some of the duties that these people would perform, like getting involved in the day-to-day back and forth with the principal and being part of the hiring process. I know in our district, we always involve parents in the hiring process for a principal, and we often look to our parent councils and our PTOs for that. So I think you have the framework there. And again, it's not hard to run for office. It's not always the most pleasant thing to do. But if you can't get your party's nomination, many regional school districts are small towns that are coming together. You don't need many signatures. A trip to the local transfer station or the grocery store for a couple hours might be enough to get what you need to get ballot access. And even if people don't win the election, a lot of times the issues that come out in that election do steer policy. So I think we have a lot of those safeguards in place. And again, many local districts have a process where parents, if the board's not listening, they can petition the board to force them to do so. So in my district, if 50 parents get together and sign a petition that they want to talk about something, we have to hold a public hearing for it. So there's a lot of that, again, in local policy, and it's going to be different all over the state. But I think you'll find that if you were to survey the districts, and we'll try to get as much information to you as we can, that there's a lot of active parent councils and PTOs in place, and that this would be unnecessary.
Thank you for that information. I really appreciate it. And I also thank you for being a board member for that long. I know there are a lot of Board of Ed members on this committee, current and former, and we really appreciate and understand how much time and effort it puts in. And again, yes, just encouraging everyone to look to their local school districts and find out what is already in place for ways to get involved and make your opinions and your thoughts and your concerns known. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I would just make sure that we aren't confusing a proposal to increase parental engagement with interfering on elections. No one is saying that we are looking to circumvent the process to elect boards of education members. I think the goal here is to increase family engagement, which I believe many of us all talk about as being one of the tenets of a successful public school system. So I just want to make sure that we are very clear on that. Lon, I appreciate your time today. I don't see any other questions or comments. Have a great one.
Great, thank you too. Thanks for having us.
Next up, we have Marian Manzo. You are not online, I believe. Oh, hi. Sorry, I thought you were remote today. Morning. Just hit the button on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Marian Manzo, and I am Chair of the Region 15 Board of Education. I have been a board member for 10 years, and I have 2 children in our school district. I am here today to testify concerning Raise Bill number 363, an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes. Specifically regarding Section 9, which is the Parent Council's proposal, I would say first that this legislation usurps the role of the Board of Education. Boards of Education act as agents for the state in implementing the educational interests of the state. Like you, as an elected public official, I take an oath to faithfully discharge according to law the duties of the office of the Board of Education to the best of my ability. Among our duties on the Board of Ed, we analyze school achievement data, review proposed budgets, participate in the hiring of administrators, we set goals, we set the hours and days of operation, and we create school policies. This proposed legislation seeks to provide councils with these same responsibilities without an oath to implement the educational interests of the state, and thus blurring the lines and the duties of the Board of Ed. Elected Board of Ed members are held accountable by taxpayers and the community. Parent councils are not. Furthermore, analyzing student data, reviewing budgets, setting the hours and day of operation, creating school policies are activities that are carefully navigated by the Board of Ed in conjunction with the superintendent for the school district as a whole. With this legislation, I can foresee nightmare scenarios where schools in the same district are setting different hours, different days of operation, and different policies. We work hard to have equity among our schools, and this legislation would create inequities. 2, parents do play a vital role in the success of students in our district, but their role should be defined by the district. Region 15 has many opportunities for parents to be involved in education. We have PTOs in every school that meet monthly with the principals and staff. We have a PTO advisory council that meets once a month with our superintendent and Board of Ed liaison. We have parents who participate in administrative hiring, the calendar committee, and committees for the betterment of our district. Indeed, it is worth emphasizing that out of our 10 Board of Ed members in Region 15, 8 of us are parents of current Region 15 students. We are parents who want to be involved in our education. We ran for seats on the Board of Ed, and that's the beauty of democracy. Politics is not a spectator sport, and if you want to step up and run for office to represent children in education, you could do that with success. And I heard the buzzer, and I just want to add that regional districts are being unfairly singled out by this legislation. Regional districts have unique struggles, but there's nothing unique about parents wanting to be involved in their kids' education. We have great success in Region 15, and others can duplicate that.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions in the room. Let me just check online.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Berthel.
Good morning. Thank you. Sorry I couldn't be in the room with you all this morning. Have multiple conflicts. Marian, thank you very much for your testimony, and I can certainly, as the senator that represents the district that Region 15 is in, I can certainly say that you are doing a fine job with respect to listening to parents and making sure that their voices are heard. So I appreciate you taking time out of what I know is a very busy day for you to be up before us in person in Hartford to share your concerns about this part of the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony today. Just one suggestion I might have is, so for folks who are listening or in the room, this is not new legislation. This was mirrored after existing bodies, school governance councils that are elsewhere in the state. So I might suggest that possibly have a conversation with superintendents in those districts to see how these are run. And maybe we can have additional conversations and the fact that maybe we don't need to go as far as when those were created. But I think, again, highlighting the importance of family engagement and trying to make that happen is always one of the top priorities of this committee, as everyone is not always able to step up and heed the call of action and run for office the way that you have and the way that many of us also sat on boards of education. So we appreciate your testimony today.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, Matthew Conway. I have called you Matthew. Matt Conway. Old government name on the sign-up sheet. All right. Good to see you, sir.
You as well, Representative. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Member McCarty, Ranking Member Berthel, and Vice Chair Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Matt Conway, and I'm here today as the immediate past president of CAPS, the co-chair of the CAPS Legislative Committee, as well as the very fortunate superintendent for the great city of Derby. To just offer comments on Senate Bill 5, House Bill 5416, and Senate Bill 363. With respect to Senate Bill 5, we express our wholehearted support and gratitude for lines 48 through 51, which fully funds the excess cost grant. And we just also, as you are aware, just remind everybody, we are still facing a $74 million shortfall this fiscal year that we are very confident you will continue to work on to address. Moving on to HB 5416, we look forward to the continued dialogue on the mandate for the State Department of Ed to develop a plan to replace the current statewide mastery examination. We believe that by researching the assessment methods, we may better find a way to address some diverse needs of our students and their abilities and student population, ultimately more effectively identifying student mastery and enhancing the quality of education statewide. Regarding SB 363, we'd just like to provide testimony on sections 5, 9, and 10. With respect to section 5, we are still looking for additional information on the intent of the language before providing support moving forward. With respect to section 9, as you just heard testimony on, while we 100% support, honor, and encourage as much parent involvement as possible in all aspects of our schools, we would just caution legislating things that really belong to your regional boards of education in terms of initiation. Though we do applaud the efforts of this language, and I can't say enough about parental support in all of our schools, it is something that I would at least defer to our local boards, regional boards for. And with regard to section 10, our understanding currently is that there is a study ongoing with respect to this language. And while we understand current language leaves this decision up to the board and specifically the principal of the school, we would just pause until we have the results of that study before taking further action. And thank you all for your dedication and ongoing support for children in Connecticut.
Representative Linsky.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I just want to offer my respect for your perspective. The fact that you recognize the full spectrum of involvement that includes the family unit before we legislate from on high is very refreshing to hear. And for that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Let's see online. Rep. Wiehlander. I figured as much.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say a quick hello to one of my superintendents, Dr. Conway, and to thank him for being here and providing his always insightful feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Wiehlander, and for your endless support of our kids.
So I don't see any other questions. I do have one. So with respect to your testimony around the statewide assessment, can you talk a little bit more about the opinion that you have, the one that you likely share with many of your superintendents, educators, and the like?
So I think anytime you look at something like this, you're going to learn more. So we're excited about what we're going to learn just on this journey. We have developed some unique processes and pilots in Derby. While we are still obviously administering the statewide assessment, in terms of local assessments, we are taking a little bit different approach. We're using a very unique interview as part of the assessment process to, one, better develop relationships, but learn more in front of the student as they're conducting the assessment, to really identify right there on the spot what a student can and cannot do, and then how we can better support them from the next day forward. So I think we might find, even on a statewide basis, some interesting approaches to more effectively assessing children and then using that data more immediate in the classroom.
Yeah, is there any concern? I don't know, sometimes you feel in the education world that, the next shiny thing comes along and then that's what everybody gloms onto with respect to assessments and the like. How do you see us avoiding that moving forward with through what you could call the journey of figuring this out?
Sure, it's a battle, as you say, the next shiny thing, because if you look historically over time, we have changed assessments over and over to the point it's very difficult to get multi-year data and comparing cohorts, because we change whether it's the local assessment and or a statewide assessment often, and it's not used universally across the country. So it's very difficult to make those type comparisons. But I think opening up the door to just look at how we are currently assessing students and what we're doing with that data and what it's really telling us, I think we'll all continue to learn more and avoid just going after that next shiny thing.
Excellent. And also lastly, on the governor's proposed Bill 14, do you have a current cell phone policy in your district?
We do. Yes, we do.
Thank you. Representative McCarty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the delay. Welcome, Matt, to the committee today. So since we're talking about assessments, and I appreciate your remarks on our, and that was a bipartisan request, by the way, so that we look at what we're asking of our students in assessment. But it brings me to the question on our pre-service assessment for our teachers and teacher prep programs. And I will admit that it took me a while to come along on looking at EdTPA and not forcing that as part of the certification for the teacher prep program. Could you just tell me your thoughts for quickly how you feel that going forward, because we want to maintain quality, but we also want to listen to our students who are saying that this should not be used as a measure for certification.
Yes, and while we offer that in higher ed, it is not used as the outcome of that is not used to award certification at this time, though. But if universities still want to use it as part of their requirements moving forward, I think that's a conversation to have with higher ed. I think what we're most concerned with is are our teachers and administrators being properly trained and practicing the right skills to come out and be successful in our schools. I think in one of our bills this morning, we're ensuring that the science of reading is going to be taught in our programs to prepare administrators. I think that's a great idea. We have certainly, myself personally, benefited from the science of reading mastery classes that we were offered over the past year, and we've continued that into this year with our affinity group with both Stratford and East Haven, so that we encourage the continued learning of ourselves as administrators on the science of reading. So I think elements of programs such as that, I think, are critical moving forward.
Thank you for adding those excuse me, those comments. I was concerned with the EdTPA piece, but I do believe that we've all come together. As long as we're maintaining quality in our programs, I think we have such a teacher shortage that we have to come together to find out how to recruit and keep the best qualified teachers. And I'm sure as we go forward, we're all going to be focused on maintaining quality in our programs. So thank you, Matt.
That's great. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions in the room or online. Appreciate you coming out. I appreciate you having me out to Derby a couple of weeks back for
Thank
some
you very
additional
much for that,
conversations.
Representative. Thank you.
And we look forward to these continuing.
Awesome.
Take care.
Thank you.
So we're gonna deviate again from the schedule. I apologize, Susie. I know of at least one student in the room. Are there any other students? Because we usually like to get them in and get them back, hopefully to their learning experiences. So we're at number 28, Lewis Haberland.
Hello, my name is Louis Haberlant. I am from East Hartford. I am an 8th grader at the Craig Academy of Computer Science, and I am here supporting House Bill 5417. One of my favorite books is The Hate You Give. It brings up topics like systemic racism, violence, and poverty. Things that make this book controversial, but things that also inspire debates and new ideas about real problems in our society and my school. Controversial books like these help me and many of my peers learn and develop new thoughts, and that's why I'm here supporting this bill.
Direct and to the point. You could give a masterclass to some of the folks who are sitting in this room. And all you laughing are exactly who that is. First of all, thank you so much for coming here today. As one of the state representatives from East Hartford, it is always great to see another East Hartford person here. What really got you this interested and you felt compelled that you needed to come into the state capitol to share your opinion on this?
Well, I'm very supporting of like the freedom, especially in libraries, to have like all information at your disposal. So just the idea that banning books like the book that I mentioned in school libraries is happening really made me passionate enough to come here and show my support towards this bill.
Excellent. And do you often see adults in the schools rummaging through the bookshelves to determine whether or not there are quote unquote inappropriate books in your school library?
I don't see that, but I'm sure that maybe at some point that has happened. I mean, I would believe it.
Have you had any conversations with fellow classmates or with any of your teachers that you are aware of any current inappropriate material that is being circulated in your school library?
No, not really at all.
And if those books or any book was to be taken out, how does that make you feel as a student and someone who is engaged in and dedicated to learning?
I mean, I would be totally against that. I mean, I guess depending on the contents of the book, but I think if it was really just a book with information that I think the students at my school have the right to hear, then yeah, I would be against it passionately.
And last question, do you think anybody else should tell you what you can and can't read?
No.
Thank you so much. Representative McCarty.
I just wanted to thank you for coming forward. And may I ask you what grade level you're at?
I am in 8th grade.
In
Yes.
8th grade. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative Radar online. Moira? Moira, I see your hand up.
So sorry. I am, as you indicated, I'm jumping between 2 meetings and want to be able to pay attention. I just wanted to thank the student for being here. And I had a question similar to what Representative Curry asked. And my question is, in your experience around the concerns of book banning and requests for book bannings, have you known any students to bring forward the concerns around a book, asking for them to be removed? Or do you feel that this is something that's more outside of a student-driven effort, if it ever does happen?
Anytime that I've seen a book be banned or been challenged. It has never been like ever related to a student's opinion. It has always been an adult, whether it be a teacher or a parent. It's almost never student driven at all.
Thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it.
Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming and providing your testimony. I very much appreciate hearing your voice. You mentioned in your testimony earlier that you would be disappointed if a book was banned, and you were asked if that has ever happened, and you said, I would be very upset if a book was banned, depending on the content. And I was just wondering what in your eyes would be inappropriate content of a book that shouldn't belong in the library?
Well, I think that if it was really like something that was blatantly inappropriate to be in a middle school, that I would be, I suppose, against that. But it's really a difficult question to like find the line between what is blatantly inappropriate and what is information that the kids at my school should be allowed to hear, and I'm not really sure.
I appreciate that answer. I think it is very complicated. But I think what I'm hearing you say is that sometimes literature has age-appropriate content, and sometimes it, and to determine what is age-appropriate content is difficult. Is that correct?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And thanks again for coming, and good luck for you in your future studies.
Rep. Dalpany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming here today. My question to you is, I think Senator Seminar already asked part of it, but my second question is, so it sounds like it is a complicated decision to decide what's appropriate, what's inappropriate, right, for whatever age group that would be. Who do you think should be making those decisions? Do you think it should be your parents should be participating in that along with the teachers of your own community and your own schools?
I think that would be reasonable for really everybody to have a say in that, because the question between what's appropriate for the kids in our schools and what isn't, I feel like even like strays from book bannings and is really something that everyone needs to step up and talk about.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming today.
Rep. Welander online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here this morning. I guess we're in the afternoon now. So my kids are about the same age as you, two of them. I have a 7th, 9th, and 11th grader. And I know that when they come home with assignments or books that they're reading or have taken out from the library at school, or when we go to our town library, we talk about it. And I was wondering, do you often have conversations with your family about some of the books that you're reading?
Very often, yes. That happens a lot whenever I read any book or experience any media. I talk to my family about it because it just comes up in conversation. Yeah.
That's how it works in our family too. So if there's something that one of my kids are reading that they don't understand, whether it's a book or a historical reference, something that they haven't learned about before, we talk about it, because that's what books do. I think is one of the best things that books do is make us talk about different things. So thank you for that. And I also really am grateful that you mentioned the book at the beginning, The Hate You Give, because I think sometimes certain topics are misunderstood, and what books do is open up a conversation. So thank you very much for being here and for sharing your perspective with us.
I don't see any other questions or comments, so I just want to say thank you again for being here today and taking a little time out of your school day to be able to share your thoughts and provide some very adult responses to some questions that are typically given to adults and not necessarily children. But we thank you for being here today and for an amazing librarian accompanying you to this building. We hope to hear from you soon. Take care. Next up is Superintendent De Silva, online. We appreciate your flexibility.
Thank you very much, and good morning, members of the Education Committee. First, I'd like to thank you for your continued commitment to the students of Connecticut. I speak to you today in the spirit of our collective efforts to support all children in all communities. Before I begin, I'm going to ask that as you plan and consider budget development for fiscal year 25, that you consider the timing of the requirements on school districts who have already begun and in some cases finished their development of their budgets. Districts need the ability to appropriately plan and implement good ideas, and unintentionally, good ideas can go south if not given the appropriate time in which to plan. So I begin by asking all of you to consider that in terms of timing. I'd like to show my full support for Senate Bill 5, fully funding excess cost. The importance of reimbursement of expenses to local school districts through excess cost is incredibly important. At the end of last session, I believe it was expected that excess costs would be fully funded, and the tiers, of course. And the reality is, as we know, that many communities, in particular the community that I serve in Ridgefield, it was actually funded the lowest in recent memory. Ridgefield continues to work hard on behalf, as all districts do, on behalf of all students. And with the rising costs and the increase of students with complex needs, state funding is more important than ever. The current model is not sustainable, and we need your help. And we know that it's our collective responsibility to support all students with disabilities, and we must work in partnership. More specifically for Ridgefield, we were funded nearly $700,000 less than the amount in which we were qualified. And the unintentional consequence of not fully funding excess costs is that it directly impacts our most vulnerable population that we educate, and I know that we all feel committed to and know our responsibility to. Further compounding the financial burden, and back to my topic initially, which is timing for districts, recent legislative changes extending the eligibility for our students in the 18 to 22 program through their 22nd birthday, as well as the kindergarten entrance age, further compounded the impact of that financial burden. So for Ridgefield, these two legislative changes resulted in hundreds of thousands of dollars that we just simply didn't plan for, in addition to facility needs. So it's not suggesting that these changes don't have value. In fact, I would argue that they do. It's stating the mere fact that the timing, and we need financial help. Very quickly, I'm pleased to see the establishment from the state on the Center for Literacy Research Success within the department. Most specifically, I have really appreciated the language of a comprehensive reading curriculum model or program. And I urge us to stay focused on that language, because that language does have the ability to influence the culture and climate of educators across the state of Connecticut, and potentially has the ability to minimize the talents that we have in our teachers and our administrators and our superintendents. We appreciate that you are investing in our teachers' content knowledge, investing in their professional learning, and certainly in the teacher education programs. That is a wonderful start. Our educators in our communities know our students best, and we ask that you require that we show evidence of a curriculum that reflects the science of reading, not a kit that we purchased.
Superintendent, can I ask you to wrap up your comments?
Sure. We ask that you require that we show data that we support all students, but not bring in a program. I thank you for your time this morning, and I want you to know that we have felt and appreciate your partnership.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments, and I appreciate the exchanges that we've been able to have both in person and via email on a number of these issues, and look forward to continuing those conversations as well. Representative Belinsky.
Superintendent, thank you so much for your testimony. I sort of heard in the background while you were doing your testimony about 155 other superintendents saying, yeah, what she said. I commend you on something that I think every school administrator and just about everybody on our education committee agrees upon, with excess cost, giving you notice on being able to perform your budgeting without having to wait for our budgeting. All of those things. Thank you so much for your words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I do not see any other comments. Susie, enjoy your rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up, Superintendent Smith. Are we online? No. Oh, there you go. Everyone's.
Good afternoon and thank you. I will try to meet your gauntlet on brevity. My name is Joshua Smith. I'm the superintendent of the Region 15 Public Schools. I'd like to talk today a little bit about SB 363. Section 9 specifically talks about the mandates of the creation of a school governance council. These were actually created back in 2011 as part of SB 438 and modified Public Act 10-111. The language in that statute speaks to local or regional boards of education for a school that has been designated as a low achieving school pursuant to subdivision of this section due to such school failing to make adequate yearly progress in mathematics and reading at the end of at the whole school level, and shall establish a school governance council. You have my full written testimony, so I'm going to just cherry pick some of the pieces. The last updated files or legislation published on the Department of Education's website are from 2013. There are no files or documents that have been updated since, no annual reports, no reports on reconstitution, and no reports on the progress of the districts as they relate to governance councils. Being identified for mandated school governance council required that you met one of two criteria: that your schools were performing at the lowest 5% as measured on state assessments, or that you were not meeting annual yearly progress. That tool was sunset in 2019. There's no longer a measure of annual yearly progress. There are currently 17 regional school districts in the state. No regional school district fits either of those criteria, and no regional school district was on the list of identified schools when that process was in place. The average performance index of the 17 schools, 17 regional districts, are above the state average, and 13 of the 17 were above that state average, and several of those schools are among the highest achieving districts in the state of Connecticut. There is no regional school district that fits into a category 4 or 5, the two lowest performing indicators in the state. My question to you as legislators is, what problem are you trying to solve with this legislation? Many of the practices outlined in school governance councils are positive ways to include local stakeholders in decision-making, but by mandating it only on regional school districts, that feels as a targeted measure. I'll jump quickly also to the magnet school mandate. There's a lot of reasons that our athletic programs are tied to our school district. And when families choose to enroll in a magnet school, my own children went to a magnet school, they chose to unenroll in a local school district, to go to a school that offers very unique programs. To say that you could a la carte choose some programs in magnet schools, but then return to a school that you chose to withdraw from, when our students don't get to choose the programs in those magnet schools, makes for a complicated measure. And my request to you is just to let local school districts manage this if they can. Thank you. Oh, and one last piece. I agree with the commissioner's comment on AI. As the co-chair of the CAPS Technology Committee, we think this is evolving very quickly, and creating one policy or structure is going to be very complicated. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think something I forgot to mention earlier is, while I appreciate the commissioner and those comments, there has been a decent amount of work and conversations that are already taking place between a number of the interested and affected parties, whether that be the teachers, superintendents, CASBOs, like all the ed folk, on kind of a direction for AI. So just hoping that they can kind of continue those conversations within this context. So I thank you for bringing that up.
Sure.
And also, before I get to Senator Berthel, I don't believe the intention of the legislation with respect to the regional parental councils has anything connected to do with performance evaluations and all that sorts of stuff. I think it's more simply around parental engagement and a way to have active participation within the school district. So I just didn't want anyone to think that we were coming after regional school districts for any sort of performance issues. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Superintendent Smith, thank you for the work you do in Region 15 for the students and families of Middlebury and Southbury. I appreciate your sharing the data regarding the performance of the regional school districts. And I think the question that you posed back to the committee is very important and one that we will need to answer. And that is, why are we looking specifically at regional school districts with this proposed legislation? Again, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the openness that we share along with the rest of the legislative body that covers Region 15 in having very open dialogue. So thank you for taking time out of your day, and we will get back to you with some answers to your questions as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator. I do not see any other questions. Oh, no, that's it. That would be it. Thank you so much for your time. Next up is Superintendent Carver, who I've enjoyed many of our exchanges, which on a round, I assume you're going to talk.
Yes, yes, Representative Curry. My name is Christine Carver, and I'm the proud superintendent of the Bethel Public Schools. I'm also the current president of CAPS, the Statewide Association for Superintendents. And as Representative Curry said, and I do want to express my appreciation because he personally came out to the district and my own delegation's advocacy around reimbursement for excess costs. As many of my colleagues have already stated, the deficit looking at this year in terms of the lowest reimbursement rate we've seen for Bethel is about $500,000. Over the last couple of years, it's about close to $900,000. We are seeing a huge increase in enrollment in our school systems. We've grown about 9% in the past 5 years. And with that, in parallel, the needs of our students with disabilities. And as many of my colleagues have already spoken about, that the net effect of that is that it actually takes away services from regular ed. We fully understand and know that we have to provide the legal and moral obligations to our students with disabilities, but it does come as a cost. So again, thank you, Representative Curry, for coming to visit Bethel and seeing it. I just want to comment, you have my written testimony also, but I also just want to comment on 2 separate areas that my colleagues have not addressed. The second one is Senate Bill 363. We're concerned with the provision in lines 271 to 276 that requires school districts to provide payment to out-of-district placements at the beginning of the school year. I'm not sure we fully understood the language around that, but I just want to say that each school district actually engages in contracts with out-of-district placements. And part of that is the payment schedule that we agree to follow with them. With many of our students that are outplaced and the volatility sometimes of those placements, it would seem foolish to actually prepay those services when they may be hospitalized or have other types of needs that would pull them from that. So we definitely are concerned about that. And the last thing I want to comment on is Section 8 of the same bill. That all future playgrounds have the universal design. And again, while we fully support inclusive playgrounds and services, what we respectfully request is that if you are going to make that requirement, that you also make it reimbursable. If you look at the cost, just having renovated 2 new schools recently, the cost of playground equipment is very high. And so that, when our PTOs are trying to fundraise for playground equipment, the difference between a $25,000 plus a $60,000 is incredibly difficult. So we just like to tie it to that. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, and I appreciate you mentioning the lines 271 and 363 and allowing us to clear that up. So the intent around that was that we were told that the special ed services were not eligible for reimbursement if that school had not yet been approved by the State Department of Education. And so if your student if it was approved halfway through the year, but that student had been utilizing that service, they were only going to reimburse for that portion from when they approved it. We are saying they must go retroactive to that full school year.
Thank you for that
it's actually a
clarification.
benefit to the district.
Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely. Any questions or Senator Berthel?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Dr. Carver, thank you for appearing before the committee today and for your testimony. I'm very grateful for your regular and important advocacy on behalf of not only the families and students that you represent in Bethel, but also in your work with CAPS. I think you've brought our attention to a couple of important pieces of some rather complicated bills today that perhaps no one else will speak to. So we are grateful for that, but look forward to continuing dialogue with you and the rest of the Bethel delegation to ensure that we're doing the right thing for all of our students across Connecticut. But thank you again for taking time out of your day today to appear before us in Hartford. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I'll echo those comments as well. And I'm sure we'll hear about excess costs from, I see at least 4 or 5 more superintendents on this list. And in the fact that I don't think anybody had anticipated that jumping $50 million in the year, in this current year. Given the fact that it's the same year request and reimbursement, it's hard to predict that for upcoming budgets and the like. So we appreciate the Senate and their leadership for providing this within their proposal.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Next up, Superintendent Melillo.
Hello, esteemed members of the Education Committee. As Superintendent of Newtown Public Schools, I wish to voice my opinion to Section 4 and 5 of HB 5416, which seeks to modify crisis response drill protocols in schools. While enhancing safety measures in educational institutions paramount, the proposed revisions present notable concerns regarding limiting school districts' ability to build capacity. Primarily, the bill lacks distinctions between various types of drills included in the category of crisis response drills. The result is a lack of specificity within the bill, failing to address the differences between these drills and their potential consequences. Traditional lockdown drills commonly utilized in schools serve to prepare students for a range of threats within the school environment without inducing undue fear or trauma. They're not solely focused on school shooters, but rather aim to equip students with strategies to maintain safety during any potential threat, such as instances involving wildlife or weather or even angry individuals or medical emergencies. It's imperative to highlight that lockdown drills, when conducted appropriately, do not involve distressing scenarios that may be associated with them. Correct procedures for lockdown drills, emphasizing the importance of securing doors, turning off lights, and remaining out of sight of hallway windows, and maintaining silence. In a properly executed traditional lockdown drill, there's no simulation of a school shooting, no individual pretending to be armed intruders. Sorry, I'm using my phone like the kids. So, okay.
I'm gonna pause it for you.
Sorry, I'm good. In a properly executed traditional lockdown drill, there's no simulation of school shooting, no individuals pretending to be armed intruders, and no discussion of firearms. Broad safety guidelines sometimes overlook the unique needs of the various communities and fail to address the diverse training requirements across different districts. Tailoring safety protocols to local context and providing specialized training can enhance overall safety measures effectively. In conclusion, while the intent of Section 4 and 5 of HB 5416 to bolster school safety is commendable, the proposed revisions fail to adequately address the complexities of crisis response drills in the educational setting. I urge the Education Committee to reconsider the bill's provisions and wait until the study is completed in order to prioritize development of evidence-based approaches to school safety. Thank you for considering my testimony on this matter, and thank you for your commitment to education.
You nailed it, Superintendent. Great job. Great leadership from the superintendent. That's how you do it. Any questions from the committee? Rep. Belinsky.
Superintendent Melillo, Chris, thank you for making a long trek to Hartford and taking your time to express your view. Very quickly, I'm going to limit my question to just one subject matter area. When it comes to the revision of such drills, is there anybody from the Connecticut General Assembly, aside from your own delegation, Senator Wong, Representative Fonsello, or I, that has been in touch with you to discuss the matter with you?
No, no one's been in touch with me in regards to this bill, but also we in Newtown, I believe we do implement best practice and we're willing to work with others to ensure that we have best practice across the entire state.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. And again, thank you for your testimony and for taking 4 hours every day to join us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming and sharing. And I look forward to also working with you. And I won't expect you to be as in-depth in the statute, but currently the statute doesn't differentiate between the types of lockdown drills either. It only says that each school year, at least 3 must be substituted for a crisis response drill. So we're trying to better implement the best practices because, like you said, all of those things that are not best practices currently are legal in Connecticut statute. And again, as you said, live shooter simulations are not best practice. And so honestly, that is the low hanging fruit that we are trying to prohibit any of our children from experiencing, and certainly not intervening in other ways to prevent best practices and for our schools feeling prepared for a worst case scenario. And I certainly recognize that crisis response drills and lockdown drills happen for a myriad of reasons other than just active shooters. And I think that the active shooter case, of course, receives a lot more attention and focus, and as it should, but that I do recognize for health emergencies, like you said, wildlife, lots of different reasons, schools go into different types of lockdown. And so I just want to recognize that and look forward to continuing this conversation so we can get this right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here and testifying and your work on best practices for drills. And I just wondered, do you have those best practices in writing that will be shared throughout the state?
We do. We have it in writing. We have a district safety and security committee that includes police, fire, EMS. We meet often. We actually are reconstituting that committee to create subcommittees off of that, so we can reevaluate our processes more in more detail. But we do have everything in writing and what we do and how we do it. Yes.
Excellent. And so that'll be shared, and I look forward to seeing that. Also, in terms of the special education aspects, how is Newtown doing, and how do you think special ed is comparing with the rest of the state in Newtown?
Special ed as far as the crisis drills?
As far as the crisis drills, but also people, the students and the families accessing special education in Newtown.
I think we have built a large capacity to keep our students in-house. I think we've done a very good job in creating supports for our students. I think, though, there needs to be more funding in order to keep it in-house, because it's not always, we don't always have the knowledge base to provide the education our students need. It forces us to go to a third party or an outplacement, and then you see cost rise exponentially, which districts have no control over. And, you know, special education is my child. My son has an IEP. I hold it dear to my heart. I think that we can be better as a district, as a state, but it doesn't come without support from our state government and funding that needs to come with it.
Thank you for that. And do you have more information about the problems with special education for your district? And, you know, as we know that there are problems all throughout the state with special education. So some of these things will certainly help the students in the future. So I was just wondering how that dovetails with some of the security aspects that you have at Newtown.
Well, I think we have to understand, we're talking about trauma and we're talking about special needs students, they go hand in hand in many cases of it. So it's building those relationships like was said earlier, our SROs have relationships with our students. We have security cards in each of our buildings who have relationships with our students. They're not just people standing around. They actually go and meet the students, talk to students. And I think that level of comfort that we've created, whether it's a typical student or a student with special needs, helps tremendously. And the more routine some of these drills become, the more at ease all of our students, including our special needs students, have with it. Like I said, we have developed a process in our district, a district that's highly impacted, a district that has trauma in it, so that we can build that muscle memory and also do it in a way that we're not inflicting more trauma on our students.
Excellent. And so thank you for that. And we look forward to the information you can share with us on the good work that you've been doing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the good superintendent? Superintendent, thank you for your testimony. Like always, we're here to set the best possible policy we can. We do the work in-house, but more importantly, we listen to the public. And that's why we're here for this public hearing, to gather information from the public to make good policy. Thank you again for your testimony. Next up, we have Ian Nevisser from the Regional School District number 18, Lime and Old Line.
Good morning. My name's Ian Nevisser, and I'm the superintendent of the Region 18 schools, which, as noted, do serve the towns of Lime and Old Lyme. I'm here this morning to speak in opposition to raise Senate Bill 363, specifically sections 9 and 10, which oddly enough are only crafted to impact regional school districts, of which we number a total of just 20 across the entire state. As you know, Section 9 would require, beginning in January of 2025, that each regional board of ed establish a parent council for each school under such board's governance, with a sufficient number of parents or guardians of a student enrolled in such schools on such council to adequately represent each town served by such board. I've served as superintendent for 12 years in this district, and prior to that worked in another regional school district for 4 years. Of those 16 years working in regional school districts, I found that it is common practice, much like it is in every other school district in the state of Connecticut, to have a parent council. To that concept, I am not opposed. Yet to mandate what is already good practice is simply adding to the heap of other mandates that continue to pop up every legislative session. This bill would require representation on this parent council from each of the towns that the Regional Board of Education serves. While this would be ideal, speaking from a district where our parents are very involved, getting parents to fill such roles is still not easy, as there is a significant time commitment involved in being part of such a council. I don't anticipate being able to meet the expectations of this section, and doubt that other districts with parents who may not be able to be as involved would be able to do so either. Section 9 also outlines a number of very specific duties for the parent council, specifically the analyzation of school achievement data, participation in the hiring process for the school principal or other administrators, conducting interviews of candidates for those positions, assisting the principal in making programmatic and operational changes for the school, developing and approving a school compact for parents, developing and improving a written parent involvement policy, utilizing records relating to those parents and guardians for the purposes of electing them to this council, and conducting the school climate survey. This lengthy list of requirements is repetitive to the duties outlined in a statute that already exists, Connecticut General Statute 10-220, which provides a detailed description of the role of a Board of Education. Why are we transferring these duties to another elected body when such a body already exists? This is simply adding redundant duties to school systems that are already overburdened by mandates, as the specific duties outlined in this proposed bill are already assigned to a Board of Education. I'm not sure of the genesis of this section of the bill, but I'm going to venture to guess that it's based on an individual's disgruntlement with their local regional school district or school. The solution here is not to penalize the rest of the state based on the actions or inactions of a few. Instead, those concerns, if they exist, should be addressed at the local level with the local regional board of ed. I would advise that this section of the bill be removed, as it is an attempt to solve a problem that simply does not exist. In addition, section 10 of this
please summarize.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry?
Please summarize.
Yes, I have one more paragraph actually about a different section.
Okay.
Section 10 of this raised bill should also be removed, as it proposes that regional school districts shall permit students who attend interdistrict magnet schools, yet reside within the school district, to participate on athletic teams at either the local school or at the interdistrict magnet school. Without going into too much detail, that is fraught with issues, including transfer regulations and the very distinct possibility of ruining interdistrict magnet school sports programs due to lack of participation. So I would ask you to run that by the CIAC before even making any consideration of that section.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the superintendent? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, for coming in. On your last point, does that also raise the possibility of recruiting so that players are poached from magnet schools for other schools, which we have seen in the past occur at the high school sports level? Would that be a concern as well? Thank you very much.
Yes, I think that's definitely a distinct possibility of that happening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, Superintendent, for your testimony. Next up, we have Jan from Old Saybrook, Superintendent Jeffrey Kapelsic from town of Newtown, First Selectman, and followed by Lindsay Setti from the Connecticut Council of Conferences, Connecticut Conference.
So, hello, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, and Representative McCarty, and all the distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Jan Peruccio. I am Superintendent of Schools in Old Saybrook. I'm the President-elect of CAPS, and I'm co-chair along with Dr. Conway of the Legislative Committee. And my peers have come before you and addressed a lot of the issues that I absolutely agree with. I'm actually so amazed at how in step we all are with each other on our concerns and our ability to support some of these pieces of legislation. But I'm specifically going to speak about Senate Bill 5, an act concerning school resources, House Bill 5416, in tandem with Senate Bill 363, an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes. So many of my colleagues have talked about Senate Bill 5, but I would just like to voice my support for the excess cost language in lines 48 through 51, which is a huge relief for many districts that struggle to support special education students through circumstances where ever increasing costs of outplacement becomes a burden and negatively impacts operating budgets for all students. The $74 million needed for this fiscal year, while not addressed here, is also essential to setting the appropriate foundation for next year's expenses. So again, I completely support that language in Senate Bill 5. And I want to talk about 5416 and 363 together. Specifically, though I agree with all the other points that were made, I want to speak to the curricular mandates. I'm fortunate enough to be on the Mandate Relief Committee with some legislators and some of my colleagues and others from our education community. And one of the things that we are grappling with is the number of mandates and the type of mandates that we are seeing. Right now, we're focusing ourselves on professional development mandates for certified educators and paraeducators, but also the curricular mandates are becoming burdensome. And I would argue that they're having a negative impact on the profession, but even more importantly, on the students. In particular, let's just take a very worthy mandate, a very worthy concept like recycling. There's no need to mandate that. Our students live recycling every day in our schools. We have clubs that dedicate themselves to that work, and it's part of a number of different programs. It's in general science, it's in earth science, it's taught within the context. More importantly, we really emphasize student voice in Old Saybrook, and I know a number of my colleagues do. The more we mandate curriculum, the less opportunity there is for our young people to go up and explore those things that interest them through electives and meaningful opportunities. And I don't want to limit that in any way. So I'm asking that we consider holding off on additional curricular mandates, checking with educators, students, parents, and alumni to see what's essential, what's important, and what isn't. And I really thank you very much for your time and your dedication to this work, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Jan, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee in regards to the superintendent's testimony? Okay, seeing none. Again, thank you once again. Next up, we have Jeffrey, followed by Lindsay, followed by Josie from CA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the members of the Education Committee. I'm Jeff Capisi. I'm the first selectman of Newtown, and we are well represented with both Representative Spolinsky and Representative Sponsello on this panel. So we appreciate their work for Newtown and the state. I've been an active volunteer in Newtown government for the past 19 years. On December 14, 2012, I was the chairman of the Newtown Legislative Council. While there is no legislative solution to permanently end tragedies such as the one that came to Newtown on that day, under my leadership, in the wake of the tragedy, the Legislative Council passed an amendment to the town firearms ordinance designed to reduce the risk of firearm death and tragedy in Newtown. Newtown Public Schools collaborate with both local Newtown police and the Connecticut State Police. Newtown also cooperates with the Federal Department of Homeland Security, as well as a host of other experts in the private sector. We have collaborated with Littleton, Colorado, the town that endured the violence at Columbine High School. And I've reached out to previous first selectmen of Newtown, Patricia Lodra, who served from 2009 to 2017, and also served as the town CEO during the Sandy Hook tragedy, as well as my predecessor, Dan Rosenthal. My most recent predecessor, with whom served on the Board of Selectmen immediately following the aftermath of the tragedy. Neither are in support of this bill. I'm referring to 5416, obviously. Ms. Lodra, in the testimony she has submitted to this committee, wrote, "In particular, I note with concern the language associated with item 7 and active school shooter drills. It seems to me that our local school officials and law partners are best positioned to determine what active shooter drills should look like in Newtown. Dave Colgren, who's our chief of police, and you've heard from a few minutes ago, stated, I plead to all, do not put limits on any Board of Ed in how it trains its staff and students. This will reduce the likelihood of the survival of our staff and students. The town of Newtown learned through experience that what works in Newtown to keep our schools safe, but may not be what's best for other towns and cities in Connecticut. We do not ask our state delegation to impart procedures on the rest of the state, and we implore the General Assembly not to do the same to us. We do our best to keep our schools safe and thriving institutions and learning where and educating our future leaders. When Hippocrates said, do no harm in his writing on the epidemics, he was referring to the practice of medicine. I believe it was equally relevant to the application of law. As a member of the Newtown Legislative Council, I learned that lawmakers must consider the consequences before instituting a law to consider whether or not it will pass the simple Hippocratic test. Ladies and gentlemen of the Education Committee and the General Assembly, I am hopeful that after you hear the verbal testimony of Newtown Superintendents of Schools, Malillo, Chief Colgren, and the written testimony of First Selectman Pat Lodra, you'll come to the same conclusion as Hippocrates and do no harm. The state's interest should be in making sure A high level of security exists in all schools, but give the flexibility of the communities to do the details. And I will thank you for your consideration and enjoy your day.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. 1 second, you might have a question. Any questions? Rep. Leeper.
I'll just thank you again. I know Newtown was out here in force and I'm grateful for that. And I look forward to partnering with you guys going forward. And I just want to reiterate again that the reduction of the one drill is a floor and not a ceiling, and in no way limits districts from conducting more practice, more drills if they believe that's in the best interest of their community. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. That helps a lot.
Oh, wait. Rep. Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman. I also thank you for engaging the past first selectmen, and especially Pat Lodra, who was the CEO of our town and largely responsible for getting an entire community through something that is a little bit unspeakable. Your testimony is very clear. I just, for a point of clarification, I do want to call attention to the fact that their reduction in drills is from 3 to 1. The second drill that's being referred to repeatedly is not a student-involved drill. It is a planning exercise with the faculty. So the muscle memory that our superintendent and our police chief referred to is not served whatsoever by the teacher-only drill. So, and then I'll ask you the question I asked our other two Newtown officials. Over the last 2 years, aside from your Newtown delegation, have you been contacted by anybody at CGA to share best practices and consult with Newtown?
I've only been in office since November, but since then, or December 1st, but since then, no, I have not been contacted.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate your service to our community for as long as you have, and I appreciate your friendship.
My pleasure. Thank you, Representative Belinsky.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Fasano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Thank you all for coming. I want to thank you and the entire Newtown delegation for coming here today and for your input regarding the drills. And I know Representative Belinsky and I'll be happy to work with you any way we can.
As we are with you. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the? Yes, Representative.
Hi, thank you very much for being here today. And my heart goes out to your town. Dawn Hawksprung actually is from my town in Woodbury. So it hit very close for us as well. My question has to do with, Newtown as an epicenter of what occurred would most likely be the most affected as far as these drills are concerned. To your knowledge, have there been any children that have been traumatized as a result of doing these drills, to your knowledge?
I am not aware of any. That would probably be a better question for the superintendent to answer, but no, I'm not aware of any.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? You can have the rest of your day.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for testimony. Next up, Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Curry, Chairman McCrory, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Setti, and I serve as Advocacy Manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I've submitted testimony on several different bills today, and I just want to make a few brief comments on them. I promise brief. On House Bills 5416 and Senate Bill 363, Both of these bills, among other things, mandate how boards of education must implement particular policies that we feel are better left to local control. On House Bill 5416, this bill greatly expands the mandate on how a local or regional board of education should handle emergency preparedness and response with their local school districts. CCM fully understands the need for our students, teachers, and administrators to be prepared in the case of an emergency. But given the unique needs of each school and community, these highly detailed emergency response plans should be developed at the local level. Senate Bill 363 on Section 8 of this bill, which requires that each local and regional board of education that builds a new school playground after July 1st, 2024, do so in accordance with the principles of universal design. While CCM supports building spaces with the goal of maximizing usability and access, the bill does not consider the impact these design specifications may have on a Board of Education budget. And we just ask that each local school district should be able to build playgrounds that best meet their needs holistically. And finally, on Senate Bill 5, which is an act concerning school resources, Section 1 of the bill refers to the excess cost grant that a local or regional Board of Ed receives from the state for students that require special education services. The current reimbursement rate in the bill is 4.5 times the cost of the average expenditure per student, and CCM supports lowering this rate to 2 times the cost of the average expenditure per student, given the increasingly staggering cost of providing special education for our students, despite fully funding the excess cost grant, but still falling 70 million short of actual need. Sections 4 and 5 of the bill also require a superintendent of schools to annually provide updated copies of the blueprints and floor plans for each school in their district to all law enforcement, fire, public health, emergency management, and emergency medical services personnel within their town or city. We just ask that they need to do that every year when they've been updated, and also just have some awareness that they be exempt from FOIA due to public safety concerns around getting them in the hands of the wrong people. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony and CCM's voice on education matters. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, especially with respect to special education. In 2022, the full amount that was paid by the towns was $1.6 billion. So did you take a look at the fact that the 80%, once you get to the 4.5%, is never fully funded, and then the rest goes back to the town, the remaining 20%? So when you look at those numbers, I think that maybe we need to take even a more careful look and see whether or not we should adjust it according to the capacity of each town.
Absolutely, we can look at that. Before, we make any changes, we want to do everything we can to get our towns and cities as much funding as humanly possible to support special education for our students. Fully fund that excess cost grant, and we know that even doing that this year is still going to fall 70 million short of actual need.
Well, thank you. I'd like you to take a look at if CCM could, at how we would do it if we took into consideration the poverty levels of the communities, and having this standardized formula that we've had since 1974 is probably time for us to take a look at something that's a little more comprehensive. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Preaches, Representative Johnson. So the other thing we also might want to start the conversation around, and CCM can always be helpful here, as they have been around education funding, is starting to plant those seeds for adding an additional special education weight to our ECS formula, which will help all districts, especially those who have seen increase in identification and level of need, which Representative Johnson is always the most vocal about letting us know where exactly her district stands in that. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, have a great day.
Thank you.
Jocelyn, waiting patiently in the back. Hit your button.
Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but now I guess I'm saying good afternoon. Jocelyn Delancey. I am the vice president of the Connecticut Education Association. I'm also a 5th grade teacher from Darien, and I represent over 43,000 active, aspiring, and retired teachers. I want to thank this committee so much for the work that you're doing to ensure that Connecticut is at the forefront of supporting, protecting public education and driving us in a new and an innovative way. There's so much legislation that I cannot possibly testify to everything that we support or have questions about in 3 minutes. So I have kind of structured this a little bit to mention some things that haven't been said today, and then to go back to something that I think I need some clarification on. So first and foremost, we support Goodwin staying in the TNA and supporting those teachers. So in HB 5416, we just wanted to give a little nod to that. And the special education survey. We cannot improve special education services in the state of Connecticut without ensuring that we have the feedback from the people who live it and experience it from all perspectives, especially our parents, our teachers, the people who are in the rooms doing that. So we really support that work and are excited to see what gleans from that work of surveying those people. Going to SB 14, the Science of Reading Masterclass. Again, we support our teachers being prepped in best practices. As you look at this language, we really want to ensure that we don't forget the administrative piece. Our administrators need to be experienced in best practice as well, and have to understand what solid reading instruction looks like in the classrooms as we move forward, especially with the new teacher evaluation guidelines that we're very excited about. We think that ensuring that our administrators are practiced and experienced and mindful about best practices is equally, if not more important, so that they can be guiding our culture and our communities in that way. We also support the Board of Education resource allocation suggestions. I'm going to a Board of Ed meeting tonight in Stratford, where we are looking at a Board of Ed suggesting cuts to reading specialists, library media specialists, and a significant number of classroom resources that we think will totally deteriorate the public education system in that town. And so we really want to support that. I just have one quick question about the school safety legislation, because as the questions went, I was a little confused. My understanding is that it doesn't set limits on what we do to keep our students safe. And as a teacher, I need you to know that we want student safety is the most important thing that we do. My understanding is that this legislation promotes, okay, sorry.
Interrupt you real quick. So I don't want us to get into the habit of asking questions.
Okay, sorry. All right. To me, I
If you wanna
support it.
just
We
voice your
support the
concern,
legislation.
And the proponent can
Sure,
be outside.
no problem. We support the legislation and understand that it provides a local control aspect for a board and a community to decide what best safety practices are for that school. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments? Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And just quickly, what do you do in your school for safety drills?
So we have fire drills, we have lockdown drills, we have lock in place drills. All of those things happen on a regular basis. We also do have perceived threats that we have actual, not just drills, but actual real life practices. So we've had students elope from the school where you have to have a lock in place where all the doors stay locked. You don't leave your classroom. That's a real thing that happens, and it can be traumatic, especially if it's someone who thinks their sibling might have, had that reaction. The lockdowns, we have to lock in place. I was fortunate enough to have a closet in my classroom that could house all 24 of my students. Granted, I'm in a highly resourced district with low class size. So when you have a lockdown drill of students who are of, 28, 30 students, neurodivergent students, it can be quite traumatic when we're in a space and you don't know, because if it's a drill and you understand it's a drill, then it's different. You have a sense of safety. If you don't know it's a drill, and in some of our practices, we don't know, and sometimes it is a perceived threat. And when that happens, it is extremely traumatic because you're sitting for a long period of time with a group of students who may or may not have experienced trauma outside of a school setting. And you're sitting there trying to reassure a group of students that everything's okay. Not to mention if there was a kid who was out receiving special education services and they're safe with that other teacher if it's a drill and you knew that it was coming. Students who go to the bathroom, you have to make sure, did I sign everybody out? All of those things. So there's a significant amount of work that goes into those drills, and sometimes a significant amount of time of classroom time lost, understanding that those things happen. But the thing that makes this work the best is the trusting relationships and communication that you regularly practice with your students, which is even more important than the drill practice, because they trust you and they trust your guidance, and training the teachers is primary of importance so that we know what to do and that we have all our questions answered when we have these issues happening.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Delancey. You will always be Ms. Delancey to me. Appreciate you being here and giving testimony today. I just want to go back to your testimony on SB 14, where you talk about the right to read. And we do know that you come from a very high-performing district. But we also, as these conversations around the science of reading are coming forward, and this bill does, it looks like there's an addition to support at a higher ed level of teaching teachers how to do this science of reading. My understanding, and maybe you can fill me in on what else teachers might need, because my understanding is not all teachers were taught the science of reading when they went through school. So is there more that you would like to see added to this to help and support all of our kids across the state to learn to read better?
So semantics are a funny thing, I think, when we talk about the science of reading, because I think it's best practices of reading, right? I think that we go to school and we learn a significant amount of pedagogy and practices, and the difference between curriculum, which is the scope and sequence of skills that you're setting, programs, which are things that provide resources and tools for teachers to deliver the curriculum, and pedagogy, which is the practice that we utilize to ensure that our students are learning. So I would argue that we need to find the links between those, because no program that we purchase is really going to change how we teach. It might change the content or the terms, but it doesn't change the practices. And so I think that being trained on what are the best practices at the time is important. And what I would argue is we have high performing districts for a lot of different reasons. And sometimes it's not the program that we're using. I would say that there were teachers in some high performing districts that might have had concerns about the curricular choices that were put forward to them for over a decade, concerned about how it was impacting special education students and whatnot, still seeing successful outcomes because of the nature of the community that we teach in. And so I think that we want to focus on best practices and ensuring that everybody's constantly informed, because those practices evolve over time. Sometimes they don't change, but oftentimes we need to keep refreshed. And sometimes we have administrators who have practice in one area and not necessarily in others. And so I think it's important for them to be able to walk into a classroom and know this is what good teaching looks like. And I have to just throw it in, Representative Curry, about play-based pedagogies and practices that will be in effect starting this July. And those will have a tremendous impact on our students' ability to have access to literacy instruction and have agency over their learning.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you mentioning best practices and that being more important many times than programming. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Next up, Jonathan Wider. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Representative Curry and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jonathan Weiner, and I'm the Athletic Director of the Crack Magnet Schools. I also serve as the Commissioner of the Capital Region Athletic League, which consists of 13 schools, which is comprised of 4 Crack schools and 8 Hartford Public High Schools. I'm submitting this testimony on behalf of Crack in opposition to Section 10 related to allowing magnet school students to play sports in their home districts. If enacted into law, this bill would be detrimental to existing magnet schools and the member schools of the CRAL. Allowing magnet school students to leave their current teams to play for their sending district will disrupt the delicate balance of these teams. Our schools are classified as small schools by the CIAC. Filling the rosters of these teams can be a challenge. Many times, the teams carry close to the minimum number of players necessary to compete. Having even 1 or 2 students decide to leave the team to play for their sending district will have a detrimental effect. Many teams will not have enough players to compete. Teams that do not have enough players or that do have enough players will undoubtedly have fewer players than before, and it is likely that the more seasoned players will be the ones to leave. Magnet school teams will become less competitive, further reducing interest and participation. The result will be the complete decimation of magnet school sports, fewer opportunities for students to participate in athletics, and in turn, the end of the crowd, which will impact Weaver, Buckley, and Hartford Public High Schools. Over the last 10 years, the athletic programs at the magnet schools have been a point of great pride and success. These programs have won countless sportsmanship and leadership awards, been featured in the news locally and nationally, and have been a marketing feature for these schools. All the work and the financial investments that have been made in these programs by the state and the magnet school operators in order to ensure that they strengthen these schools and make them attractive to a wide range of diverse students from across the region will be at risk if the language in this bill is allowed to pass. There is no question that the loss of or degrading of athletic programs at the magnet schools will lead to decreased school enrollment and will make it very difficult for these high school programs to achieve compliance. There are other concerns that I highlight in my written testimony that I ask you to read. Please note that there is already a proposal moving forward to increase the opportunities of those magnet schools who do not offer any athletic programs. Mr. Lungarini will speak to this later. Additionally, Chef Magnet Schools are in the first year of a 3-year grant from the state in which they are the recipients of funds that are designed to expand sports opportunities for students within the magnet school setting. In the first year, this grant has allowed magnet schools to add high school boys volleyball, middle school co-ed flag football, and high school girls flag football. Leadership is working diligently to continue to add more opportunities over the next few years. The Chef grant and the CIC proposal will expand athletic opportunities for magnet school students without having all of the aforementioned negative impacts on these school programs.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Weiner, for your testimony today. I have a question and then a comment. My first question is, do you see this happening with certain sports more than others? Do you see, I should say, are you anticipating certain sports maybe to be targeted? It was mentioned before, the possibility of recruiting. So do you see certain sports being affected by this more than others? And I'll let you answer.
So as written, the bill does not exclude students from going back to their sending district for sports we have. So absolutely, if, one of our schools, actually 2 of our schools are playing in the state tournament right now for boys basketball. Many of the players on our innovation team are New Britain residents. I think that having the opportunity to play for 2 different programs, similarly at the NCAA level, will definitely result in increased illegal recruiting. But I think that would be across the board for all sports, because even if you go to a sport like softball or tennis or baseball, where maybe we're not as strong, we do have students that are good enough to play for their sending district. So I think it would be a problem across all sports.
Representative, before your comment, I just want to clarify the intent of the legislation. So if anybody has any confusion listening or sitting here in the room, the intent of the legislation would not be to allow a student to decide. If I'm at a school and they have tennis and my home school also has tennis, it is not would not be permissible for them to make that decision. It's simply that if a magnet school system or others do not offer something, that a home school would not be permitted to simply say no because one authorized sport is offered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that clarification. My comment is that as a teacher in a magnet school myself at Comp-Sci High School, I've seen the detrimental effects, the potential detrimental effects that you've mentioned. And more importantly, back to the academic end of things, I think that one of the elements that the magnet schools can sometimes lack is a sense of community that is built by the athletic programs. In our schools, our traditional public high schools, we think of having those athletic programs that help to build a sense of community. And I've seen in my 10 years teaching in one that we lack that a little bit. And I would hate to see that happen and be further decimated, which would then possibly impact students feeling a sense of community in their school, which might have a detrimental effect on their learning. And so that for that, I would hope that we would avoid that situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other comments, thanks so much for coming out.
Thank you.
Next up, John Flanders. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Curry, Chairman McCrory, ranking members, members of the committee. My name is John Flanders, and I am the president of Special Education Equity for Kids of Connecticut. I'm not going to go through our description. You have a plethora of bills and sections that we have an interest in. You have written testimony, so I'm going to hit some of the more important highlights. First, with respect to Senate Bill number 5, we appreciate increasing funding for special education in any way, shape, or form. However, we believe that this affects only the catastrophic high cases and that it does not help the overwhelming majority of kids who need special education. And I applaud Mr. Curry's idea for a weighting formula. With respect to 5416, number 2, parents with children with special needs share people's concerns about statewide testing. However, we note that for evaluation of children's performances, there are grade waivers and all sorts of things that prevent or that can inhibit the amount of information that comes to a parent. Statewide mastery tests are the only objective comparison that kids who have an IEP have with their typical peers, and we encourage anything that creates that information. With respect to Section 5 in the crisis, I want to thank Representative Cook for her comments about the special ed. The fact is that our kids are going to be more sensitive to anything that's going on in this. It is not enough to have accommodations for those kids. It is not enough for 3 days notice to their parents. There are children who need to be explicitly taught how to deal with these situations. So our suggestion is that schools be required to discuss crisis training with every student who has an IEP to make sure that the appropriate supports and services and accommodations are built into that. Further, for the next section about the responders, the responders need to know that there are children in that school who are not going to behave in the way that every other child is. They need to know that there may be a kid who elopes because he panics, or a kid who falls and flushes up in a ball. I'll be very, very quick. Transition is a big problem. Your provision on working with the technical regional colleges is wonderful. We ask that there be a lot of notice to parents for that, and that parents be notified when they are invited to their child's PPT who is getting transition, that this is a possibility and that they can invite someone from a regional district. With respect to 363, and I apologize for going over, number 9, the parent council's rate. Parent communication with their schools is a good thing, period. We only question why we are limiting it to regional boards of education. This should be mandated for all boards of education, and they should have. I spent a lot of time in my previous life setting up special ed parent programs, and it is a positive thing. With respect to sections 8 and 10, one of the things about being a child with a disability is it can be very, very isolating. Anything that we can do to make it more accessible for children with disabilities to spend time with their typical peers, i.e. in playgrounds that are accommodating their needs, or participating in sports, is good.
I do need you to
I'm sorry?
I do need you to wrap up, John.
Okay, so the last point is that for Section 10, in addition to making it possible for magnet schools, students to participate, we ask that students who are in approved private school placements also have the opportunity to participate with their local schools. And now I'll shut up.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be brief. So as we talk about the safety in our schools and very cautious as to not discriminate against or single folks out, would there be a way, and this is maybe just throwing us into the atmosphere and then a conversation for later on, would there be a way to put like a sign on the door or on the window of, 3 children with hearing impaired? And I'm not saying, and I see if somebody's shaking their head, so I'm not this is a out in the universe, nothing set in stone kind of a conversation. I'm looking to protect children without singling them out. And so God forbid that there was a situation that was happening without describing exactly what their needs or their name. Would there be a way that we could help the first responders at the same time helping the students? Throwing it out there, food for thought. And I'm not saying that we do it because, or I'm not saying that we back and forth it now, but I'm just thinking about how we make this a simpler process for all parties.
And-
So that, I'll leave it there.
And let me say that that is an outstanding topic for conversation. I don't know that I certainly don't know that I can answer it right now. But I think that making sure that the first responders have some understanding that that there will be a child someplace who is going to behave in a unexpected manner or respond in an unexpected manner is vitally important because, what do you do if you have a kid elope during a shooter situation? It is a real concern. It is a desperate concern for our parents. And so I think that it is well worthwhile having a long discussion on what can be done with that. And I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think about the population that my husband deals with. And each child in that school is totally different. And each child would react totally different. And if a state police officer walked in, regardless of knowing what the school was, they would not know how each child handled themselves or would react. And so I'm just more along the lines of thinking about how we save those children. Thank you.
When we were thinking about that.
Conversations offline. See how
Sure,
we can
sure,
get
sorry.
All good. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any here. I do appreciate your comments with respect to excess cost and the other costs of special education. And I'm glad to see that the Senate has committed in their Senate priority bill to fully funding excess cost, and also that we can continue the conversation around the additional weight for ECS for those identified as special education, as excess cost is a piece of the overall pie. But I do appreciate those comments.
And we appreciate those thoughts. And the good news is that you will hear a great deal more about the cost from when my friend, Mr. Weinstein, comes to testify.
And even better news is that you are all done and that we're going to hear that now from the President of the Senate, Senator Looney. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to testify here today on Senate Bill number 5. Appreciate it very much. And Representative Curry and members, distinguished members, and of the Education Committee. It was my great honor to serve on this committee many years ago when I was a House member, and enjoyed every moment of it. Our chair at the time was the legendary Representative Dorothy Goodwin from Mansfield. And I'm Martin Looney, Senator from the 11th District, representing parts of New Haven and Hamden, and I'm here to testify on Senate Bill number 5, an act concerning school resources. First of all, it does provide for full funding of the excess cost grant. As we all know, that is something that bedevils all municipalities because when they spend that 4.5% of their previous year's per pupil expense, they really don't know how much above that the state is actually going to cover and how much above that is going to be still left to them. The last time we fully funded the grant was in 2009. And the problem, of course, since then we went over the cliff for a number of years with the serious number of deficit years that we had, and everything became problematic. But we all know it's almost impossible for municipalities to budget for because no one ever knows if a high needs child is going to move into a district over a summer before the school year starts, who was not there in the previous school year. But so this would make that grant a guarantee for the towns once they have spent their 4.5 times their per pupil grant. In addition, another important element of the bill is to recognize how significant artificial intelligence is going to be, and how children and our students need to be fluent with it and dealing with it as society grows over the years to come. And the bill asks State Department of Education to develop AI tools for classroom instruction and for student learning, and also the bill asks SDE to develop a training on proper and safe use of AI in classrooms. Sections 4, 5, and 8 of the bill are focused on student safety in schools. Sections 4 and 5 ensure that superintendents ensure that blueprints of schools are annually updated if necessary and provided to local law enforcement, fire, public health, emergency management, and emergency services personnel, because we know in some cases where there is unfortunately a school invasion or some other serious event that is time sensitive, there may be precious moments lost if there is confusion between the police department and the school system. If the police say the invader is in the media room and there's nothing on the police map that says media room, but there's something that says library. And so we want to make sure that they have updated maps that are shared with all first responders so they know exactly where in the school to respond to if something untoward does happen. Section 8 of the bill requires schools to update DAS on their maintenance of their HVAC systems. And we saw that became a huge problem in the wake of the pandemic. We saw that many schools, when they suddenly became aware of issues related to air quality in the schools, started to pay attention to their HVAC systems. And many school districts, New Haven included, there was a problem that could have been cured by regular maintenance. But because filters were not changed on a timely basis, they faced hundreds and hundreds of dollars in repair jobs just because there wasn't a regular maintenance schedule on equipment maintained. So this would require schools to update DAS on their maintenance of their HVAC systems. And finally, Section 7 of the bill makes children who are eligible for baby bonds automatically eligible for Care for Kids services. And we would like to see that because, again, talking about populations of similar income levels and a way to kind of cut down the bureaucracy of separate screenings, separate applications, and to let the families of those children know that once you are baby bond eligible, you should also be seeking out Care for Kids as a way of getting quality daycare services once a child is old enough for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the members of this committee.
We thank you for your testimony today. I will say again, I appreciate and truly appreciate your and the Senate's partnership around all things education funding, and especially coming at this excess cost issue. As it was said earlier, nobody could have predicted, I think, this $55 million spike in the current year. But also, as you noted, it just simply takes that one student to really throw off an entire budget in the year that you're currently spending and have planned for months prior. Also, I appreciate the language around the maintenance of reports and the requirements of those, because I think we all understand that those capital improvements are often the largest one-time expenditures that a district will make. And especially as the state has committed hundreds of millions of dollars to update these around the state, we would expect the local and regional boards of education to be maintaining what we have invested in, and will be a direct result in providing a better flow of air to our students and to our educators within our classrooms. So I do appreciate your leadership on these issues. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Senator, how are you today?
Well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm asking a point of clarity. This morning when Commissioner Bai testified, she said that you would not be automatically eligible for Care for Kids, and you're saying you are eligible for Care for Kids.
Well, they're not now, but they would be under this bill.
Okay, I thought I may have misunderstood her. I'll go back and look at her testimony, but I thought she said under this bill that it would not automatically make them.
Well, our intent is to make them automatically. We had a meeting with the administration on that. They did not indicate endorsement of that proposal in our first discussion, but the intent is to make them automatically eligible.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarity.
Thank you.
Representative Bennington Hughes.
My question pertains to the same issue, but in a little different a way. If somebody was eligible for the baby bonds, but their circumstances financially had changed for the better, we'll say, would that still automatically make them eligible for the Care for Kids?
Well, no, not if there was a substantial change in circumstances, but assuming that they continue at the income level that made them baby bonds eligible and continue to be Husky eligible, there ought to be a faster way of enrolling kids in the Care for Kids program rather than having them to, in fact, sometimes the families are just not all that capable of dealing with bureaucracies, and it's a way of streamlining that. But obviously, if somebody, if a child was eligible for baby bonds and his mother won the lottery the next year, I think that would change their situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members? I don't see any online. Very good to see you. Thank you for taking some time with us
Thank
today.
you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your leadership on so many issues.
Appreciate that. Go back to our order. We have Alp Arson, I believe remote.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yep, floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Education Committee members, I'm a father of two and respectfully oppose Bill 5416 as written. We respectfully request the removal of lines 11 through 13 that includes the allegation of a Greek genocide, which can be easily refuted through the US, British, Ottoman, Greek, French, and Russian archives. My testimony echoes the concerns of large Turkish American parents through New England, and we have submitted over 500 testimonies. Historically, both the Greek and Turkish peoples suffered during the horrors of the Balkan Wars, subsequently World War I, and finally the Turkish Independence War. Greek atrocities against the Turkish population between 1912 through 1922 even left their European allies in shock. President Wilson sent an American investigation committee to Anatolia in the fall of 1919 under the leadership of General James Harbord. I quote, that the Greeks occupied Smyrna and the environing country under the patronage of the Entente powers and committed on this occasion untold atrocities. The Greek troops and the local Greeks started a general massacre of the Musliman population in which the officials and Ottoman officers and soldiers, as well as the peaceful inhabitants, were indiscriminately put to death and subjected to forms of torture and savagery worthy of the Inquisition and constituting, in any case, a barbarous violation of the laws of humanity, end quote. Legally, the proper forum for adjudicating a genocide is before the International Court of Justice in accordance with the Genocide Convention. The opportunity to adjudicate their claim has been available to them for over 70 years now. There are 3 genocides recognized by the United Nations: the Holocaust, the Rwandan genocide, and the Bosnian genocide. Therefore, loose use of the term genocide undermines the Holocaust and the Nuremberg tribunals. I'd like to remind our Greek friends here of then Greek Prime Minister Venizelos' nomination of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk for the Nobel Peace Prize in 1930. Indeed, how could the alleged Greek genocide be true when Venizelos himself thought highly of his enemy? I quote, this rapprochement, which shows that even peoples divided by the most serious differences can come closer to each other when they become filled with the sincere desire for peace, end quote. So I invite our Greek American friends proposing this bill today to help build bridges of peace as Venizelos and Atatürk did, responsibly, instead of unfounded claims. One-sided narratives only fuel the spread of misinformation and inherent bias, which ultimately lead to hate and hate crimes. This is our concern as Turkish American parents and the reason why I oppose this bill. Providing a balanced and exacting education that promotes critical thinking is therefore paramount to curbing current and future hate crimes. In conclusion, I ask you all today, do you intend for our children to overcome their differences and develop deep friendships no matter their background? Or do you want to draw a wedge between them and instill animosity and hatred? Remember, you are instilling character and integrity in our children through education. How do you want to shape our future generations? I cannot imagine the consequences such a false accusation will have on the friendship between my 7th grade daughter and her very close Greek friend. Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony today. And let's see, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much for giving your testimony. I was, listening very carefully, and I'm just very curious. Are you? It sounds like you oppose the section of teaching the Greek genocide. So can you, are you opposed to teaching of history of the conflict?
Oh, so there is no such thing as a Greek genocide. This is alleged until there's an adjudication as such. I think two-way narratives are very, very important, not a one-side narrative. We are definitely in support of a genocide education in which the Holocaust fulfills that goal. But making haphazard claims of a genocide that has not occurred or has been adjudicated, I'm simply against that. And as a Turkish community, we're against that. It needs to be adjudicated. Our education system is sacred, and we need to hold it to high standards.
Okay, just to follow up then. So you are okay with teaching of the conflict?
The World War I incompleteness, I think it should be examined by subject matter experts from both perspectives, not a one-sided perspective. And I think that'd be very beneficial, yes. But to include the term, such a term as Greek genocide, we're totally against that.
I think that'll be all for now. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Any other questions? Just check online real quick. Apologies. All right. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Glenn Linguarini from CIAC.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Ranking Member McCarty, distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am Glenn Linguarini, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of Schools and the CIAC. We come today to speak to you about SB 363. We have provided written testimony on the bill as well and wanted to highlight a few topics. Specifically, we were interested in speaking about Section 9 and Section 10. As many of my superintendent colleagues have spoken about earlier today, we have some concerns about the draft language of Section 9 and its limit to regional boards of education and understanding what problem that is trying to solve. In my past years as a principal, I was able to serve at a school that had a school governance council and then also at a regional high school. In both of those experiences, I found that with the school governance council and within the regional school where that school governance council didn't exist, that the interaction that we had within the school communities and with our parents was very strong. So creating elected councils that may have conflict with elected members of boards of education is where concern lies. And also with some of the tasks that are assumed to be responsibilities of principals that may not be the case, such as looking at school start times, looking at days of operation, and so on. So for those reasons, Section 9 is a concern. In Section 10, the CIAC is currently working with the State Department of Education and have over the past years to seek opportunities to increase sport experiences for magnet school students. We have a recommendation that will be going forward to our Board of Control at our March 28th meeting that would provide schools without magnet schools without sport programs to be able to link with a public school that is in close proximity to them. So not limit a playback to a sending public school, because that creates some issues in terms of timing of getting back, in terms of transportation. But if we can link schools without program to schools in close proximity with those with existing programs, we feel that those schools can come together to build a sense of community within both schools, can increase sport opportunities and provide experiences that will benefit both schools in that case. We very much see sports programs as the last classroom of the day and an extension of the school curriculum. So building those community and school ties is essential to have the kids within their schools as much as possible. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on these topics today and happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Glenn. Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the Education Committee. So if I'm following you correctly in Section 10, you're not opposed to it, but looking to be certain that the magnet school is in close proximity to the school. It does say in the language in the school district.
So the way that that we're reading section 10, we are opposed to section 10 in the way that it is written. Currently, we allow playback school students enrolled in magnet schools, public charter and magnet schools, to play back at their sending districts with the approval of the school district. It's usually the principal, superintendent, or board that is making that decision. We have experienced that as we've gone through, maybe the last decade or so, we've seen more and more districts choose not to allow that playback, largely because within the districts, they're seeing significant issues with displacement. So students who have chosen to stay out of school being displaced by students who have moved beyond. When we have researched to find out, okay, what is the need for playing back? Really, one of the key factors that we've seen is the development and creation of the magnet and charter schools have not been done with the thought of athletics in mind. Some of them don't even have gymnasiums. So that really is what creates the challenge. And we do believe if there were funding to build facilities, you would have significant programs within the charter and magnet schools. Most recently, the Waterbury Career Academy was built with sports in mind, and we've seen those teams compete in a very short period of time at a very high level within the state. So that's what we're looking at, seeing where can we link schools close together to build that sense of community within the schools that are participating with each other, so you don't have kids going back to 5 or 6 different locations at the end of the day.
Sounds like it makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Longarini. Question for you in your proposal that you just pitched out here. How similar or dissimilar is that to like a co-op or a tryout program that already exists for a lot of our school sports programs?
So it's quite similar. The differentiation being that within the co-op programs, each school that's participating must be under a certain number. And again, that is to prevent schools from coming together to create competitive advantages. What this proposal is seeking is, we understand that two of the biggest challenges that we have with the magnet schools is the transportation to those schools from sending districts, and that many times their schedule of the day gets out much later than high schools. If you don't have lights on your fields and in your facilities, it's impossible to accommodate those kids coming back. So understanding that by linking schools close to you, we can solve the transportation issue, we can solve the timing issue, but also we can take these schools. Mr. Weiner earlier talked about how much growth there's been just within the correct magnet schools. Well, now if we can add additional students to that, we can grow even more programs and do it in a manner that really builds community within those schools. So that's how we see it addressing those issues.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your answer.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. So currently in its form, we allow students from one district to go to another district with permission if they don't have that sport offered at their school, correct?
If they don't have any sports offer at their school. So if they offer sports, that would prohibit them from that opportunity of going to playback.
So let's say my school district had football, but Representative Paris's school did not have football. Would it be sport specific?
It would. So the current rule is if that school offers any sport programs, then the option to play back is forfeited. The reason that's the case is, again, historically, when magnet and charter schools began to offer sport programs, if those programs started with 1 or 2 offerings, it was those programs failed. It's when they started offering multiple sport programs per year, so maybe they start with 2 fall, 2 winter, 2 spring, that those programs began to develop, and then they were able to increase. If we took schools that only offered 1 or 2 and allowed the playback to happen, we saw that those schools never grew their programs, and in most cases, they diminished to the point where they didn't exist anymore.
And then in the event that you have regions that do not have charters and magnets, so I will use my town, for example, where we do not have either.
Mm-hmm.
And those kids that are being transported a half hour, 45 minutes, or an hour away, you're saying that they would not be able to come back to their school. In your proposal, they would have to stay within the region of which their charter or magnet school might be. So whether that be Hartford or fill in the blank.
In our proposal, they have a choice, but once they make that choice, that's where they have to, that's what they would stick with. So if they choose to play back, they can choose to play back, but that's where they would have to stay. If they choose to partner with the school that is in close proximity to them, that's where they would play for that duration as well. Again, what we see in the challenge is just the timing you mentioned, that hour, an hour and a half. It may work for indoor sports, but it doesn't work for the outdoor sports, especially if your community doesn't have lights on their fields.
Thank you. And then in closing, how does this prevent the recruiting issue that was discussed briefly earlier?
Yeah, so again, by linking the schools together, it's much more manageable because you don't have kids coming in from multiple areas. Plus, these schools are making a joint commitment. So what we've seen is similar to what Representative Brown mentioned in co-ops. Oftentimes, when schools co-op together, they may change their uniforms where they come up with a mascot or a uniform that represents both these schools. If we're doing that in close proximity, that's where we're going to be able to build those school community ties where kids feel that sense of belonging, even if it's not at their school, but it's a school close to theirs. They're going to build those relationships much deeper than if we have kids going back to multiple districts at the end of the day.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see no other questions. I appreciate you coming. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much. Just curious what your thought about, or if this language would also include the same thing for private schools.
So the language that we see right now is just for magnet schools. But you know, those are questions that we would have as well. If this went into, if the language of the bill went into law, then how would that apply to kids who are school choice? How would that apply to tech schools? Why would those not fit into the same category? And if that was the case, we are concerned, and many of our principal schools are concerned, this would create almost a free agency type of experience within high school sports, which is not the purpose. The purpose and the intent of high school sports, as I said, is to build on the school's core values, beliefs, and extend that curriculum into the last classroom of those experiences. So as written, none of that would include the private schools. I don't, again, another potential issue.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. We look forward to the report that you have coming, and hopefully it solves the problem that the legislation brings forward today for discussion.
Great. Thank you.
Take care. Next up, Engin Yıldız. I apologize. But online, number 20. Just need you to unmute. There you go. There you go.
Hi, this is Engin Yıldız. I'm living in Boston. Can you hear me?
We can. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay. Dear Education Committee members, as a concerned citizen, I would like to state that I'm against this bill. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you modify it. I firmly believe that lines 11 through 13, where it mentions allegate Greek genocide, should be removed from the bill. We don't want our kids to be bullied in schools and traumatized at such a young age because of their Turkish American heritage. We want the curriculum to reflect historical facts, not unsubstantiated claims based on political advocacy. I kindly ask that please consider removing or editing lines 11 through 13. Furthermore, passing this bill will only serve those breeding hate amongst our children and youth in our public public school system. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for your testimony today. Senator Seminara.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just needed a point of clarification. Did you say you are a Bolton resident or a Boston resident?
Boston resident, but I would biz nereye şey diyorduk? Hani o bir tane vardı ya, o yazıyı bana versene. We want to move to, I have a plan. We want to move next summer to Connecticut. That's why when I learn this problem for us, I have to talk with you. You understand me, right?
I do, and I thank you for your clarity, and we'll be happy to have you here in the state of Connecticut. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 1 second. I have to, I would like to wrap up my testimony with these words of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. You don't have the right to remain silent when someone's rights are being violated. If the violated rights are theirs, the broken order belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Don't see any other questions. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Neese.
Sana diyorum.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot hear you now. I think you just muted yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I can't hear you right.
You're all set.
Okay, because I hear some echo at the background.
There's no echo.
Okay, thank you. Dear Education Committee members, my name is Neşe Lordlar Ünlü. As a Turkish American parent, I would respectfully like to request the modification of this bill by removal of lines 11 to 13. The Greek genocide is an allegation, and there is nothing historically or legally that supports this claim. I'm hopeful that the Education Committee does not take genocide allegations lightly. I have an 11-year-old son. His closest friend is Greek. They play sports together, they played video games together, and they study together on difficult subjects. My son is also on the autism spectrum, and he is highly functional. However, he has a difficult time understanding the context of race and racism, much less the topics of genocide. In the hypothetical situation, that bill is passed, and this was taught in the education curriculum as part of a genocide. If he asked me what the Greek genocide is while his friend is with him, how do you expect me to explain this to him or them? I would explain the history that the Greeks caused unimaginable atrocities against the Turkish civilian population. I would know my great-grandparents immigrated from the Balkans to Turkey after all. What kind of reaction do you think that would elicit in my son? How about his Greek friend? Would their friendship continue, or would they develop animosity, hate, and resentment against each other? On the other hand, on the one hand, there is the prospect of a lifelong friendship that could turn into future collaborations as trusted friends. On the other hand, you can put a wedge in between them and forever ruin their brotherhood, all because of a baseless accusation. Can you imagine the emotional trauma both children will endure with their trust in each other forever gone? Subjugating the Turkish American and Greek American children with an alleged genocide claim is unfair to both. Isn't it time the educated Greek diaspora of today work towards building a peaceful future here in the US, where the Turkish American and Greek American children can grow together and develop close friendship? Isn't it time that they left their 100-year-old animosity behind? We certainly have. At a time when the Turkish American and Greek American communities are uniting, why divide them with such serious and unfounded allegations that have no historical or legal merit whatsoever? Let's work together to resolve our differences. So, I asked the Education Committee, how would you like to see the future of the Turkish American and Greek American children shape? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Are there any questions, comments? Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your day. Next up, we have Alexander Christopher. Just hit the button in front of you. There you go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, and the honorable members of this committee for hearing me today. My name is Alexander Christopher. I was born and raised in Norwalk, Connecticut, and I now serve as the legislative director of the American Hellenic Institute, a nonprofit advocacy organization that has been providing information to policymakers on Greek American issues for the last 50 years. I'm here today to speak on Section 1 of HB 5416, which would allow the Greek genocide to become part of the Holocaust and Genocide Education and Awareness curriculum in the state of Connecticut. As a Pontic Greek myself, educating people on the history of the Greek genocide is something very important to me. Pontic Greeks lived in a region on the coast of the Black Sea in present-day Turkey since around 700 BC. They remained there despite the hardships faced during the Ottoman Empire's colonizations of their lands hundreds of years later. It was not until World War I, when the Ottoman Empire began its genocide on the Greek population, that Greeks were finally ripped from their homes where they had lived for over 2,000 years. On May 19, 2021, Governor Ned Lamont issued a proclamation officially recognizing this genocide. To quote the governor, the Ottomans and Turks engaged in exile, starvation, slaughter, and murder, using axes and fire to massacre the Pontic Greek population and perpetuate the first mass genocide of the 20th century, end quote. My own family, removed from their land, suffered greatly. When one of them died, their body was dumped off the side of a ship into the sea, never to be seen again. The goal was not just to kill and deport the Greek people, but also to destroy our culture, our religion, and even our history. In fact, it was this atrocity which caused the goal of the complete systemic destruction of not just a people, but their entire existence to be adopted by Adolf Hitler. According to scholarship published by Harvard University, Hitler considered himself a student of the architect of the Greek genocide, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. An official Nazi newspaper described Turkey as the, quote, role model for Nazi Germany, based on the genocidal practices they used. This is one reason why the Greek genocide must be made part of the CT curriculum. It'll add additional context and background to the origin of the Holocaust and the ideas that catalyzed it. While I am grateful for Governor Lamont's proclamation, along with resolutions passed by the United States House of Representatives and the United States Senate in 2021, and a resolution passed by the International Association of Genocide Scholars in 2007, all of which explicitly recognize the Greek genocide, it is unfortunate that such efforts were not more forthcoming and prominent until recently, likely due to a lack of education on the issue. Another reason why I urge you all to include the Greek genocide in the curriculum of Connecticut. Maybe if that was done in the last century, the recognition could have occurred sooner. And I want to end with summarizing a last quote from the governor. Quote, "It's important to pay tribute to the survivors of this atrocious period, as well as their descendants who have made countless contributions to the enrichment of our culture and our way of life here in Connecticut, and who stand as an inspiration to oppressed people around the world," end quote. One of the best ways you all can pay tribute is by ensuring that the Greek genocide will never be forgotten in the state of Connecticut, and that the people of the state will be educated on what occurred during that terrible atrocity. Thank you. And I would like to end my time with just a brief moment of silence.
Take a moment of silence.
Thank you.
So I appreciate you coming before us today in your professional role as legislative director. But to you, Alexander, why is this personally important to you?
Well, thank you, Chairman. I mean, as I said earlier, I have personal members of my own family who are victim to this. I can never go back to the place that my people lived for 2,000 years. That land has since been colonized and occupied and is now presently a place where it's no longer a place where I can go call home. And more than that, I mean, in this chamber today, we have heard denial of genocide, a genocide that has been recognized by the United States Congress and the governor of this state. So that's another reason why, as someone born and raised here, this is a personal issue to me.
Thank you. Any other questions or Representative Mara?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Okay, so it seems like we've got a lot of testimony back and forth on this. So I really appreciate you coming before us and telling your side of the story. One of the things that we are getting pushed back is for kids that are very young, and this may be beyond their comprehension. Are you suggesting we teach these horrific things to very young kids, or are you suggesting it be in with the CT curriculum, which is generally in high school?
Yes, thank you for your question. As the bill proposes, it would be added to the existing curriculum on Holocaust awareness. So I would recommend teaching this the same way we teach the Holocaust.
Okay, so this would be with teachers that are already used to teaching subject matters that are very sensitive to groups of people that are very diverse and, okay.
Yes, it is. And I would like to add that, you know, history is uncomfortable sometimes, but that doesn't mean we don't talk about slavery. Doesn't mean we don't talk about genocide, and it doesn't mean we don't talk about the things that make us uncomfortable so we can be educated on it and hopefully not have these things exist in the future.
Thank you so much. And thank you for mentioning that we do have a lot of history that is very uncomfortable. And I think that, you know, as Connecticut, we just don't turn our back on history. We move forward with it and we teach it and teach it sensitively. Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Poulos online.
Good afternoon. I want to thank, as a Greek American, I want to thank you for your testimony. I am a high school teacher. I teach at a school where we have a class dedicated to teaching about the Holocaust. And teachers, you know, at the high school level, there are many things to celebrate in history and things that maybe are not as pleasant, but we need to learn about them so that we do not repeat the errors of the past. And so I just would like to comment that high school teachers are trained to objectively share information about these types of historical events. And again, as a Greek American, I think that when appropriate, this information should be integrated into our curriculums. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions or comments, appreciate you coming out today. Thank you. Next up, Jade Thomas. I think Jade's online. Meryl. Meryl. Rep Poulos, if you want to put your hand down. Good afternoon, Meryl.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, members of the committee. My name is Meryl Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance, and I'm here today to speak in favor of Section 7 of SB 5. This bill, or this language attempts to make children who are eligible for baby bonds, given because they are born on using the Husky system, the eligibility for the Care for Kids program. Right now, there are about 219,000 children who are under age 6 in Connecticut. About 83,000 of those are income eligible for Care for Kids, and Care for Kids currently serves 7,980 of those children. When OEC compared the baby bonds eligible children to the current Care for Kids list, there are about 16,000 on the baby bonds list and 4,300 on the Care for Kids list. So there are lots of children who are born into poverty who could use this program who are not getting onto it. Now, there are a bunch of reasons why those percentages are so low. Some of it has to do with lack of awareness of the program. Some of it has to do with lack of availability of care. But probably the biggest problem is just the way the system is set up, that you need to have both a job and childcare in order to apply. And then when you apply, you're going to have anywhere from 2 to 4 months delay before you actually get a certificate to help you pay for the care that you needed to go to work. So parents are in this kind of chicken and egg situation of, I need the care so that I can go to work, but I need to have the care and the work in order to apply for the subsidy. I need to pay for it all. So anything we can do to simplify this process, to make it so that parents can readily access the care they need when they need it so that they can go to work, would certainly help. But I think it's important to understand that the complicated nature of getting into this program is part of how the state has always managed the budget for this. And so I will wrap up by saying that you will need to appropriate more money in order to make this actionable, or you will just have a much larger wait list.
And we don't need that. Representative Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. Meryl, thank you so much for your efforts and for your advocacy on this issue for the many years that you've been able to do that. I think that everyone on this committee is in agreement that the most important thing that we can do for our young people is provide them with accessible and adequate and equitable childcare, and also for the sustainability of our families. And so I do agree with you that we certainly will have to put more money towards this in the future, but I do believe that we have to start somewhere. And I hope that this is a good start for families, certainly who are eligible for baby bonds, and that we continue to find needs and start the conversation around universal pre-K in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you, and thank you for your input here. My question has to do with the present situation as it is right now. Certainly that the intent of the program was to make sure that the applicant was utilizing it to work while the child was being cared for. So I can understand the kind of difficulty there. However, what kind of lag are we talking about as far as, them having to show that they do have childcare and that they do have a job, and then how much time lapses between the time frame that they apply and that they actually have their child in the program?
So there's a wait list now. It changes from week to week as to how many people they've invited off of that list. But their guideline is they need to, if they don't process the application within 60 days of getting it, they've got to have the family reapply, because they've got to verify income. And but once they have accepted the application, then there's the time it takes them to process it. And I'm still trying to get a straight answer as to how long that is, but from anecdotally, I'm hearing anywhere from 2 to 4 or 5 months. And that there have been backlogs in processing due to lack of staff at 211 that handles all of this. But think about it. If you're trying, you've got a baby and you are ready to go back to work, you've found a childcare provider, you've got a job offer, you could now apply for Care for Kids, but you're expecting that provider to hold on to that spot for you while you don't have the money to pay for it, or you lose the spot while you're waiting for your certificate to come through. It's just kind of a chicken and egg situation for parents because it takes so long, and you have to have both. There's not sort of like a mortgage. I can get pre-qualified. I don't have to have the house already in order to get the pre-qualification and know that I could get it.
Yeah.
But even with this baby bonds eligibility factor, it's still based on you have to be working. So if you're not working, you won't be able to get a Care for Kids certificate. And they still need to look at your income to determine what your parent copay is going to be. And I think from what Senator Looney said today, the idea is to try and make this an automatic thing. And that would mean actually moving the children into the protected services category as opposed to adding them to the long list of possible ways of eligibility. Because the way the bill's written now, they get put in the category after people in higher ed. So you can theoretically now get a Care for Kids certificate if you're going to college and you have a child. However, they haven't taken anybody off the wait list there for a long time because they have so many families who fit into the working category, and that's a higher priority.
So would your recommendation be that they would allow for women that do not have employment at the time of application to still be able to be accepted into the program?
If it was conditional on the fact that to actually get the certificate, you have to be working. But we have this dilemma now that you have to have both the job and the childcare without the money to pay for the childcare. We need to fix that problem and make it easier for low-income working families to get the subsidy they need to be able to pay for the care so they can work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions. Oh, sorry, Representative McCarty.
I'm very sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Meryl. Could you just talk, I think, and it's for clarification, can you talk a little bit about the protective class that the commissioner alluded to this morning and saying there may be some difficulties there, but they're trying to work through that?
Yeah.
So that's
the
still a little vague on that. Thank you.
Protected services category currently includes people who are in the Jobs First program or who have left TANF within the last 5 years, as well as children who are homeless and children who are in the DCF adoption system or foster care system. So those children get pulled off the list first before somebody who's just working poor who needs a child care subsidy. So we've protected that group first before everybody else gets handled.
And that's what I was trying to figure out, but with the baby bond piece right now, that originally I thought we were going to be putting those children into the protective class, and I think there was some issue there with the federal side, right? So that's being worked out.
So I think that was the senator's intent when they wrote it, and I think that there's still some stuff to get sorted out with the federal government. They have just issued new rules for the Child Care Development Block Grant Plan that I think everybody are still trying to digest to make sure to understand the changes to the program to see whether or not that's allowable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meryl.
Okay.
Enjoy the rest of your day. All right. I don't see 25, 26, 27. Oh, you're in person. Susan? Oh, okay. Come on up. Thank you for speaking up.
I thought it was too important not to be here. Members of the Education Committee, I'm here to speak in strong opposition of HB 5416. HB 5417. HB 5417 is a direct attack on local control and the ability of our elected Board of Eds to do their job effectively without state government interference. We've heard that theme all throughout today, including the superintendents who came to speak. This bill proposal ultimately places more authority of content in public school libraries in the hands of unelected school librarians. Let's be clear, this is not about book banning. The diversion narrative that's used to demonize those speaking out against this legislation. It's about limiting government and putting power in the hands of the citizens to have direct access in shaping their communities and holding their elected officials accountable to them. I represent many parents, grandparents, taxpayers, and voters who are exhausted by the rapid growth of government and governmental overreach. A top-down approach, which is not how our government is intended to operate. We are the voice against this attack on our culture. This bill removes all Board of Ed discretion with regard to materials related to sexual health, including physical dimensions of sex, even for grammar school libraries. We have to wonder why the bill proposal author specifically carved out section number 6. To me, it's a direct attack on our culture and who is the moral authority over our children. The NIH has posted a study on their website that states exposure to sexually explicit media in early adolescence has a substantial relationship with risky sexual behavior in emerging adulthood. Knowledge of this casual-like effect provides a basis for building better preventative programs in early adolescence. One prominent way is early education in media literacy, and physicians themselves may need to be familiar with such content to initiate it. That's directly quoted from the NIH study. In this particular bill, it says no school board shall remove or restrict access to library materials for any of the following. And in number 6, it says sexual health, address physical, mental, emotional, or social immersions of human sexuality, including but not limited to puberty, sex, and relationship. And again, I ask the question, why has this particular area been carved out?
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Representative Daphnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and thank you for your testimony today. Is this something that you have experienced in your own town or community with regard to books in the school libraries and community participation in that choice, whether it be BOE or parents and teachers and the like?
It absolutely is something I have experienced in my own town on multiple occasions. The school actually does already have policy in place on how materials are supposed to be handled within the district, and the parents went through their appropriate policy to get a review of a book that had highly explicit sexual content and was also available in an abridged edition, which just did not include that particular sexual passage, which is about 2 pages of the book, and provided no educational value or, disturbance of the intent of the novel. And we were able to work in conjunction with our Board of Ed to come up with a solution that parents could go along with it. The ultimate question here is, who is the moral authority over our kids? And it's the parents. And when you have top-down government, you negate the ability of the individual taxpayers and voters to have direct access to their elected officials. I mean, who are we supposed to have access to? School librarians? I mean, they're not accountable to the voter. And this type of legislation, we're seeing it constantly. And to your point earlier, you were talking about the right to read. This is how it directly correlates to this. It was another type of piece of legislation where the state interfered and meddled in local control of a reading program, and where it had unintended consequences. Let's put it that way. And so that's directly how it relates, the right to read bill, to this particular piece of legislation. And that did affect my town as well, the right to read, by the way.
So just to follow up, so the passage of this bill would turn that your own town's policy and the way they handle things upside down, if you will.
Yeah, there's no reason for the state to continue with the strong arming school systems. And this could even this history thing that we're having a back and forth with the Greek population. Here again, it's the government controlling, the state government lording over the local school districts. I mean, we could solve all these problems if we allowed the people in the community to form their own communities and the culture of their community.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a point of clarification, and then I have a question.
Sure.
It looks to me like this bill would allow elected Board of Education officials to, this is specific for elected officials. This is not for librarians. Is that correct? That's what it looks like to me. And line 11, it says each local or regional board of education shall provide a reason. So it's not just librarians. We're talking about elected officials. When I heard her say that, I just wanted to clarify that. this
Yeah,
is-
absolutely. And I think it's a great point of clarification that there is in fact still control with respect to elected leaders of the public within this piece of legislation. Whereas if a board was going to decide to remove something, this clearly states that they must provide that reason. This piece of legislation just simply says that they are not permitted for the following. But
Okay.
there still is that local control of our elected leaders, direct involvement
Thank
with
you.
people in the community. Correct.
And then if I can ask a question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'd also like to interject on that
Wait,
because
if you can just wait, I'll have a
Sure.
question and then you'll have a chance to answer.
Sure.
Thank you. So as I'm looking through this, there are many things that I see that make a lot of sense for reasons why you wouldn't want a book taken out of a library. But if you can maybe explain on what other wording can go in to make it better and make it more appropriate for towns to buy into.
Okay, well, first of all, without going against my principles, which is that government should be small and be from bottom up, not top down. And to your point, number 6 does specifically say the Board of Ed cannot take books out for these specific reasons. So there is no local control when it comes to number 6, sexual health, puberty, sex, relationships, human sexuality, emotional and social dimensions. That's number 6 of this bill. The language of the bill specifically says that they cannot be removed, even with an excuse. So I missed what your second portion of your question was.
The only question is what could be added to it that would make you comfortable with it? If there was that was taken out, could there be an exception that would make you comfortable, such as age appropriateness or explicit material? Is there something?
I think that you can have the school board policy, a school board have to have a policy about how books can be reviewed.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
And that obviously that, that would be at the discretion of the Board of Education, not the state government.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions or Representative Cooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. It seems to me much of your complaint on that section of the bill is the taking away of the Board of Education, the systems check or balance. And we're kind of giving all the power to specifically the school librarian, and there's no check on that in terms of what can be brought into what in collections known as assessing into a collection or deassessing out of a collection. And that, if I'm understanding correct, a lot of your criticism is that the Board of Ed is that check and balance to basically just those decisions being made independently of any check and balance that.
Yeah,
then,
thank you.
Then the public would then have, of course, a check and balance on the Board of Ed if they disagree with the Board of Ed's system of assessing, deassessing materials out of the library. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cooley. Yes, I mean, I definitely believe that. I did not say that this gives authority to librarians. I said the librarian has a greater ability to remove or add literature in the public school library that now then does the Board of Ed through this piece of legislation on these particular subject matters. In number 6, which are saying they cannot. I mean, to me, this piece of legislation was a little misleading because the title almost says, well, they just have to have reasons. But then at the very bottom, number 6, kind of hidden unless you've read through this, it does carve out some that they can't get rid of. And the language is very broad, and it puts the boards of ed in a position where if there's highly sexually explicit content, which was the case in Southington public school systems, where that's all the parents objected to. It wasn't the subject matter of the book. It was what literary value does this type of book, this passage in this book explaining masturbation to a T, including fantasizings of rape, and this kind of thing, have any literary value to our children. And quite to the contrary, I think NIH has pointed out that putting this stuff before our children at a younger and younger age causes a lot of risky behavior. And when it comes to sexuality, when they reach out of adolescence. So, I mean, I think that's something, if we're concerned about children, that we need to really be looking at. Like, why are our children suffering these mental health issues when we're throwing subject matter at them that is well beyond what they need to be dealing with? The educational system is there to educate our children, not to indoctrinate them, and certainly not to be presenting moral values to them. That's the job of the parent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comment? Representative Zupkis online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. Actually, Representative Cooley hit on what I was going to ask and talk about. But so do you, because I agree with you, I believe there are certain books that don't belong in the library. To me, it should be about educating our children, math, science, all of those things, and it's up to the parents for other things. Although I don't believe in banning books, but I don't also think that there are certain books that should not be in certain sections. When you're talking about, like you said, masturbation or any of these things, that is not appropriate in my opinion. So my question is to you, does the librarian have the authority to pick books that they want and put them in whatever section they want of the library?
Well, the librarian can, I'm sure this varies by school district, but the librarian currently has oversight from the Board of Education. In my town, they can put books wherever they want. I mean, in Clearview or whatever. I mean, if that's the question you're asking, Representative Zupkis, is that the question?
Yeah, I was just curious, as you know, like a librarian can go, but they have to go to the Board of Ed now and say, I want this book. You know, they have to approve it, and then I'm putting it in the kids section or the third grade section.
Right. I would think, I can't speak on every town. I'm very knowledgeable in my own town. And that is the way it is set up in my town. However, if the librarian can put books in and remove books without having to have the same set of, guidelines, I think that becomes an issue.
Agree.
And they're not an elected official. This should be done where the people can have, the elected officials can have accountability, and the people have a representative form of government.
Absolutely. And I'm very much for parental rights. And as a mom, I want to know what my children are reading. So thank you. Thank you for testifying.
You're welcome.
Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, and thank you for your testimony today. So I just want to be clear, you're objecting to a portion of what we're saying, that boards of ed should not be able to restrict for certain reasons, and you look at number 6, but isn't it true that so the librarians do, the parents have never been involved, as to my knowledge, in selecting books over the years, nor the Board of Ed, but isn't it true that the parents still have the authority and the ability within a district? There's a process. If a parent disagrees with material that's in the library, they can go to their Board of Ed, and there is a process. So I just would like you to clarify, because I thought I heard you say that there was a product. Can you give me the outcome of that?
So in my particular district, there is policy in place for review of controversial material or even curriculum or books. There is a process for that. What our town did was, upon being presented with the parents presenting the, and it was students, by the way. And I was glad to see a student here earlier. When they were they presented the policy review, they went through the process of getting the policy reviewed. A committee was formed. No parents were on that committee, I might add. But it was formed by the superintendent with teachers in that area of focus. They reviewed it and came up with a solution that we all could agree on. However, this legislation, number 6, does not allow that. It says it cannot be removed if it's due to, sex, relationship, puberty, social dimensions. It's so broad that, it's quite clear whoever authored this thing is targeting a specific group. And I think that's a horrible piece of legislation. I think that's horrible to do to people. And I just don't, here again, I don't believe in top-down government. It's not the way our system of government is supposed to operate.
I really, if I may just add this, I don't think any of us are that far apart in what we're talking about today. And I think really the issue is the interpretation, because I don't see that the board, we're not taking authority from the boards it is outlined there what they can and can't do, but I want to, maybe we have to add language back in what the boards can do. If there's something egregious that's not age appropriate and that's offensive to the parents in the district, that they have an avenue to go back to the board and talk about it. So that's
except you outlined what cannot be done. So if a board of ed cannot remove content based on these particular items in number 6 that you outlined, then that's what's going to happen when I go to my board of ed. They're saying, sorry, this is passed down from the state. I've heard it multiple times. I've heard multiple times from my board of ed about various things. This is state policy, and this is not how government should run.
Well, I appreciate your testimony, and I know we're going to give this a lot of thought and look at it. So thank you.
I hope my representative, Chris Poulos, is online as well, listening to that.
Any other Representative Delphine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, for clarity, I think what you're saying is we really shouldn't be having this legislation at all.
Exactly.
That the school boards in the towns with the parents in your own community can make these decisions. Is that
was
what
my
you're
testimony from the start?
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Leeper.
Thank you so much. We've also had this in my community. And so I've done some extensive research. And are you familiar with the fact that children actually have First Amendment rights? And so we can't actually restrict what literature is available to students. And so generally, if parents have concerns about specific titles, that becomes an issue between the parent and the child. And I would imagine that the parent can communicate that to the school, that they don't want their child to have access to those materials, but they can't deny access to all children because of their comfort level to a specific material.
So First Amendment rights do not include vulgar material. So that's the first thing we need to deal with. So when you're talking about First Amendment rights, vulgar materials outline is carved out in that language. So that's the first thing. And I'm not sure if you're familiar, but there is a federal case regarding this. And maybe you guys all know about this, but it's School Board of Long Island versus PICO. So, which also kind of in the analysis of this carves out that piece that you're discussing. So children are censored from many things. They can't go to a rated R movie. They can't rent a game that's rated R. They can't purchase a game without if there's a Playboy magazine, it's kept behind a counter, behind a brown paper bag. So why in school is it okay to present this type of material? That's my question for you.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments or concerns? Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Enjoy. We're going to go back. I think 25 is now online. Musa?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Sorry, there was some technical difficulties. I believe I couldn't. Dear Honorable Chair and esteemed Education Committee members, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Musa Orlu. I would like to start with a couple of things. First of all, I migrate from Turkey to United States, and I've been living in Connecticut since then. I built my family, my business, my roots in Connecticut. I'm proud of to be a Connecticut citizen, and hearing a bill such as like this, it makes me feel uncomfortable. I just want to clear that. And also, I'm a, a Turkish American parent. I have a daughter goes to medicine public school. I'm also secretary of Diyanet Mosque in New Haven. I'm also treasurer of Grand Avenue Special Service District, and I have a business in New Haven in many years. So I respectfully request the removal of the line 11 through 13 alleged Greek genocide. U.S. Congress did not approve and pass this genocide. Just because one of the politicians called him a genocide, it doesn't make it a genocide. There's a proper channels that needs to go through it, and United States accept only 3 genocides by United Nations Genocides Committee approved it, which is the Holocaust, the Rwandan genocide, and Bosnian genocide. So I believe the proper way for the Greek diaspora to pursue their claim is to go through according to Genocide Convention, and this is not through our education system. I believe this bill, if it passes, it will diversify it and puts our well-being of Turkish American children, and such as my daughter. It will jeopardize, they will get bullied, and there will be overwhelmed behavior. They will get affected by that behavior. And this is a false accusation, and they shouldn't honor just because the Greek lobby wants that in our education system. Furthermore, passing this bill without modification or removal of these lines will only serve those breeding the hate amongst our children, young public school system, and Turkish American lives in Connecticut and United States. Thank you for hearing my concern. I believe you will be able to do the right things and remove these lines from the bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. I do not see any questions or comments. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up is number 29. Nick, I believe you are online.
Hi, yes, I am. Good afternoon, Chair, Mr. Chairman, and committee. Well, Susan said a lot of what I was going to say, and I've also written things up, so I'll keep it somewhat short. This bill talks a lot about 05417 talks a lot about, who can take the book out and for what reason. And I agree with her about item 6, that line needs to go. It's such, I don't know, how can I say it? Who approves what books go in the first place? And why are these books approved? And when we talk about First Amendment rights for children, would we let children go out and get drunk? Would we let children go out and go hunting when they're 8 years old? I mean, come on, there's common sense here. And why are we pushing this stuff in the first place? And it's not book banning. It's really more about what is appropriate age for children to read something like this. If it's just in there and children are confused about their sexual identity or whatever, this isn't a good thing at all. So a couple things I don't understand is why the state wants to take this over from the school boards or tie the school board's hands to say what is right or what's wrong. The reason why I even got involved with politics is because of the school boards, because what they were passing wasn't acceptable to me. And so I've become a member of, Republican Party, whatever, bipartisan party, whatever. I care about what our children and our grandchildren are going to be learning. And why are we taking freedom of a religion and attacking that because it's wrong to think that your children shouldn't hear this? Baloney. So anyway, I don't have much more to say. I wrote it out much clearer than what I'm probably saying. And I appreciated the young man that spoke earlier today, the young man that was in 8th grade. But it's not about book banning. It's about what's the right appropriate age for children to see things and what is right and what is wrong. And I say that a lot of the sexual identity junk and all the sexual illicit activities for children is not what children need to see. I yield back my time.
Thank you, sir. And I'd like to believe that my sexual identity is not junk. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, have a great afternoon. Next up is Ariana. Are you in the room?
Interesting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just for the record, I have clocked out of my state uh, employee time, so this is off after hours for me. Uh, so greetings, members of the Education Committee, Chair Curry, Chair McCrory, ranking members, Representative McCarty, and Senator Bertel. I am here to testify in support of HB 5416, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes, specifically the provision that includes but is not limited to incorporating the Greek Pontic genocide into the genocide curriculum. I am here with a story like so many Greek families. My mother's family were ethnic Greeks living under Turkish rule when the last gasps of Ottoman rule sought retribution among their ethnic and religious underclasses. The military would arrive in these villages and slaughter the men, round up and separate women and children, and march them through the Syrian desert, among other horrors that I will not describe. I would invite members of this committee to read Thea Hollow's book, Not Even My Name, which traced her mother's life in a firsthand account of the Turkish genocide. My great-great-grandfather, Christy, actually disguised himself in women's clothing and fled to seek refuge in the United States. Upon his arrival in Hartford, my papu found a community with other fleeing Greeks, and they settled down. And among their goals, they constructed St. George's Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Hartford. He started a hat shop and raised his family here. While my family story has a happy ending, it is not a complete picture of the Greek experience in America. While the Greek immigrants did not equal the numbers of Italians, Irish, or German, they have always been there in the background of the immigrant experience. What is the benefit to public schools by incorporating the history of the Greek Pontic genocide among the Holocaust and others? First, we must teach our students to look beyond Europe and towards the Middle East. Now, yes, I recognize that Greece is a part of the European continent, but our country has always served as the gateway to the East, both colloquially and geographically. We must increase the amount of world history our students are exposed to. Second, the Greek immigrant story serves as a model for complicated discussions about discrimination. Having been murdered and marched from their homeland, choosing to relocate in America and then discriminated against as the odd white out, not being purely white, but possessing enough potential for redemption in a white American society. Our story is a multi-generational traumatic experience that directly impacted the Greek American psyche for generations, but it is not entirely unique. Our story is echoed in I promise I'll wrap up. Our story is echoed in every wave of refugees of political and cultural violence who seek refuge on our shores. It appears today that we take for granted the stories of struggles that motivate immigration, bemoaning that our melting pot has become a complicated salad of individual histories that have confused our previously romanticized tale of American exceptionalism. We should not just include the Greek Pontic genocide. We should make concerted efforts to educate students on all global atrocities, because these tales of struggle help to understand more about our neighbors and the history of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. You got away with words.
Thank you.
No, it's very nice. Any questions? Representative McCarty.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony today. You know, on this committee, sometimes we get multiple requests, hundreds actually, to do different things with our curriculum. And we years ago looked back and asked the department to create a model curriculum for us throughout K through 8. So I appreciate your testimony today, and that may be a path forward as we look at what we're doing with our curriculum, because it becomes untenable when we have thousands of requests. But if we have a model curriculum that approaches all the topics and really gives everybody their due rights and historical accuracy, it could work. So I appreciate your testimony and the words that you said today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Just make sure no one online. Seeing none. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Next up is Kevin Statton. You're good. Good afternoon, sir. Just make sure to hit the button. There you go.
Oh, it's Dayton. Yes. Okay. Good morning to the distinguished members of the Connecticut State General Assembly, Connecticut State Senate, House of Representatives, and Education Committee. Before I give any of my personal background information, I would like to first commend the individuals who formulated Bill number 5417. I have been advocating for such a response since the Virginia gubernatorial election of 2021, in which the role of school boards played a major role in deciding the election. In watching the contentious school board meetings over mask mandates, public health measures, and control of school curriculums, I realized that the veritable writing on the wall was taking place, not only in terms of controlling what students were taught, but also the type of literature students had access to. I had voiced my concerns at the local and state level, but there were already major movements underway at school boards throughout the country that I'm sure this committee is aware of. That being said, my background plays a significant role in terms of why I fully support Bill 5417. Before becoming a library media specialist, I was a classroom teacher who spent 5 years teaching elementary school, 6 years teaching middle school, and 10 years teaching high school. I am fortunate enough to have experience developing pedagogy for all the various levels and learning styles associated with educating such diverse students. And that diversity for the literary needs of students is what makes this bill a significant piece of legislation in terms of protecting that diversity. This phenomenon is not new in terms of pedagogical conflict. In many instances, the same parties that are concerned with restrictions on literature also base their belief on a premise, a legal theory, which is commonly called critical race theory. And they say that that is indoctrinating students with partisan historical perspectives. As a veteran teacher for almost 3 decades, I can unequivocally state that I have never been in a college or graduate course on critical race theory, and I have never received any professional development on critical race theory. It's a legal theory from law schools. In public education, we are taught only proper learning theories such as constructivism, humanism, or connectivism. Despite these obvious truths, the ideology is still propagated that CRT is a staple of public education. And this cancerous ideology has spread not only into how curriculum gets interpreted across the state and country, but also the micromanagement of public school librarians in terms of how they build their literature collections. Last sentence. Bill number 5417 is the first step in the treatment and the further prevention of an ideology that has been allowed to go untreated for years. And it is time that we pass this bill so the recovery process can begin for our schools, our society, and most importantly, our children.
Thank you so much for your testimony. In your professional capacity, have you had conversations with parents who brought forward certain concerns, and were those handled on an individualized basis so as to not be infringing upon the rights of another child or one parent making a decision for basically everybody else?
Yes, that's a great question, Representative Curry. And I'm fortunate enough to work in a district that has probably one of the most comprehensive plans for dealing with instructional resources. So what we have is a plan where, say you're a parent and you're concerned about a book. You would come in and there's a form that you need to fill out, and a detailed form where you explain what's wrong with that book. And you would come to meet before a committee. Maybe I'm on the committee, I'm a high school librarian. So if it's a book that you can feel is inappropriate for middle school or elementary school, the elementary school librarian would be on that committee. The head of our language department, the principal of that school, the superintendent would be on that committee. And you would present your case and the committee would make an informed decision about that book. So it wouldn't be a situation where it would be a situation of checks and balances, so to speak, instead of a parent's upset and then we have to pull the book immediately. It would be a series of protocols that we will follow to make sure that we ensure the proper treatment of that literature in the library.
And nothing in this legislation would prevent you from continuing that practice?
No, nothing at all. In fact, I think that the one number 6 on the bill is very important, because I think a Board of Ed if you're getting rid of books that you feel are sexually inappropriate or have a graphic nature, I understand that. And if you present a case, especially if it's age and it's inappropriate, I understand. I fully support that. And I understand my responsibility as a librarian to honor your work as your role as a parent. But you're not going to come to me and tell me that, you know, a children's book on Rosa Parks or a children's book on Ruby Bridges or the work of James Baldwin or the work of Toni Morrison is somehow inappropriate work and not be held accountable for that. So I think what this bill does is say, okay, if these are the books you want out, then we can have an honest conversation about this literature.
And again, so again, just so I can hear you, I heard you correctly and others do as well. Nothing prevents a local school district from still having any sort of policy to allow families to be able to provide feedback on their concerns on what's currently in that school library.
Not at all, Representative Curry. Our policy was accepted in 2004. So it is 20 years old.
Okay.
So before any of this was going on, we had this policy in place.
This simply states very clearly in 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not only 6 areas in which they would not be permitted to simply be removed.
Right.
And also states that if they are removed, that must be provided.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you. I represent Fairfield, and so thanks for being here. And I just want to recognize that our librarians have really been the backbone for a lot of our rights and our children's rights, and that it's not always easy. And so thank you for protecting access to information and maybe sometimes uncomfortable histories or conversations. And we're grateful. So thanks for being here.
Thank you. It's very much appreciated.
I don't see any comments online. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. I really appreciate it. I think there's some confusion about this bill. And I think one of the things that you said, I think is very important. Number 6 doesn't say anything about, it doesn't exclude books that may be age inappropriate. So if you, even if it has to do with maybe sexual issues, you're saying that it should still be allowed if it's age inappropriate. Because I think there's some, like, we're just, as we're reading through this, we're unsure if that means all sexual content, if something's very sexually explicit and it's in an elementary. I think, you know, that's one of the things that I know when I go back to my constituents, they're going to ask these questions. So I just want to make sure that if it's inappropriate, you believe that it could be excluded from this legislation as it's written now.
I'll give a prime example, and thank you, Representative Mara.
Yes.
I need a little nearsighted. But a prime example would be, I don't know if I can name the author's name, but there's a very popular author with many of our students, especially our young female students, and those that identify as female. And the author has levels to her young adult works. So some are 18 plus, some are 21 plus, and some are 14 plus. We only have the 14 plus books in the library because of content. So initially, it's an extremely popular author, but initially we were like, oh, we should get all of her books. But it became a thing where, because of the explicit nature, we decided, okay, we'll keep at this level and within this range. And that really, nothing in the bill impacts that or, you know, puts parents in a situation where we're not going to take responsibility. I think sometimes people forget that as librarians, we have a responsibility to review all the proper professional literature about all the books that we're purchasing. So there are some books that would be deemed controversial, but, you know, we have books by, you know, The Bluest Eye, you know, is like number 2 on banned books, but The Bluest Eye is in our curriculum.
Yes.
You know, and so it really becomes a thing of how you approach it.
Right. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate, you know, what you must go through even just to get books into your library. I guess it's very interesting that you've got an author that is rated, because we actually to my understand, we don't have like an official rating system out there on maturity of content when we look at books. And that, wouldn't that make it all, like if we could live in the PG-13 world and our world, you know, like if we had those ratings for books, it might just solve everything for us, but we don't. So you're saying that that set of books do not, but are you able to take how they rate that system and put that on other books? Is that kind of what you're saying? And you still think that it's okay to pull books from a lower school that have that content?
We do extensive research in terms of various websites. We actually teach the students this concept called lateral reading. And lateral reading is where you're teaching students how to look at websites and other things for information and look at the source to make sure there is no political bias.
Right.
So that it's very straightforward in terms of what you're looking at. But a lot of the literature, especially in my area where I deal with a lot of YA literature, it's a very mixed bag. With YA literature, you're going to have children in your school that are transitioning. You're going to have children in your school that go through things in terms of gender identity and, you know, adolescent development. So those are things you have to be conscious of. So in terms of a rating system, the distributors that we use already basically have a rating system in place. And so books that would be deemed, you know, by some as much more risque, in many cases aren't options.
Great. Thank you so much. I am a big proponent of processes. So I appreciate that you have one instilled in your library. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Before I call on Representative Daphne, I appreciate the mention of process. So can you briefly describe the process that you as a librarian goes through, or any librarian in a school, for selecting the literature that winds up in an elementary school, a middle school, a high school? You're not just simply ordering willy-nilly off of Amazon and throwing them onto the shelves, correct?
Right. Well, I dare not speak for all librarians, but I will speak as a high school librarian. So as a high school librarian, we have such great resources. So the first thing we'll look at is recommendations from the state of Connecticut. So what we call our nutmeg books, especially specifically for YA. And, you know, all these books are vetted by librarians, historians, and other scholars. So we'll pull from that first. Those are definitely going on the shelves, you know, every year. And there are other different companies that have sets of books that they actually select for us that we use. And these are very reputable companies. It might be Junior Library Guild. Our main one is Follett. And these are all companies that specifically cater to schools and children. And so for us, the bulk of a lot of our purchases come through those books. We also do a really great activities with the students to start the year to solicit ideas from the actual students about what books they're reading. And once they tell us, we still have to vet those books. So you can't just come up to me and tell me you want, you know, a certain book, and we look the book and we're like, no, sorry, that's more of a public library concern because we can't provide you with that book here. But we always keep our books at a YA level, mainly for our students. So that's our process. And I can honestly say, I think twice we've had parents come in and question something that we had, and because we have such a great process, it never got, you know, very far in terms of there being an issue.
Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. Just a point of clarity. So it sounds to me like this vetting process that you all have was developed by you, your community, the teachers, and those individuals from your community. It sounds like it's working really well, and you do vet the books. So is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the process existed before I got there. You know, the process it existed back when I had hair. So, you know, I thought you might need a little levity here. You've been sitting here all day. But, you know, the process is from 2004, and that's exactly why it's so successful. I mean, I've said that I'm more than willing to share this process with other school districts throughout the state, because I think it would solve a lot of problems if you had buy-in from the entire school community and everyone understood and we were all on the same page in terms of, all right, this is what we should have. If you do disagree, this is the process that you'll have to go through within, the confines of what we created together.
Thank you for that. And I love that you developed your own model. It's working for you. And I love that you're willing to share that model. So thank you so much.
No problem.
What were the topics or subjects of the books? You mentioned that there were 2 books.
One is, I believe it's number 1, Genderqueer. The graphic novel is, I think, throughout the country, number 1.
And what was did you notice any sort of impact from the student body, student population when that conversation was being had, likely on a public level?
It never reached that point.
Even better.
It never reached that point. I think a big part of it is, it's not like we have like 50 copies of it on the shelf. There's just one copy of it. If a student's going through issues around, gender orientation and identity, and they wanted to read about the book, or they wanted to read why this book was banned, then, of course they can check it out. We have it there, freedom of speech. But there weren't really any issues because we have the protocols in place. I tell the students I'm everybody's librarian. So if a student came to me and said, Mr. Staten, I'm interested in real estate. Can you get some extra copies of Art of the Deal by former President Trump? I'm everyone's librarian. Okay. I ordered a book. There's no partisanship. There's no political agenda. There's nothing associated with what I do. And that's why I appreciate the bill, because to me, the bill is just saying is that, all right, if you're going to take certain books out, we just want to know what you're taking out. Maybe, it's not why. Maybe they won't have to come here and try to explain it before a committee, but, it's just really checks and balances.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. You said you would share with the other schools. Would you care to share it with us? Would you, your process that you have?
I have it in my
necessarily
hand.
right now. Yeah, in the interest of everybody's time, if you could email that to us, I think
I would be happy to email it to you, because I really think, especially in light of everything that's going on, we have by far the best process that I've ever seen, not just in the state, but I think in the country.
So yeah, if you're willing to share that with the chairman or members of this committee, we could circulate it around for everybody's consideration. I think that would be great. And my other question for you, so as a librarian, and I haven't been in school in a long time, when a student comes in to check out a book, some adult in the library becomes aware of that to some degree, I would assume, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I believe we have a process where if the parent wants to know, but I think it's really a privacy issue.
I meant you. You're the librarian.
Oh, yes. Yes, I know.
You consider yourself an adult, right? Maybe we should have started there.
Been one for a long time, unfortunately.
But yeah, so that was my question. So if I'm a student in your school and I come in and check out a book, you're gonna know.
Right.
Right. And because I think a part of the problem is, we put a lot of emphasis on age, right? But I coach young men in football, and they're all 14, and they are on a wide spectrum of maturity, right?
Right.
I mean, way across, depending on a lot of factors that would take us a long time, and probably those factors is better than I do. So,
right.
I guess my question to you is does an adult in the building who is familiar with the kids kind of watch their patterns? Because if there is sort of a flag that maybe this child may need some resources or support, there's some adult in the school that attention is brought to.
One of the things we do to start the year, and I'll tell it quickly, we do this activity with the students, and it's called book dating. It's like a speed dating activity, but we have all these tables set up, and we have books from all different genres. So maybe there's fantasy, maybe there's romance, maybe there's sports, and they're all on the table. And the students get a chance to go around and look at all the different books and decide what they like and what they're interested in. And And then we even have a form where they can give me recommendations about what they would like me to order in the future. And so it really builds this rapport. You know, when I was in high school, if you gave me $1 million, I couldn't tell you the librarian's name because we just didn't have that interaction, right? Back then, it was just, sit down, be quiet, and that kind of thing. So I think by schools having opportunities like that to interact with students and kind of get an idea of what they're reading and what they're interested in, it helps build a relationship with not only you and the child, but the child and literacy and their love for reading.
Well, it's evident that that your school is lucky to have you, and I'm grateful that you came here and shared your experience with us today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Stanton, for being here today and for your testimony to help enlighten the committee. And I too wanted to add my Representative Howard asked my question. I was going to ask if you would share your policy with us, with the committee, but also does it vary with you said you're the high school librarian and you have a middle school librarian specialist as well?
Yes, we have several.
Okay.
And elementary.
And the process is the same?
It's the same for each one. Yep,
Okay.
it's the same for everyone.
All
It would
right.
just be a different librarian. So say you had a young child and it was an elementary school book, then your committee would consist of all people within the elementary library realm. It wouldn't be me. That's kind of inappropriate, you know what I mean, to
Right.
come in because I'm going to be thinking like a high school librarian. So, maybe it's not that bad, and you don't want
Right.
that.
And we appreciate that very much. Thank you.
No problem.
And on your way out, if you're gonna stick around or whatever, just please see Jazz. Jazz, raise your hand and provide her just so you can connect emails so that you can send that over, and then Jazz will send that out to the committee members. Just one last question.
Happy to do
I
it.
have it on good authority from someone sitting around this circle that it's not an appropriate question to ask that if you have children. So can you take off your professional hat and provide your perspective as a parent on this issue?
Yes. I have a 19-year-old at UConn that I have to check on and just let daddy know you're alive every now and then. So as a parent and looking at our collection, I can honestly say, and this speaks to what Representative Mara was saying earlier, the fact that we have so much community buy-in to this policy and that we built this policy together, I feel a lot safer as opposed to someone who has no connection to the community, just grabbing random books and saying, oh, this is great. Let's put this, this is what's hot or this is what's trending right now. So I would say as a parent, I feel much more comfortable by the fact that we have a policy in place, because it's understood that because we've done this together and it has existed for so long, it's a situation for me where I knew coming in that I was going to have to honor this policy, and that was my part of me being a librarian in Fairfield Public Schools. And like I said, I commend them for having this policy in place already. I mean, when I first saw it, it was around, a lot of controversy was going on and I was really concerned. And I said, wow, this is amazing. And I said, how come everyone else doesn't have something like this?
Thank you very much, Senator McClure.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Staten. You perked my ears when you said that you referenced some of the books you have. So I'm a big fan of James Baldwin, right? So I'm informed. I know who James Baldwin is. I know what that. But my next door neighbor doesn't like James Baldwin. He or she doesn't want that book in your library. What can that person do? And I guess this goes to part of your process. So in less than 1 minute, I'm the hater of James Baldwin.
Okay.
All right. I don't want that book in my library. What can I do? What will happen? How was that process work?
you would contact us and we would say, well, Mr. McCory, we have a policy here, and you can begin the process of filling out the forms in detail as to why you do not like Mr. Baldwin's work. And then you would come in and we would set up an appointment for a meeting.
Okay.
And you would bring your documentation
Patient.
as to why you don't, and it would go before a committee, and all the people that are involved with literacy within the district would sit down with you. They would present their side, you would present your side, and then we would come to a decision.
Okay. All right. And so I just want to know who was making that decision. It's all they're educators, and they're educators in the school system who know what appropriate levels and things of that matter will make that decision.
To me, that's what makes this policy so wonderful.
Gotcha.
Is that, yes, it's people that actually teach. So it would be, if so, say you're a colleague of yours taught James Baldwin, I would be there to explain what I do with James
you
Baldwin
did.
in my classroom.
Great. All right. Well, again, thank you for your service as an educator. We appreciate you. Representation matters. You know that. I know that. I'm an educator, and continue doing what you're doing. Thank you for coming up here and explaining to everyone how this bill actually operationalizes in school systems across the Connecticut. Appreciate you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions or comments, we appreciate all the time that you've taken with us today. I know you have some other Fairfield legislators in the room who probably want to say hello on your way out, but we appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is, skipping over anyone, 32 is Barbara Patrick. Good afternoon. Oh, do me a favor and hit the button in front of you. There you go.
Better?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Barbara Patrick. I live in Newtown, Connecticut, and I'm a board member of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I am testifying in support of the provisions in HB 5416, ensuring that crisis response drills follow trauma-informed best practices, to prohibit active shooter drills, and to require that the efficacy of crisis response drills are evaluated, please. I chose to come here today to speak to you about school lockdown drills because there are realities associated with how they impact students and teachers. Making these drills more routine for students, as was mentioned earlier, is unequivocally a step in the wrong direction and systemizing trauma. That being said, I do see the value of acting in a way that prepares for crisis. To strike this impossible balance, I kindly ask that you consider the benefits of the provisions in this bill. Personally, I have 3 children who were in lockdown for hours in Newtown on 12/14 while Sandy Hook was actually happening. My oldest was under a desk at the high school with helicopters overhead. My second child was hidden in a locker room in the gym for hours. So when they do have a lockdown drill now, they are truly brought back to a real and devastating experience 11 years ago. And for them, having one less of these experiences is a positive. Side note, in 20 years as a public school parent, I have never known my children to be a part of a lockdown drill due to wildlife or weather. And let's be very clear, when there is a lockdown drill, they do think that somebody is in the school and is going to shoot them. All 3 of my children still struggle from mental health issues from that trauma, as many do in my town. My husband is a high school teacher in Fairfield, actually, and every classroom in his district now has a bucket that the district purchased so that it can be used as a bathroom during a lockdown. I believe there has to be a better way to redirect our funds and efforts to a sane, reasonable, and preventative solution without traumatizing our children over and over. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. Enjoy your afternoon. Thank you for your time. Next up on line 33, Dorothea.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Senator Buffel, Representative McCarty, and other distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on SB 363, an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes. My name is Dorothea Anagnosopoulos. I'm an Associate Dean of Academic Affairs at the NEAG School of Education at the University of Connecticut. I'm also a member of the Connecticut chapter of the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education. We're a group of 13 Connecticut public and private universities and colleges with educator preparation programs, and our primary goal is to promote and support high-quality teaching, education, and leadership in Connecticut schools. So on behalf of AACTE Connecticut, I'm here to provide comments on Section 7 of the bill that makes changes to the EdTPA pre-service performance assessment. First, we want to thank the legislature for its efforts to reduce unnecessary regulations associated with teacher certification. However, we oppose the proposed legislation regarding EdTPA as it is currently written. This legislation retains the mandate that all EPPs require teacher candidates to submit and receive a score on EdTPA. This means that EdTPA will continue to represent a significant financial burden for many of our teacher candidates. EdTPA currently costs candidates $300, and candidates who must resubmit their portfolio to receive a score, which is not uncommon, must pay an additional $100 to $300. Further, the legislation continues to authorize the CSDE to use EdTPA as quote unquote an accountability tool for EPPs, even though candidates at this point do not have to meet a passing score. So it is very unclear then how EdTPA functions in this regards. So given these concerns, we are asking that the legislature rescind Section 7. Instead, we urge the legislature to allow EPPs the flexibility to select or create a candidate performance assessment that meets the standards set by the Council for Accreditation of Educator Preparation. That is the national accreditor that the state of Connecticut uses to certify EPPs. So this, if EPPs so choose, this could include EdTPA. Other states, most recently New York, have enacted such legislation. This enables EPPs to best support candidates, their learning and development by reducing financial barriers and burdens for candidates. We welcome the opportunity to work with the legislature on such legislation. And I want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify and submit comments on SB 363.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. As somebody who sat through each of the monthly meetings around the Education Certification Council that the commissioner stood up, and now having a proposal before us that we will be hearing on Wednesday, we are likely to see that new council within that legislation taking this on even further with respect to the legislation that you have commented on. Whereas the work that we did last year around decoupling this EdTPA from certification, I think we didn't realize at the time that kept it connected to the completion of the program itself. And so the financial hurdle that I think many of us were looking to alleviate aspiring eds from had not been completed. And so what I'm hearing from you is correct that EdTPAs may not be the likely best thing in the world to keep and continue using moving forward, but that you are open to being a part of a process for finding something that is more useful, maybe not as economically burdensome.
Correct. We, as a group, some EPPs may choose to maintain a TPA, but we are really supportive of having more flexibility so that we can create or select an assessment that is of no cost or very low cost, and still actually supports the development of our teacher candidates.
Absolutely, and hopefully would be informed by teacher candidates and those most recently out of those EPPs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They're interesting. Some states have taken it on. New Hampshire actually got together and created a performance assessment for the state that was based on its own standards. So there's lots of different models to approach this work.
Yeah, and if I had to guess, you're going to likely see something similar come out of that council that is in the legislation that we will see later this week. Any questions or comments from members? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Next up online, I believe, is Ahu Afsar.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Dear committee, dear chairman, dear representatives, and all participants, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today. My name is Ahu Afshar, and I'm a concerned parent residing in Connecticut Islam. As a parent of a 4th grade student enrolled in the Islam School District, I would respectfully like to request the removal of lines 11 to 13 from the Bill 5416. As you may know, our children heavily rely on the information provided in their textbooks to form their understanding of historical events. However, it is essential to recognize that children often accept what they read as absolute truth without questioning or critically evaluating it. Therefore, any inaccuracies or biased content can have a lasting impact on their perspective. My daughter, Ada, is a very emotional kid, and she has a close Greek friend in our neighborhood, and they have a very good friendship. And I hope this issue won't ruin it. I'm concerned of the result of that claims as a responsible parent. I'm genuinely afraid of the consequences of sowing the seeds of hatred in the minds of children. The lines of 11 to 13 in this bill need to be removed not only to continue for living in peace and harmony, but also according to the historical truth. While I understand the importance of teaching accurate historical information, I believe that these particular lines may not present a balanced perspective. History is a complex, and multiple viewpoints exist on various topics. Our textbooks should reflect this complexity by presenting a balanced perspective. If there are conflicting views or controversies related to a historical event, students should be made aware of them. For an educator, I firmly believe that it's their foremost responsibility to steer clear of any attempts that could lead to the dissemination of inaccurate information. Sow seeds of hatred and anger, disrupt peace, or expose children to potential bullying. The content we impart to our students should reflect an absolute truth, foster critical thinking, and promote a safe and harmonious learning environment. While both Turkish and Greek students, parents, and all communities live in peace and harmony in the USA for now, what would be the positive effects of adding this claim to our kids' textbooks? It'll bring to our lives only conflictions and unrest because of it's not a proven fact. Both sides had lots of harms and loss in the World War I period, not only one side. Therefore, let us focus on presenting historical facts without unnecessary embellishments or unverified claims. Our children deserve an education that fosters critical thinking, empathy, and a deep understanding of history, not a biased claims, please. This is the only issue I wanted to note. Thank you for listening to me and attention to this matter. I highly appreciate your commitment and all efforts to providing safe and quality education to our children.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to
Thank
be with
you.
us. I do not see any questions or comments. Enjoy the rest of it. Next up, Andrew Feinstein.
Good afternoon. John Flanders presented the testimony of Sikh. We've provided written testimony that commented on 22 different sections of these 4 or 5 bills before you today, and we hope that you'll take a look at everything we said. I'm just going to highlight a couple of areas. First, let's not fool ourselves into thinking that excess cost reimbursement does anything to improve the quality of special education in schools. It is a catastrophic insurance program that provides needed money for municipalities. We don't oppose excess cost reimbursement. We would just rather that the money be used or more money be added in order to provide better services for students in school. Imagine what the money could do for science of reading, or to deal with exclusionary discipline, or to provide social emotional learning in schools. All things that are desperately needed. What it could be done to hire the paras that we are now sorely lacking. So the idea of creating a weight for special education in the ECS formula is something we strongly support. But I am sort of tired of hearing that excess cost reimbursement helps special education. It does not. Couple other areas I wanted to cover. The requirement for a survey by the task force. The key issue there is that the Department of Education controls the lists of parents, of teachers, of paraprofessionals, of administrators, and that language has to be clear that they will distribute the survey to those groups, so that we're not doing selective surveys, we're not doing sampling, that we send it out to everybody and we get some honest responses to issues. One of the things we faced in the task force is folks have made assertions about special education, and then somebody else will say, where's your evidence? Well, let's find out how people feel about those issues and see whether they are in fact problems. Couple of other minor things to cover, not minor, but on the issue of dual credit programs, of AP and college credits, two things have to be clear. One, that if I didn't hear that. One, that if a student is placed at an advanced credit course or a dual credit course on a college campus, the IEP still is in effect. The services have to be provided. And second, there's a myth among some school boards that if it's a college credit course, they can't pay for it. That's not true under federal law, and I think the statute ought to make it clear. And I will stop there rather than cover my other two topics.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments today. And I'm assuming in that written testimony that I've not looked at yet, it's all very detailed as to like specifically around that survey, around the intent and what it's looking to do. Correct?
Correct. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. And it's funny that you mentioned the excess cost being an insurance program, because if you recall a couple of years back, I think we attempted to create something similar to a captive insurance company that actually would have likely resolved this issue that we wouldn't be talking about today. But to your credit, yes, this does not enhance the service. This simply pays for the service. Representative McCarty.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and along those same lines, and this would probably be a conversation that will take a long time, and so we'll reconvene at another time. But very succinctly, if you could say, we're all looking at putting a weight on the ECS formula for special education. Do you think that would be more beneficial to special ed students and to the district, in your opinion?
The answer is yes. However, I have to point out that ECS money is money that goes to municipalities. None of it's earmarked for special education specifically. And the problem, of course, with earmarks is that it just displaces other money that goes there. Yes, if there were more money specifically because of number of special ed students in the district, yes, it would improve special education in district.
Thank you for that. We'll continue later.
Thank you.
I do not see any other questions or comments. Appreciate your time today. We all know how to find you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next up in the back of the room, Kate Cummings.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Kate Cummings, and I'm a graduate student at Central Connecticut State University, as well as a para-educator in Madison. I'm testifying in support of SB 363, specifically prohibiting EdTPA from being used as a requirement of teacher preparation programs. This assessment presents significant challenges which are turning away far too many teacher candidates. EdTPA's validity as a measure of teacher effectiveness is questionable. The assessment focuses on the opinion of a singular, outside, anonymous evaluator over the qualified and experienced cooperating teachers. EdTPA also demands a significant time commitment. For me, it was a distraction that added unnecessary and overwhelming stress to becoming a teacher. This stress included lesson planning, getting to know students, getting to know the school environment, attending meetings, completing work for college courses, meeting with advisors, and of course, learning how to stand up in front of a classroom and actually teach. Leading up to and while I was working on EdTPA, my college classes focused on specific language to include in order to pass, instead of focusing on effective teaching and classroom management skills. Aspiring educators are being taught to the test, which we know is not an effective teaching method. But most importantly, EdTPA imposes a substantial financial burden upon all aspiring educators. This assessment costs at least $300, adding to the economic pressures already faced by teacher candidates who are working full-time without compensation. That puts even more pressure on student teachers to cover basic living expenses and educational costs. The financial burden of EdTPA discourages such talented and well-qualified individuals from pursuing a career in teaching. Given these concerns, I respectfully request your support of SB 363. With your support, we can lower obstacles for aspiring educators and fight this teacher shortage. I've said this before, and I will say it again, teaching is already an underpaid and understaffed profession, and EdTPA is setting up aspiring educators for failure. Please consider this matter, and I thank you for the opportunity to address this committee.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. What kind of conversations are you having with your peers in the programs when it comes to EdTPA?
Based on what I've had with conversations with other peers is that it's repetitive. We go to seminar classes. We spend hours after student teaching and working all day to talk about things that we're doing inside of our classroom to make sure that we are effective teachers. And then we have to write the same thing in a 40 to 50 page essay, basically, on the same things that we talk about with our peers, we talk about with our advisors, we talk about with our cooperating teachers, and we talk about with anybody we can really talk to.
And is there a conversation of, if only they did this, or if only we had more of this?
I would say if there was more input from a cooperation between your advisor, your professor, your cooperating teacher, that would be more effective, because the evaluators who are evaluating EdTPA, they get paid $75 to read through this. They give you a score. They don't know who you are. They don't know your classroom. They don't know your experience. They know nothing about you. And if you fail one section and you have to retake it, a different evaluator evaluates it. So it's not like there's no consistency. So I think just having more, like a more personal experience with this would be much better.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in and describing the process. So I'm taking away from your testimony that you really think that maybe a more holistic approach between your supervising teacher under your student teaching and then your professors at the college would be a better system than this very formalized excessive paperwork. I mean, you're essentially doing the equivalent of a culminating project or thesis writing, which you've probably already done prior. So am I correct in that assessment?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McCarty.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in to give your testimony. It's always important to hear from you. But you would not be opposed to a universal assessment tool or statewide developed assessment tool for our teachers that are going through preparation programs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, because that's important, and I think that's the conversation that we need to have, that as we have new teachers coming in, we're trying to fill the shortages, but that we're also producing young teachers that are really qualified to do the job in the classroom. So it's good to hear that, and I'm sure that we're going to get to the right tool as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Don't see any online. Appreciate you coming out. I know the Ed leadership team was able to head over to the offices and meet with the Ed Aspiring crew over there not too long ago. So it's always an impressive bunch, and to hear from you directly, we appreciate the time that it takes to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Diana online. Diana Wenzel. Hello, old friend.
Hello, old friends over there. And thank you very much, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee for allowing me to submit this testimony regarding SB 363. As you know, I've been an educator in Connecticut for over 35 years, and I'm sticking to that number, no matter how high it gets. And I'm proud that our Connecticut General Assembly is finding ways to support future teachers. And thank you all very much for meeting with the aspiring educators. It made a huge influence on our aspiring educators here at USJ that you took time to do that. I'm very pleased to see language that reduces the consequences of EdTPA for the teacher candidates. However, it just does not go far enough. EdTPA in and of itself remains a biased, costly, and time-consuming assessment. It takes time that could be devoted in student teaching toward our teachers meeting, as Kate so well put it, with other teachers on their grade level team, mentors within the school, cooperating teachers, and with their professors in developing the kind of practice we need our new teachers to be ready for on the first day of school. Instead, it demoralizes them and takes away their energy for becoming a teacher. I have had student teachers who, faced with EdTPA, chose a different career after preparing to be a teacher. It affects most our students who are multilingual learners or otherwise have been marginalized in education. The elementary EdTPA assessment has over 70 pages of directions alone. This is just not how we build a better teacher. There are, however, valid, reliable, and free alternatives. We've been piloting the Candidate Performance Assessment and Student Teaching tool, which was developed at The Ohio State University and is now used by EPPs all over the United States, including 4 EPPs here in Connecticut. This non-invasive tool is used by the student teacher with their professor and their cooperating teacher. So I had a little bit of what do you call that in baseball? A slow pitch to me with what Kate was saying, that would be a better way to do it. And in my experience working directly with student teachers, we have found that the more we can make authentic the work in student teaching, the more ready they are for the classroom and the more efficacy they feel as they approach their classroom. So I would ask that you remove this redundant, invalid, and time-consuming assessment from student teaching. I do think that if either the Connecticut General Assembly or the Connecticut State Department of Education feels that the CAPE accreditation process and the process of continuing approval is not enough accountability for EPPs, that you would consider CPAST. CPAST is, as I said, valid and reliable. It's been used all over the country, and it is a non-invasive, free alternative. It remains free because the EPPs agree to be part of a consortium that continues to study the assessment. I really hope that you will make sure that not one more prospective teacher in Connecticut is forced to do this assessment. It's not adding to their experience. While I understand that there are people that want to stay with it because they already have data from it, we should never prefer the test to the students that it's meant to serve. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, Commissioner, and it's always a pleasure to see you, and glad you are staying involved and being a part of helping to create the next generation of educators throughout the state of Connecticut. Are there Representative McCarty?
Good afternoon, Commissioner, and it's so nice to see you again, even if it's virtually.
Good afternoon.
There you are. I just wanted to add my remarks. So you mentioned the candidate performance assessment out of Ohio.
Yes, and I've submitted written testimony, so you'll have that there, but I'm happy to send more information as well. It's called the Candidate Pre-Service Assessment in Student Teaching. And of course, being educators, as you are too, I know, we have an acronym, CPAST, and 4 Connecticut EPPs have been using CPAST. The University of St. Joseph, Southern, and I'm not sure of the other 2, but I will ask my colleagues and find out. And we've been using it in addition to the required EdTPA, and we just find it to be, first of all, it's aligned to all the same standards, the in-task standards that are the required standards for EPPs and for teacher preparation. And it's just a help rather than a hindrance, whereas EdTPA is clearly getting in the way of helping more teachers into the field.
So if I'm hearing your testimony correctly, you're advocating to eliminate every aspect of EdTPA.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if I may, and I don't want to speak for my chairman, but I would be happy when the time is convenient, perhaps if we could come and talk to you a little more and understand better the assessment tool that you're talking about, and to really delve into it a little in greater detail.
I would love that. That would be wonderful. It is a CAPE aligned assessment tool, so that it is completely in alignment with the accreditation process that is required in Connecticut. And I can show you how the data looks at midterm and final in terms of the kind of reports we can look at that have already, just in our pilot year, really helped us improve our preparation of teachers. So I do think it's a good move for Connecticut if you're looking for an alternative, and it would provide, if it became universal, it would provide comparable data across. I do, however, also think that CAPE allows EPPs to choose their instruments and still provides a level playing field. So since we are all required to be CAPE accredited, I don't think it's necessary we all use the same student teaching evaluation. But if we do use the same one, it would be really nice if the students didn't have to pay between $300 and $500 for it and have to give up so much of their time, energy, and passion for their teaching in order to accomplish it.
I appreciate those remarks very much, and would like to track, just looking forward to see if these states, what their recruitment is and their retention of their teachers, and sort of a little comparative study. But if I may have this personal privilege, Commissioner, I think it was your very first day that you became commissioner in Connecticut that you came down and visited my school. So I've always had a great deal of fondness for you and respect your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I do have to ask, Commissioner, that under your administration within SDE, that is when EdTPA, I believe, was adopted. And here we are a few years later, and we hear your testimony and where you stand today. What happened during those years to bring you to this opinion?
It's a very fair and wonderful question. I think that when we were looking for ways to, under what was called EPAC at the time, Educator Preparation Advancement Committee, going back almost 10 years ago now, we were seeking for ways to make sure that every teacher in Connecticut was prepared in a way we could all feel good about, to be ready to teach our students. And at the time, EdTPA was being developed at Stanford University by respected researchers, Ray Pashone, who's from Connecticut, as you probably know, and Linda Darling-Hammond. There could be no better Good Housekeeping seal of approval. So we had high hopes for EdTPA. Unfortunately, while the idea of a performance assessment that measures planning, teaching, and assessing is a great idea, the implementation is where it really has failed. And that's why so many states have moved away from it. In order to achieve some validity, although it doesn't have as much validity as we should hope for, it is overly large, time consuming, and takes away from the experience of the student teacher. And of course, now I used to tell you that I was very fortunate that I only had to think about education. Now I have an even smaller remit. So I only have to think about our pre-service teachers. And when I see so many teachers spending time to complete an assessment that really has no meaning for them and is time consuming and gets in the way, and also is contrary to a lot of the goals of our state, one being early reading success. Unfortunately, EdTPA is very biased away from the science of reading. It was developed in a time before that was a real goal. And in order to pass EdTPA, we really have to coach our students to do lessons that are not the same kind of lessons that we want them to do once they're in the classroom. So there are a number of problems with EdTPA, as well as it not being very approachable for students who have a lot of concern about standardized tests and get anxiety. And also the multilingual learners in Connecticut, their progress on EdTPA has lagged a lot. It's very off-putting and dense for students who have struggled with language.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And, you know, we often talk about, you'll hear it on the floor often in debate about the evolution of just us as humans, as individuals, and to be able to kind of witness that firsthand to see from then to now, it has been quite a journey, and hopefully that conversation and journey will continue with respect to the council that we'll see again later on this week in the teacher educator legislation. So we appreciate your testimony today. I did not see any of the questions or comments. But I hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
John Catalan.
Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 5, an act concerning school resources. My name is John Catalan. I'm with the Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs. While we would generally support the proposed bill, I must draw your attention to Section 7. We are concerned about the automatic eligibility for Care for Kids services for children eligible for baby bonds. You know, under ideal circumstances, we would endorse this provision without hesitation. However, Care for Kids program is currently grappling with significant challenges. Presently, over 900 children are on the Care for Kids waiting list, enduring wait times of 6 to 8 weeks for eligibility. Additionally, there are more than 1,300 children with pending applications, enduring wait times of 4 to 5 weeks for approval. Effectively, there are approximately 2,300 children waiting for Care for Kids certificates at this current time. Incorporating children eligible for baby bonds into Care for Kids would introduce an additional 16,000 infant toddlers to the program, with an estimated state cost increase of around $145 million annually. Such an influx would severely strain the current wait list. While we recognize the potential benefits of this initiative, it's crucial to acknowledge the current strain on the Care for Kids program. It's concerning that the governor's budget proposal fails to even address the current Care for Kids waiting list. Thank you.
John, thank you so much for your testimony today. Have a great afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Representative's up. Yes. Sorry, Leslie.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, thank you for coming. Could you just please repeat those numbers? You said right now there's 900 on the wait list, and this would put 16,000. What did you say?
All right, so, and these were the numbers as of last Monday, so they could have changed in a week, but these were last week's numbers. So there are 900 children currently on the Care for Kids waiting list
Mhm.
had their application approved. But it also is taking them 6 to 8 weeks to get their eligibility to get their Care for Kids certificate. In addition, there are 1,300 children who have pending applications. They're waiting 4 to 5 weeks for approval. So effectively, there's 2,300 children waiting for Care for Kids certificates.
Mhm. And then I think you said this, you estimated the baby bonds would put how many on the list?
Well, it'd be approximately 16,000. So you're looking at an additional investment from the state of $145 million annually.
Great, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Jen.
All right, thank you.
All right, up next, I believe online, we have Erica Byrne.
Hi. So, good afternoon, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and all of the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Erica Byrne, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 5417. I submitted written testimony that's timed to just under 3 minutes, but Mr. Staten from Fairfield said a lot of what I was going to say in an incredibly comprehensive way. So I'm going to ad-lib a bit and risk the wrath of the timer, and I've set my own timer to keep track, but we'll see how this goes. So my life has been shaped by libraries. I was almost born at Lucy Robbins Wells Library in Newington, where my mom was the library director and went into labor with me while converting the paper card catalog into the first electronic card catalog system. I spent hours in the library and had unlimited access to reading materials, all curated by professionally trained children's and then teen librarians at public libraries in Windsor and West Hartford, where I lived, and in Newington. But when I reflect on the ways that libraries opened my horizons, it's my elementary school librarian who comes to mind. Mr. Wynnum at Brayburn Elementary School in West Hartford truly embodied the philosophy of a reader for every book and a book for every reader. Students who in the classroom were reluctant readers or in the lower reading groups found support and materials that were just right for them. I was an advanced reader, and he supported me in finding books that were at my reading level, but appropriate for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. So here I'm going to pivot from my prepared testimony to talk about what appropriate means to me as a parent. So I'm a parent of a 7th grader and a 3rd grader, and a strong believer that books meet children where they are. And I believe that about grown-ups also, but in this case, talking about kids. When our kids are little, we read to them and quickly learn what their preferences are. How many of us can recite entire books or can name all of the dinosaurs or construction vehicles because that's what our kids preferred, that's what they asked for. As they get older, we give them the opportunity to explore their interests through reading and through books and other materials. And school libraries give them a safe place to do that. When a kid encounters a book that's outside of their experience, they have a chance to have new worlds open to them and an opportunity to build empathy. And when a kid encounters a book that they can see themselves in, they feel a little bit less alone. Now, I imagine that we've all had the experience of picking up a book that we quickly realized was not for us. In my case, it wasn't at a school library or a public library. It was at home. It was on my mom's nightstand. And I'm not going to say the title of this popular bestseller, but I quickly knew that this was not a book for me, and it's definitely not one that could have been found in my middle school or high school library. So
Erica, I just need you to summarize for us.
yes. So I hope that hearing Mr. Staten's description of the process gave you all some comfort about the incredible work and time and energy that goes into curating these collections, that these are professionals who are making choices based on a ton of information, and that our kids deserve the opportunity to read things that serve as mirrors, windows, and sliding doors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do not see any questions or comments in the room or online, so enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up online, I believe, is Christine Rebstock.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Education Committee. I was in person earlier, and now I'm on my way to work. I had prepared to read an excerpt from the book genderqueer. I'm also a transsexual woman from Middletown and the executive director of media and communications for LGBTS United. Obviously, I cannot share what I wanted to say, but that I did share with that during the November meeting at the Connecticut State Board of Education. So that's still available to watch. My question is, I oppose Bill 5417. This is essentially explicit book. We're not calling for it to be banned. My concern is if we the people speak at a Board of Education meeting, will this board have the librarian have autonomy to supersede an order from the Board of Education? That is my concern. And again, our organization doesn't call for any books to be banned. We're just making sure books are age appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Sorry that it's taken us 6 hours to get to number 40 and that you are now in your car. I saw you were waiting patiently all morning and afternoon. I do not see any questions in the room or online, so have a safe drive, and I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Thank you, representatives.
Thank you. Next up is Ellen Paul. Is Ellen not here? Oh, she's online now.
Distinguished members of the Education Committee, thank you for allowing me to offer comment on HB 5417, an act concerning public school libraries. My name is Ellen Paul. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Library Consortium. We serve nearly 1,000 libraries across the state, including over 700 school libraries. Every day, our school librarians build responsible and responsive collections of library materials to fit the curricular, educational, and recreational reading needs of their communities. They follow local policies and procedures for collection development, collection maintenance, and collection reconsideration. Those policies are informed by statutes and case law. Over the last few years, we have seen a growing number of attempts to remove books from school library collections, not because the books do not fit into the established collection development policy, but because an individual does not like the ideas contained in those books. In the fall of 1975, a New York school Board of Education heard complaints from individuals regarding 9 books in the school library, including Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut and a book by Langston Hughes. The Board of Education removed those books from the shelves, calling them anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-Semitic, and just plain filthy. 5 students challenged the Board of Education in court. And the case, Islands Tree School District versus Pico, made it all the way to the Supreme Court. And in its findings, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the students. The court held that the First Amendment limited the power of school officials to remove school library books from the shelves because of their content. They distinguished between school library books, which they called materials of voluntary inquiry, versus the curricular materials of the classroom, which they called compulsory. The Board of Education can exercise what they called absolute discretion over compulsory materials, but not those of voluntary inquiry. The most important part of the Pico case, however, is the affirmation that the right to read is implied by the First Amendment. The government, in this case, a public school, cannot restrict speech because it does not agree with the content of that speech. If a parent does not want their child to read a book, they may choose not to have their child read that book. They may choose to talk with the school librarian or the child's teacher to express their concerns for the child. And through the collection reconsideration policies set forth by many boards of education across the state, that parent may even ask for that book to be removed from the school library. The case law, however, is clear. The government, by way of the Board of Education, cannot remove a library book simply because they do not like it or they do not agree with it. I appreciate the Education Committee raising this piece of legislation in an attempt to extrapolate on the Pico case and affirm that students have a right to access a diverse range of information, stories, perspectives, and ideas.
Thank you, Ellen. Representative Curry has stepped out just for a moment. Are there any questions? Any do you want Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much for your testimony. Could you just elucidate for a moment? So you mentioned the federal court case. Did the court address at all, not banning the books, but addressing placement of the book? Do you know if there were any details about that?
So PICO did not get into that. No, they did not address placement of the book. However, there are other First Amendment court cases specifically dealing with school libraries that said you cannot place the onus on the reader to find the book. If someone doesn't like the book, the onus is on them to avoid it rather than the onus being on the rest of the community to find it.
And would you please just state again the name of the court case?
The one that I was referencing is Island Trees School District versus PICO. It was a 1982 Supreme Court case.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony.
I do not see any other questions in the room or online. Ellen, thank you so much. Next up is, we have Donna. Donna, how are you?
Good. Can everybody hear me?
We can. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Senator McCrory and Representative Curry and members of the Education Committee for this opportunity to continue the discussion about school nurses in Connecticut. I also want to send special thanks to Representative Comey for recognizing school nurses last legislative session, and particular thanks to Representative Curry, who's continued her work and is so willing and able to support us as we continue our journey as school nurses. I also want to thank the legislators.
Go ahead.
I also want to thank the legislators on the committee who reached out to their school nurse constituents. We really do appreciate that. And some of the school nurses were really surprised that you actually took the time out to talk to them. My written testimony reflects our current request on behalf of school nurses. However, I want you to keep in mind that that request, or what I'm going to discuss next, is a compromise from the goal of a special services endorsement for school nurses. Since we're here to discuss SB 363, I'll focus on support for the proposed bill with revisions, specifically line 182, section 2, clearly requires that orientation be mandated for all newly hired school nurses. We would like to see that with completion as soon as possible, but no later than 6 months after hire. There is also an orientation program already in place provided by the Connecticut Nurses Association and developed by a school health expert, which is available in modules, and it's also online. We would request that the funding for this orientation become the responsibility of the local Board of Education or the employer of that specific school nurse. We don't feel it's going to have a significant impact because nurses are not hired in groups. I also heard the Commissioner of Education say there's some free professional development for teachers, so this might be something you want to consider. The reason we ask is because there is a mindset that any nurse can step into a school and start working from day one. That mindset is totally false. The transition to school health without training, orientation, or support is challenging, and it's dangerous for the nurse, the students, and the district they work for. I've personally been asked why I keep coming back to you. Some of you may know me from years of testifying in front of you. And my response is it's the right thing to do because school nurses deserve it. You and I know we can't do this without your help. In the big picture of what you do, our request is simple. To school nurses, revising SB 363 to include a standard orientation for all newly hired school nurses is one step towards school nurses ready and able to support students, families, and the districts they work in. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Donna, and we appreciate your advocacy. I know we've met on a number of occasions to try to do what we can for school nurses. This committee last year was successful in helping to enhance your profession and provide the recognition, but obviously that was just a first step amongst many to hopefully come. I don't see any questions or comments in the room or online, so enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Next up is number 43, Marley Greenlaw.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Marley Greenlaw, and I teach 6th grade in New Haven, and I'm currently a graduate student at the University of St. Joseph. I'm here today to speak on SB 363, prohibiting the use of EdTPA in the certification of teachers. The massive requirements for the EdTPA assessment and the financial strain it puts on students looking forward to becoming teachers are discouraging them when they learn these requirements, causing them to leave their program. For those of you who are unaware of these assessments, students are required to film themselves teaching, write at least 8 to 10 pages per task, which adds up to about a total of 40 to 50 pages. The assessment takes away from the experience of student teaching, where teacher candidates should be focused on immersing themselves fully into their teaching experience and creating connections with their students. The workload factors and stress over this large assessment are only half of the problem with it. EdTPA is a $300 cost for students out of pocket. This $300 is after paying tuition for 4 to 5 years and on top of fees to pay for 4 praxis exams, which come out to approximately $60 per test, and a $164 Foundations of Reading exam. These fees are not often discussed when people decide to go to school to be a teacher, and it's a huge factor that deters great people from completing their schooling. The financial stress is the reason a majority of people do not go on to complete higher education for any degree, with teaching, let alone, is already an underpaid profession. This puts its best candidates into debt before they're even certified, and the cost of these exams and assignments deter some of the best people for this profession and will continue to do so. I would just ask that you please consider supporting future educators and educators all over by ensuring that aspiring educators will not be denied their certification due to a score on EdTPA. I thank you all for your time today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is number, I don't see 44, Marilena in the room. All right, we'll move on to our good friend, Fran Rabinowitz online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Jeff Curry, ranking members Kathleen McCarty and Eric Berthel, and all the members of the Education Committee. Number one, I just want to thank you for your work, and I've been on this the public hearing since early morning, and I just greatly appreciate everyone's interest in every part of the bills that are coming forward, and they're willing to listen, your willingness to listen to each person. So thank you for that. Excuse me, I have submitted written testimony on most of these bills, but I'd like to speak to a couple, particularly Senate Bill 5. And I want to thank you for supporting fully funding the excess cost grant, and especially to Senator Looney in his office. I know that we are $74 million short this year, and I know that the senator believed that the tiers that he put in place would really work. However, this year, the districts are only receiving 68 to 73% of the excess costs. And I just want to say, I think it's a great idea to just fully fund it. We've been begging for it for a long time. And I also co-chair the Special Ed Task Force with Attorney Feinstein, and I absolutely believe that will be coming forward as a recommendation. So thank you. Also on Senate Bill 14, CAPS does support the requirement that the ed prep programs prepare candidates in the science of reading. We believe that that is incredibly important as candidates come in, that they are prepared to teach reading and all of the components of the science of reading. You know, having been in Bridgeport, I do know that many times the candidates that we received were not always ready to hit the road running in the early elementary grades. And I think that is incredibly important. I'm also very thankful to the governor for including 3.5 million in his budget to continue the master class. I heard Jocelyn Delancey this morning talk about the importance of administrators understanding what needs to happen in early literacy, and the master class is certainly providing that. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to continue on. And finally, House Bill 5416. That flows out of our blueprint too. We have asked constantly to reduce the number of summative assessments on the SBAC. Right now we're doing 3 through 8. I don't think we know anything more about our children than we knew when we just did 4, 6, and 8. And I think we ought to reduce it. We could save millions of dollars that could be moved forward into preparing, letting our teachers talk about real assessments from their classrooms and formative assessments in the off grades. I realize it takes a waiver from the federal government, but I think that could be done. What I see and CAP sees as a great compromise would be 3, 5, 7, and then PSAT in grade 9 for everybody, and then the SAT in grade 11. So thank you.
To summarize.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you so much. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate your testimony and all the work that you do behind the scenes. Just a question for you. I know you mentioned that you heard Jocelyn Delancey's testimony this morning, and I talked to her a little bit about SB 14, and I'd like to kind of ask you a similar question. In lines 60 through 63, it discusses, as you said, adding resources and research for the scientific-based reading instruction so that our teachers are prepared when they come out of higher education.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you would add to this that you think would be important to help this process to our schools, considering the issues with the waiver process and some of the struggles that the schools are having right now trying to implement the scientific-based reading?
Well, I think it's no secret that I have said right from the beginning that I believe an effective teacher that is well-trained in the science of reading, in phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension is key to our students moving forward in terms of early literacy. I have never subscribed to compulsory or mandated programs. And I do believe that the training of teachers, interventions, science of reading is a body of research that tells us what works. And I absolutely believe that we need to prepare our candidates, but I also believe that we need to continue on with ensuring that the science of reading permeates statewide every single classroom. And that's certainly far more than program. It's about curriculum. It's about the training of teachers. It's about interventions. It's about plans for kids who aren't reading by the end of grade 1, in my opinion. So those are some of the things that I would add to what I believe needs to happen for the science of reading.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Fran. I don't see you anymore.
I can't see you either.
Thank you.
Yep.
So good to see you here today and to come in. And I just want to recognize your leadership in the state on so many of these important issues that our education committee is facing. I know you took up the challenge to be on the special ed as a co-chair of the task force, and we're waiting anxiously to see some of the work coming out of the task force. You've also been a leader on this early literacy program, K-3, and we are going to continue that work and find a solution that works for all of our districts and that is in concert with what we're doing with the Department of Education. But I was curious, Fran, you mentioned the teacher preparation programs and that we need to train our teachers coming in on early literacy. And I do think that's very important. Could you just say, Fran, do you think that should be limited to our elementary school teachers, or would you see that being valuable for teachers coming in to be trained in early literacy throughout?
I think it should be, I would love to begin with elementary teachers. Hopefully our new certification regs will pass and it would be pre-K through grade 6. I think it's incredibly important. I think it's important that every teacher know the elements of reading. I've always believed that content people, if they want good science students, students need to be able to read well, and our teachers need to understand the elements of reading. But I would be very pleased right now to just concentrate on the elementary teachers, the early elementary, pre-K through grade 6, on what is the science of reading? What does it look like? What should we be seeing in classrooms? And as special ed teachers as well. I do become concerned that many of our children are referred to special ed because they're not reading well. And yet, I'm not sure how much background our special ed teachers receive in effectively teaching reading. So I would be very pleased if we had across the board I don't like mandates, but I guess I would go with a mandate here that every elementary and special ed candidate be trained in all of the components of the science of reading.
Thank you for those comments, Fran, and thank you also for sharing your expertise in the area of the science of reading and the master class that you are heading up with the department. And I just wanted to recognize all of the leadership that you have done on so many of these issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I would invite all of you and any of you to any session of the master class. It's really going to be continuing. We have a plenary session Thursday and it continues right through. I'd love to tell you more about it. I think it's what we heard, and not because it's coming out of CAPS, but because I have some wonderful people doing this with the State Department of Ed. We're hearing wonderful things about it where people are saying, wow, I thought I knew science of reading and I really didn't. So I would invite any of you to participate at any time you might have a free moment when the session's over.
Thank you so much, Fran. I don't see any other questions. I hope you have an easy evening.
Thank you.
Next up, Vasilios. Are you in the room? There you go. I wasn't going to try the last one. Just hit the button. There you go.
I think we're good. Well, good afternoon, co-chairs Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, ranking members Representative McCarty, Senator Berthal, and honorable members of the Education Committee. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5416, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes, specifically regarding the inclusion of the Greek genocide to the education curriculum. I believe that learning, researching, and educating about past injustices is crucial for several reasons. First, it ensures that history becomes recorded and remembered. Secondly, understanding the causes and consequences of past injustices provides valuable insight into human behavior, societal dynamics, and the factors contributing to conflicts and atrocities. By learning about the past, society can become better equipped to recognize and confront discrimination, prejudice, and oppression in today's world. Additionally, education, in my opinion, fosters empathy and compassion if done in the right manner. Encouraging people to accept that injustice and work towards a better future is very important. One item I want to make very certain to everyone here, and I believe the folks that have been presenting online are wonderful people. So this is nothing against them. This is nothing against an anti-Turkish or anti-Muslim perspective. This is really about understanding historical facts, documenting, teaching in order for us to preserve a better tomorrow. Now, regarding this issue, while exact statistics may vary due to the difficulty of documenting the events of that time, it's estimated that at a minimum, hundreds of thousands of Greeks, upward to 1 million, were killed between 1910 through the early 1920s. Combined with an effort to go after other minority groups within that country, the population of those groups combined was somewhere between 13 to 20%. Let's compare that to Connecticut. The African community, the African-American community of Connecticut is roughly 13%. The Latino community of Connecticut is roughly 18%. Have them go away within 10 years. The question remains, was that by accident? And you look at a group that is nonpartisan, like the International Association of Genocide Scholars, who looked at the criteria of what constitutes a genocide, and their answer was yes, and it was done over 2 decades ago. And other states and other boards of education have followed suit and have agreed that yes, this is something that we'd like to incorporate as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none, once again, thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Up next, Elaine Shapiro, followed by Nadia Winslow, followed by Barbara Johnson. Elaine?
Good afternoon, representatives, chairs of the Education Committee. My name is Elaine Shapiro. I live in West Hartford, and I'm speaking today in support of House Bill 5417, an act concerning school libraries. I retired last June after 15 years as library media specialist at Broadbrook Elementary School in East Windsor. Library media specialists are professionals. We have a master's degree in library science, and we have teaching certification. Ideally, every school in Connecticut would have a certified library media specialist. Not all schools do, but one of the most important things we do is to foster a love of reading. And we do that by building an attractive, up-to-date, diverse, and I'll emphasize age-appropriate collection of books, and we promote these books to students. I was fortunate never to have a book challenged in my library, but it is happening in other districts in Connecticut. House Bill 5417 is very much needed to support and protect this work. Why do we need diverse books? A previous testifier said that books are mirrors and books are windows. Books are mirrors when you see yourself and your own experience. I have to plug in my computer here. Okay. In the book, it builds self-confidence. It's familiar. It makes you feel good about yourself. Books are windows when you see beyond your own experience, when you learn about somebody else, another time, another place. And that cultivates empathy and understanding. Children need both of these. And some of the ways I saw this in action was the enthusiasm of Indian students when they saw that I had books about Gandhi and stories about India. Or there was a pair of Muslim 4th grade girls who were fasting during Ramadan. And I gave them a book about Ramadan. They shared it with their classmates, and they had a really interesting discussion. On a personal note, I have read young adult books about transgender teens. Those have been a window for me to understand their experience. And from that, I can see why these books are so essential for transgender students. They are mirrors for them and they're windows for their peers. And I could give you other examples, but I'll go on to what we do with book challenges. There was a parent who spoke earlier and was adamant about parents' rights. Well, parents absolutely have the right to control what or to guide their own children in what they read. They do not have the right to dictate what other children read. The best practice is for every school to have policies that clearly define the criteria for buying books and for challenging books. At my job,
We summarize.
the other librarians to update our policies. And the problem is that those policies are now waiting for the Board of Ed to approve them. So we're waiting on those. And this bill, which cites the criteria on which a district can't remove a book, that is a protection that librarians in schools need. So I hope you will support the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Elaine, for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Representative Dauphin.
Yes, thank you for your testimony today. My question is, so you said that you've been a librarian for a very long time and you've never had challenges. So the reason why you support this bill is because, just for clarity, you're getting challenged. Is that what it is?
Across the country, I'm sure you've seen statistics. In the last few years, book challenges have just gone up and up and up, and they're rising in Connecticut too. So rather than wait, should we wait until every school in Connecticut is facing these kind of challenges, or should we act proactively and do what we can, to protect ourselves if that does happen, and protect the collections? And these collections are serving, our obligation is to serve all children. So it's important to have, to have the books that we choose to have. Does that make sense?
Thank you. So what I understand is that you want a law because you're getting challenged by parents, so that you want a law to prevent that from happening. And
I'm saying that personally, I worked for 15 years in this one school district. We didn't have challenges. That's great. That's great. And we're working on revising the policies, which other speakers before me have said are important. But I'm saying if a district hasn't had the chance to do that or doesn't have sound policies, then I see this law stating the criteria on which a district can't remove a book as a layer of protection. So I think we're preventing a problem. I'm not saying I had
preventing challenges, as you put it, but thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Representative. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I just also, listening to what you said, it sounds like your Board of Ed is making the process right now. So I'm not really sure why you want this law if your Board of Ed is already going to have a process in place. If you can.
We librarians submitted, we looked closely at the policy, and we looked at what the National American Library Association, American Association of School Librarians said, and we made changes and we submitted those. My understanding, I'm not working anymore, but my understanding is it's a slow process. This isn't the only thing that the Board of Ed is working on right now. They're revising other policies. So I feel like in the district where I was, and I think there may be other districts in Connecticut where, policies are under review or they're being constructed, or maybe there are some that don't have them. Certainly this bill also, it supports those districts that do have those policies. It's supporting all school librarians.
So no further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again for your testimony. Up next, we have Nadia Winslow, followed by Barbara Johnson, followed by Shannon McNeese.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony regarding SB 363. My name is Nadia Wenzel. I am a first-year teacher in East Hartford, Connecticut. I love working with my students, and I'm grateful for the preparation I received at graduate school. Last spring, I student taught and completed EdTPA. Even though I am proud that I passed EdTPA the first time, I am very fortunate to have done so, and I would give anything to have back the hundreds of hours I spent on that assessment. EdTPA has over 70 pages of directions, as has been previously mentioned, and as an elementary teacher, I was held to 18 separate rubrics on that assessment. It requires student teachers to spend many hours each week on paperwork. These hours would be better spent planning for our students, taking part in family engagement activities at school, working with our cooperating teachers, and reflecting on the lessons we're teaching. EdTPA contributes to teacher burnout before we even start our first teaching jobs. Now that I'm in my first year teaching, I am working very closely with a team mentor. I'm getting support from my instructional coaches. I meet regularly with my grade level team, analyze student data, and plan for supporting student needs. These are the kinds of activities I could have been doing during student teaching if I had not been required to complete EdTPA. I'm glad I didn't give up and got past EdTPA, but as has been previously mentioned, that is not the case for all student teachers and all aspiring educators. I don't want any other student teachers to become discouraged or lose the opportunity for authentic learning because of this time-consuming assessment that is not connected to the actual work of teaching. Please, I urge you to remove EdTPA completed from the educator preparation requirements in Connecticut. We need enthusiastic new teachers, and this test is discouraging them. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Real quick, Nadia, it's nice to see you. And East Hartford is fortunate that education leadership runs in your family. So thank you for serving the students of East Hartford.
Thank you very much. It is lovely to see you.
All right. Next up is Barbara Johnson. I don't think Barbara is.
I am here.
Oh, sorry.
I emailed earlier I was coming in person. I didn't mean to sneak up on you. I'm a librarian. We're sneaky. Good afternoon. Thank you, chairs, Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, and my own district, Representative McCarty, distinguished members of the Education Committee, and thank you for this opportunity to support HB 5417. My name is Barbara Johnson. I'm a resident of Waterford, a K-12 certified educator and school librarian with a master's degree in library science and information technology. I am the mother of 4 learners who went through an amazing Waterford school system without school librarians. I'm a past president of the Connecticut Association of School Librarians and currently serve on the board for the American Association of School Librarians. First and foremost, school libraries serve as catalysts for intellectual growth and curiosity for our students. They provide students with access to a diverse array of resources, from classic literature, your best loved childhood novels, to contemporary research journals, empowering them to explore a wide spectrum of ideas and diverse perspectives. Through the act of browsing through our shelves and conducting voluntary inquiry, students are developing crucial skills in information literacy, critical thinking, and research methodology. Moreover, by exposing students to different literary genres and subject matter, school libraries cultivate a lifelong love of reading, learning, and lay a foundation for intellectual curiosity and personal growth. Beyond fostering a love of reading, school libraries play a pivotal role in academic achievement. They serve as invaluable support systems for students and educators alike, offering a treasure trove of resources to complement classroom learning. Whether students and teachers need supplementary materials for assignments, research assistance for projects, or guidance in navigating complex topics, the school library stands ready to assist. Librarians with their expertise in information retrieval and material selection organize and serve as mentors and guides. I ask you to support HB 5417 as a person with experience and continue to learn about selecting materials age appropriate, content appropriate for each grade level. I ask that you as an education committee support this bill, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming out, and thank you for your comments about the Waterford schools as well. We definitely appreciate that. And I just would like to, because I think part of this today, everyone, you know, I think we all mean well and trying to get to the right point for our students. Everyone would agree. We want all of our children to love learning and to have a diverse selection of books and everything. But I think you hit on the key that I think has motivated some of my colleagues. And you said that as you go through, you've been trained as a librarian specialist to look at the books and place them, and they are, and I think I heard you say age appropriate as you bring them and as you select them.
Correct.
Yes.
And in school districts across Connecticut, there are not only policies, as you had noted before, for when parents have concerns, there are policies and guidelines that school librarians have to follow for the selection and choice of materials as well. Those are their school board approved policies. We have curricular guidelines, age guidelines. We look for recommendations from our publishers before those purchases are made. We spoke earlier about a rating system, and although it's not on the book cover like it would be a CD or a video game, publishers have systems where they place literature, YA literatures for young adults. It would have no place in an elementary school library. Middle grade novels would not make it in a K2 library. Those are meant for 3-5. Now, not being a certified librarian or not having a course in material selection, public would not necessarily know that. But in a reconsideration policy, if a parent or family has a question about why a piece of literature is in a library, in that process, I get to go through the thought process and the research project in which I found why that would be great for my learners in my library. So there are many layers to that. There's a lot of research and time that goes into building these book lists and customizing that for the level, age level, and the clientele in my library as well.
Thank you, Barbara, for taking the time to come in today and giving your testimony. Thank you.
Any other questions for Barbara? Representative Corney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. So I just have a couple of questions. Do you know of any book challenges in Connecticut for school libraries that were successful?
One, I would like to call them reconsideration policies, because challenge policies will then start to bring in banned books. Reconsideration is looking at whether a material is age appropriate, content appropriate for those. I do know of successful challenges where they have not followed the proper procedure and that book has been removed. It is community specific. There are pieces of material that were purchased and are no longer culturally relevant or responsible and then become removed. In the recent past, most of the challenges have been raised because of LGBTQ subject matter or authors or subjects of color. There have not been, and I'm speaking in my experience, in the recent past, any successful literature removals based on that content. There have been removals superseding the process that districts have been placed. People will walk in and remove books. I also fear for those districts who do not have librarians to monitor their collections or properly choose materials for those collections. In those places where someone takes a list of a New York Times bestseller list and may not know to look for the recommendations or age guidelines for those novels, end up in a high school library, and it might not be. They may be adult literature and not young adult literature. And we would want to make sure that there's someone in that seat to know the process for reconsidering that material. Does that answer your question?
It does. So I guess you kind of touched on what I was going to ask next is when, I guess for reconsideration, you said some have, been, moved or removed because of social reasons, things change, obviously. So is there a policy for, the Library Association for that, or is that district by district?
So that is left to the local Board of Education. That is a policy. You can search the district board, the different districts. We, as a professional organization for the state of Connecticut, curate those different district examples on our website. I know that my colleague from Fairfield said that we collect those as the state to provide examples. And I know he said his was the best, but it hasn't been reviewed since 2003. So that constant process of review and revision of board policy is just good business practice for school boards. Your material selection as well as reconsideration should be reviewed that often. It should not be from 2003 because, again, library materials, selection materials. We've had a division between voluntary inquiry and materials that we use for classroom instruction. Some of the material selection policies do not reflect that diversity in policy, and what should be in a school library is very different than what should be used for curriculum and taught with units of study.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony.
Representative Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. So just for clarification, what you're telling us is that you're against the communities themselves and Board of Eds and the local teachers and librarians making those decisions. You want a state law that tells every single school district in Connecticut what they can and can't do, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and the like. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. You're not listening. You're not.
Okay, that's
understanding
what I'm trying to
saying.
get clarity
Yeah,
on.
and I think with the prior school librarian, you were trying to get there as well. This bill is leaving it in the hands of the local boards of ed. This bill is saying that the local boards of ed just need to state a reason why they can reconsider materials. I bring it to the Board of Ed. I am following my Board of Ed policy, and this bill will then go to reaffirm that we're just asking that a board is following their policy to select and reconsider materials and select what's in our school libraries. I'm asking it to be left to this policy, while this policy to me brings it down to or allows the Board of Ed to have that say.
They have to answer to the state policy.
The Board of Ed, the state policy is asking the Board of Ed to supply a reason as to why those materials were moved. Yes, I'm asking that the board follows its own policy.
They have to answer to the state is what you're saying, because the state's making the policy. We're going to implement the policy and they have to give a reason. So they will be answering to the state. I just wanted to clarify because I think that's what you're saying.
So I think to further clarify, if you added language that included, so there was a comment before, what language would make it more palatable? If you look to say, to mention that these boards already have policies in place, if you added that language, that the selection, the material selection policy and reconsideration policies were followed, and if you added that language in here, I don't think there would be any question about who has to follow. They're following their own policies, and you're ensuring that this happens where there is no voice, where there is no librarian, where there is someone who would walk in and take out a book and just make it go away. That's not following this, and that's not following the local Board of Ed's policies.
We'd be inserting the state policy into local policies. That's what we're going to do when we implement this. It will insert to the towns, the local towns, the policy you speak of. Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi. I just had a question
I'm
about.
sorry. Good, good. Representative McGee, you're up next. I'm sorry. I
I
forgot you
can
was
yield to
online.
my friend. That's fine.
Thank you.
Representative McGee, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. Thank you so much for your testimony. It brought a lot of clarity, I think, to my questions as well. I do have a couple comments and questions. I think there are times as students where you will read a book that might be graphic, but graphic and challenging, but important to the growth of you developmentally as a student. I think about the Diary of Anne Frank. There are moments in that book that was challenging for me, but I needed to read that to understand her experience as a young Jewish girl in Germany, as well as Angela's Ashes. I learned about the Irish culture and Beloved by Toni Morrison. And so there are times where you will read material that is super important, not only to the development of young people, but I think as well, even to the experience of a young person going to school in America, extremely privileged to be able to go to school in America for pretty much for free. And so I do see the significance of what you are sharing. I think it really is important. Some of my concerns, a little bit, is the compiling around like Black issues or civil rights issues and that of sexual identity and, you know, like and expression. And for me, like, I think we obviously live in a space and society where people are to be respected for their, you know, civil liberties. However, I am a bit concerned about a call that I received from a parent whose student opened up a book. And in that book, if I didn't see the images in the book, I would not have believed the parent. But in the book was like inappropriate images that displayed relational sexual activity. And I think that content is sort of listed in number 7. In a case like that, if a student finds a book in a library and there are like inappropriate images displayed, like I said, I saw this for myself. What would the procedure be following the experience? Like, say if a student, and from your expertise, if a student says, you know, librarian, which I love librarians, I love my high school librarians to this day. You know, I found this book, it's weird, or something in it is crazy, I've never seen this before, and they're very young. What would sort of follow after that so that that book is removed from that space that seemed to not be appropriate for that student's age?
Thank you for asking your question. Each board's policy is pretty similar when it comes to reconsideration. It will start with a form. If a student is opens up a book and there's something that's making them feel uncomfortable, we absolutely encourage that discussion. In fact, I would ask that they go home and talk to their family about it. We've had the conversation here in the room earlier about these offer opportunities for conversation. Anything that makes you feel scared or uncomfortable or confused, we want to have a conversation about it. If it's a book in my library, then if it's making you feel uncomfortable, we immediately close it. We have a conversation, and it may be a conversation that we then call home, but there's a form. If a parent feels that they think it's inappropriate for the library, or they would like to have it reconsidered, they would fill out a form, a reconsideration form. And I'll give the 1-minute version. Once the reconsideration form is filled out, there's a school committee that's formed. It's a library advisory council with a variety. Community members are welcome to join. There's usually a call, and they read the book. The entire committee reads the book. They don't take that one picture out of context or a phrase or a sentence. They read the book, they have a conversation about the book, they look at the choice process, they look at the reviews, they look at where the publisher is recommending it, they look at CERC history, and they have a discussion if that's placed appropriately at the age level and if the content is appropriate for the audience. Then that committee comes to consensus, and that book remains in circulation until that process is complete. It is not shelved. It is not held. It is not put in a paper bag. It is left in consideration, left in circulation until that process is complete. And then whatever the community decides is done with that book. I'm asking that stay in place and that boards of ed are allowed to put through the test, put the book through the process that they established, that they voted on, that was agreed upon by their community and let that process play out.
Thank you. Thank you sorry.
Sorry. Oh, I didn't know where it was coming from.
Well, we got another
I,
one. Got one
no,
more?
I just want to say thank you for your responses. I really appreciate it. And if I could I think it's so important that we continue to engage community and parents and teachers and boards of ed on these things, because even the decision making on what is beneficial or harmful or discomfort or uncomfortable can still sometimes be subjective. So but thank you for making clear that this is a communal effort. It's not just one person or the other. It's a communal collaborative discussion to engage in, so that we are making sure that students are in environments where they are being challenged to grow, but of course, developmentally according to their prefrontal cortexes. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on your conversation with Rep. Dauphiné a little bit. So as I look at this, the bill that's before us, it says, to your point, that a Board of Education has to provide a reason. But it goes on to say 7 specific reasons that they cannot use. And I know what they mean generally in this context. Like I can understand that an author's race, nationality, I understand what all that means. One thing I have a question on, maybe you can provide because you have experience in this, partisan approval or disapproval. I don't really understand what that means in that context. So I have a Board of Education in my town. Let's just say there's 2 Republicans and 5 Democrats, and 5 Democrats vote to approve it and 2 Republicans vote not to. Does that make it a partisan approval? Like that's what I'm trying to determine, because in that context, it would seem somewhat vague to me. So I'm trying to understand what partisan approval or disapproval means in this context.
I don't feel comfortable or have enough background knowledge with the construction of the bill to answer that accurately.
Okay, so let me ask you, I'm not trying to trap you here.
No, I totally get, I just don't want
I'm
to.
just trying to understand, like, we use these words all the time, and I'm a
And
police
we
officer.
don't.
What's that?
I don't.
Oh, well, we certainly do.
Okay.
And I'm a police officer by trade. So, I mean, when we use words up here a lot when we talk about law enforcement, and I try to educate, for lack of better terms, my colleagues, the context in which we're using that word in that particular profession. So that's what I'm sort of asking. Like, I didn't know if you had experience where somebody says, okay, well, they're doing this for partisan reasons. And I just didn't know I know what partisan means in this building, certainly, but I just don't know in the context of what makes a book partisan approved or disapproved. And if you haven't had that experience, then that's fair. I just didn't know if maybe you did.
I mean, in my experience, I am a librarian for all learners. The gentleman from Fairfield mentioned, if a book was asked to be purchased based on prior presidents or things like that, that we put it in the library. And that just because it's on a certain person, a certain political belief, that it would be removed because we have a new president. And so I would remove that one because someone that doesn't meet your political beliefs. I do not believe that it would be a voting of the Board of Ed, whether it's partisan on the Board of Ed. I think it's the book, whether the book is partisan, because the other language in that is the subject matter of the book would be about social emotional. The subject matter of the book would be, so in my school librarian interpretation of that, it would be the subject matter of the book being about a partisan or nonpartisan topic.
Okay.
Because the others are referring to the topics of the book.
I understand. That makes sense. So maybe we just need to look at that wording, because the way it's worded here is partisan approval or disapproval by the board, but perhaps you just need to look at that, because certainly some books that would clearly be partisan, right? Depending on who
And
wrote
we
them,
have other speakers in coming up that may be able to also answer that a little bit better than I can.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Dauphiné?
Thank you for the second time, Mr. Chair. Just one final comment to Representative McGee's inquiry about what this is. When the parameters are set up by the state and we inflict this policy or this law in our state, and every town has to follow it, it is not a communal decision. It is a state decision. And I just want to be clear about that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to remind my colleagues, I never had to
Senator McCrory, I do.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just one quick question. Thank you. As I look through this, and I apologize if you've already answered it, when this form is submitted, the end result, if they submit the form and say we want to remove it for political reasons or whatever, the State Department of Education has the final decision. Is that correct?
No, the bill, in my interpretation of the bill, it's being asked to just have the local Board of Ed state a reason as to why the book is being removed. And that the number 6, which we seem to be talking about a lot, there are topics that boards of ed should not and cannot, because of the PICO freedom to read, freedom of information, freedom of speech. There are topics that books in a school library, which are places of voluntary inquiry, should not be removed. You could ask your family not to read them, but they should not be removed because based on those topics alone.
Understood. I guess my question is, and maybe it's for the chairs. But it says they must state a reason. So who's making the final determination?
That information we would like included in the bill as clarification as well. We asked for more as school librarians, I'll be honest. We asked for more in this. We asked for school librarians to be named. We asked for policies to be named. We asked them to be listed. And we feel there could be stronger language in here that go to the expertise and the variety of resources available to our readers. We would be happy to meet to discuss any further language you might want to include.
Thank you. I'm still not sure who has the final say, but thank you for that. And I wouldn't want to be a librarian having to make these decisions with on my own, but thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. And I'll reiterate, this is policy that we are trying to form. We work from inside and we also work from the outside, listening to public comments. That's why we have these public hearings. And I also want to remind my colleagues, please pay attention to these speakers. There are a number of them coming up and talking about the same subject area. Some of the answers you might already have heard earlier. So I'm going to institute for the first time my 2-question rule. So everyone who has a question, you get 2 of them. Okay, because this is a public hearing. We want to hear from you so we can make sound policy, and you are a part of that, and we're here to listen to you. All right, thank you for your testimony. Next up, Shannon McNeese, followed by Arisa Osef, I know I butchered your last name, and Stephanie Bulletin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to Senator McCrory and Representative Curry and honorable members of the Education Committee for this opportunity to speak with you today in support of HB 5417. And thank you for thinking of school librarians with this legislation. My name is Shannon McNeese. I am currently a library media specialist in West Hartford. I live in Wethersfield. I have the extraordinary privilege of sharing the joy of reading with students in my school. In fact, a team of my 7th grade readers recently won the United States National Kids Lit Quiz competition and will be traveling to Australia to compete in the international finals in the sport of reading. I've been a school library media specialist for 24 years, and I've worked very hard to develop a responsive, equitable collection for my middle school students. Over the past 10 years, children's publishing has offered a wonderful array of books with diverse characters, and I love that I can provide my students with such a marvelous view of the world and the people who live in it. As a passionate advocate for intellectual freedom and educational equity, I fully support the proposed legislation concerning public school libraries. This bill not only promotes transparency in the management of library resources, but also protects the rights of students to access a diverse range of library materials. By enshrining these principles into law, we affirm our commitment to providing an inclusive, respectful learning environment where all students can explore, learn, and grow. There were more than 100 book challenges in Connecticut last year, according to the Connecticut Mirror. This legislation, which simply ensures that no one person can strip books from school libraries because he or she doesn't like the content, is an important step forward in safeguarding our students' right to information and fostering a culture of open inquiry and mutual respect. Every Connecticut school district should have certified library media specialists in their schools who can choose books and select books based on the procedures and policies set forth by that town Board of Ed, and should also follow the Board of Ed endorsed procedures for reconsidering library materials while providing transparency and accountability for the process. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Don't see one online. Don't see to the left, right. Thank you again for your testimony. Next up, we have Risa?
Hello.
Yes. Can you turn your camera on? $51.
Yes.
Yes, you're up.
I'm so sorry. I have.
Don't worry
I'm
about
having some issues with my video camera.
That's okay. You can just speak.
All right. Thank you so much. Hello, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. My name is Raisa Youssef. I'm a member of the Center for Youth Leadership at Brad McMahon High School in Norwalk. I'm speaking on behalf of the 137 members of the Center and the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council, which is our partner at Stanford High School. I have a special greeting for Senator Miller and Representatives Paris, Johnson, Roberts, and Mara. They represent our interests in Stanford and Norwalk. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 5, especially sections 2 and 3, which address AI in schools. It is understood that school districts and teachers need to get ahead of increasingly sophisticated technologies so students can learn responsible and ethical applications of AI. A few sources may be of help with the AI tool mentioned in section 2. One is the AI Guidance for Schools Toolkit by Tech AI. Another is the 93-question AI checklist from the Council of the Great City Schools. A third source is the Connecticut Academy of Scientists and Engineers, which work closely with the General Law Committee on Senate Bill 2, especially where ethical dilemmas, bias, equity, and digital access are concerned. The ever-changing nature of AI technologies is important for the classroom training program that is mentioned in section 3 of the bill. We think two sources can be helpful. The North Carolina Department of Public Instruction produced a document that addresses plagiarism, the ethical use of AI, and other topics. And a school district near Seattle, Washington published a document that includes a sample classroom policy that teachers and students can discuss. As always, a major challenge is balancing teachers' time with what they know students need for the future. According to the Education Week Research Center, 78% of the teachers it surveyed nationwide said that they don't have the emotional bandwidth to teach students how to think about or use AI because they're tied up with academic challenges, social emotional learning, safety considerations, and other priorities. Yet in the same survey, teachers mentioned that students need AI to succeed in college and the workplace. Nevertheless, we believe Senate Bill 5 can help, especially if it is paired with the hire of digital coaches by school districts. The AI tool mentioned in the bill will need to be a living, breathing document because it could be outdated the moment it is published. The digital coaches can help teachers navigate the ever-changing nature of AI technologies for classroom use. Finally, let's not forget parents. As you know, at the start of the school year, parents and students are asked to sign an acceptable use policy that describes the way technology can be used in schools. School districts will need to update the policy to include AI. This may be a good time to ask parents to watch a video about AI in schools, as Senator Maroney mentioned in a recent public hearing of the General Law Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Mayor.
Thank you so much. Raisa, thank you so much for testifying. And Brian McMahon has really taken a leadership role with AI and looking at how it can be utilized in the school system. I've been in touch with the Centers for Youth Leadership before. I've had emails from you guys, and I really appreciate hearing from you, and I really appreciate your leadership. And hopefully we can talk a little bit more offline as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Online? Oh, Rep Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity just to thank you, Raisa. Your work at Brian McMahon, as Rep Mara has said, has been phenomenal. You've been leading for years at this point with testimony in this committee. I know even going back to the work that we're now implementing about equity in our schools, and so around AI, and happy to support lifting your voice up in this building, given that your voice is so crucial in the future of this issue. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry if your comments, Representative Johnson. Anyone else? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Shannon, followed by Shannon. Oh, I just saw her. Riza, followed by Stephanie Bulletin. That was okay. Katie Grant from CEA, followed by Michael Bloom.
Good afternoon. Actually may very well be good evening now. Senator McCrory, Senator McCarty, and ranking members of the Education Committee, I appreciate your time tonight. My name is Katie Grant. I work as an organizer at the Connecticut Education Association on behalf of teachers and students across the state, and I'm a proud former high school English teacher. I testify today in support of Senate Bill 363, and specifically Section 7 of the bill, which adds new language that EdTPA, a pre-service portfolio assessment for teacher candidates, shall not be used to quote an institution of higher education to deny successful completion of a teacher preparation program. The legislature took an important step last year when EdTPA was decoupled from certification. As a former teacher candidate at UConn who was required to complete EdTPA, I'm immensely grateful because the repeal of this assessment is critical in our efforts to recruit, retain, and support the most qualified and dedicated teacher candidates. Thank you for that. Being required to complete EdTPA took me away from my experience when I was student teaching because I had to complete a portfolio that was entirely inauthentic to my teaching style and context. The quote lesson sequence I had to teach for the test felt artificial to both the content of my teaching, the curriculum I was required to follow by my student teaching placement, and the culture I had created in my classroom. It was so frustrating to know that I had to sacrifice time to complete this portfolio that would only provide me with scripted, rubric-based feedback instead of investing even more deeply in reflecting on my practice with the real in-person people who knew me and knew my growth as a future educator over the years I spent preparing to become a teacher. Beyond my individual experience with the portfolio, research asserts that the use of EdTPA is unwarranted on technical grounds, is assessed to have alarming results from racial bias reviews, and that it operates as a gatekeeper, preventing qualified candidates from earning their initial teaching certification. Yet, under the current legislation, EdTPA can still be used as an accountability metric for educator prep programs, where candidates are required to complete the portfolio in order to complete their program requirements, which they need for certification. Without this important addition to the current language, teacher candidates are being asked to complete a process that we know is an inauthentic measure of their capacities and readiness, that we know is not valid or reliable, that we know is not a fair assessment across certain demographics of teacher candidates, and that we know is a cost burden just to hold their teacher prep programs accountable. If this portfolio is not a good metric for certification, it should not also be considered a good metric for completion of an educator prep program. The legislature has taken an important step in ensuring that teacher candidates have certification requirements that are aligned with our values in the state and that implement good teaching practices. I ask you to support Senate Bill 363, specifically Section 7, to continue to support teacher candidates across the state. Thank you for your work on behalf of students, teachers, and future teachers in the state, and for your consideration of this matter.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative McCarthy.
Not a question, just a very quick comment because it's late. Just thank you for coming in to give your testimony. And I do want to say, and I know my colleague is coming in, that we certainly appreciated the voices of the teachers in the prep programs, and to hear the actual experience is so meaningful to us. So I thank you for that. And it's actually changed my mind. So thank you.
Thank you so much for all of your efforts to listen to our aspiring educators. I know we had great feedback from that event, and I was actually reading over it this morning, and I know we heard that you all were inspired by it, but our members were as well, and they said that it was incredibly valuable to them to hear and to sit with you all and know that they were heard. So that was immensely impactful for us as well. Thank you.
They were definitely heard, and we enjoyed it as much. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. We're gonna go back to Stephanie, 52 Stephanie, and followed by M. Stephanie.
Hi, yes. Hi, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Stephanie Bulletin, and I'm honored to stand before you as the VP of Sales for Kooth Digital Health. Today, I'm here testifying in support of Bill SB 5, an act concerning school resources, specifically Section 6 of the bill, which explores the impact of social media through science, technology, and engineering for the purpose of positively impacting student relationships and school climate. This section extends the social balance curriculum pilot program from 10 to 50 school districts. This pilot offers teachers and parents access to resources and videos focused on developing students' digital literacy skills. For more than 2 decades, Kooth has served the behavioral health needs of youth and young people via digital means. Utilizing digital means offers the benefit of making behavioral health and wellness to every young person to whom it is available, regardless of acuity of need. We believe this population health model effectively augments the more traditional in-person therapies. These therapies, as I'm sure this committee is aptly aware, are becoming increasingly difficult to access as the pace of the need has outnumbered the number of clinicians. A digital application delivering behavioral health services, such as ours, does not replace the need for traditional live in-person therapies when warranted. Rather, it augments what is available and meets young people where they are at exactly the time they need it. In our commitment to early intervention and identification, we continuously refine and expand our services. This ensures that youth have a secure, confidential, and timely means to access proactive behavioral health support. Our multifaceted approach within Kooth's platform provides 3 pathways. First, we have a self-guided pathway where the user can delve into learning more about an issue they may be facing. This pathway also includes tools for emotional regulation. The second pathway is an asynchronous peer community. These communities are segregated by age groups, 13 to 15, 16 to 18, and 19 to 25. Additionally, the peer community is pre-moderated by members of the Kooth clinical team to ensure there is no personal information shared. There is no means on the platform for users to have direct contact amongst peers. The content to be posted is appropriate, and the content is also moderated by a Kooth employee to assess for risk. Kooth does not use any form of AI. Most users of Kooth receive what they need through these 2 pathways. However, for those who need to talk to someone, a third pathway offers users immediate access to licensed clinicians through chat-based sessions. Currently, the Kooth app, called Saluna, has already made a significant impact, being available to more than 20 million individuals across Pennsylvania, Kentucky, California, and the United Kingdom. We believe our platform would be a perfect fit for this pilot offered in SB 5. In addition to offering information and psychoeducation on a wide range of topics, we also come alongside. With these skills, young people can harness the benefits of social media while being able to spot its risk and navigate real-world relationships. It's for these reasons that I'm here testifying in support of SB 5, Section 6. I appreciate your time and attention, and I stand by ready to address questions.
Roberta, any questions? Any questions? online. Stephanie, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, 53, M.
Hi, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Manji Gopinathan Gerber, and as a parent, I'm here to oppose House Raised Bill 5417. The purpose of this bill appears to deny local community and parental input regarding what materials are procured in public school libraries and to be freely available to their children, seemingly in the favor of a taxpayer-funded town employee. Furthermore, the bill seems to remove the obligation on the Board of Ed members, our elected representatives, from having to explain why a book, an audiobook, or a digital download of a book is available to children in school libraries if questioned or challenged. Combined, these provisions build a wall to keep parents and the community out while sanctioning something as important as appropriateness of a content available in school libraries to an administrative staff, while absolving elected officials from having to explain themselves to the voting public. This is unacceptable. Parents and the community at large have a public interest in the education of their children. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but the state should not be considering any laws that blunt or stifle public input, which matters as critical as the content, which can be easily accessible to children and paid for with their own tax dollars. In the Board of Ed Island Trees versus Pico, the U.S. Supreme Court found that if the purpose is to remove a book because of nationalistic, political, or religious reasons, then yes, that action is a violation of the First Amendment. However, if the Board of Ed officials can point to a non-discriminatory reason to remove a book, such as pervasive vulgarity or educational unsuitability, they are granted wide discretion in removing the book immediately. This decision presupposes the community's right to see and challenge the content in school libraries and imposes strict requirements that a justification offered by the government is necessary. At best, 5417 is unclear to which authority is going to procure an age-appropriate catalog of materials. If the state is indeed proposing to close off legal avenues for parents and for the community to raise concerns about a content available to their children, this bill should state that clearly. As the committee knows, a properly functioning democracy requires more than consent. You need informed consent. I urge the committee to reject the bill and to support the principles of open dialogue, which will set community standards, where informed adults contribute to an ongoing dialogue of what content is best suited to help our children to grow and develop into well-balanced, knowledgeable, competent, and successful adults. Thank you for your time and your opportunity to speak today.
And thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your testimony today. A couple of questions. So as a parent, are you seeking to ban books?
No, this is not seeking book bans whatsoever. Banning of a book, the real definition of the word means that you cannot publish a book, nor can you sell it in the free market. And these books, the reason why the dissenters of this U.S. Supreme Court decision, what they made was these books are available in a public library. They're available on Amazon Books. They're available in Barnes and Nobles. So there's no way that these books are being banned. However, the reason we want to is to remove these certain books from a public school, because a public school really is to educate our children. And that's what we as parents are giving the teachers and administrators the privilege of spending time with our kids so they can be fully educated.
Thank you for that answer. I know there's been a little bit of a difference between how the Supreme Court case was explain. Can you expand on that explanation of that Supreme Court case that you spoke about?
Sure. This Supreme Court case was actually brought by a student that was in high school in Long Island, and his name was Stephen Pico. And the Board of Education had wanted to remove some books that they seemed unfit from their school library. And it was the Island Trees Free Union District. And from 1976, it took all the way up the court system to 1982, where the U.S. Supreme Court looked at this bill, or looked at this case, I'm sorry, and in a 5-4 majority decision, they said that because these books were made some of the board members uncomfortable, that was not a clear reason to get rid of the book. However, they did give a narrow support to getting rid of these books in the public school library if it had pervasive vulgarity or they were educationally unsuitable. And if you don't mind, Representative Dauphiné, this bill, as proposed as it is, it's not just a violation of this U.S. Supreme Court decision, but it's also a violation of our Connecticut Constitution, Article 1, Section 16, where it says the citizens have a right to apply to those invested with the powers of the government for redress of grievances. So if this bill passes, that means that parents cannot air their grievances to a local board of ed. And what that does is it's restricting their rights to speak and what they feel is fit for their child's education.
Representative Daphne, so I just want to interject just to provide clarity once again, because as we like to say here, words matter on the Education Committee. No one is taking away a process for people to be able to have conversations and voice concerns with boards of education as this bill is proposed. And so I don't want that narrative to be what is out, excuse me, into the universe and getting in the way of progress on what we'd like to believe we'll hopefully be able to work on and move out of committee. Back to you, Rep. Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if I understand right, just for clarity, what you're saying is that the state will then again decide those parameters, and parents must act within those parameters or respond within those parameters when they have a challenge to a book. Is that correct?
Yes, this is actually brought upon by the American Library Association in their Right to Read Act. And what they are trying to do is allow all children of all ages to all materials. But as we know, not every single book or not every single topic matter is going to be appropriate for every child. And it is not up to the librarians to choose, in a limited bookshelf of a school, which book will be able to be placed on a shelf. Are you going to put Shakespeare, or are you going to put a book that shows a strap-on, and I hate saying this, in a hearing, but a strap-on dildo, let's say. And that should not be a choice librarians need to choose. They're not informed about pornography.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a question. Or no, Representative Guzopkis, go ahead.
I did, but I'm all set. Thank you you answered my question, because my question was really about parental consent. And I don't know how the parents would be able to go to the Board of Ed and advocate. And to what you just said, my neighbors raise their children differently than I raise my children. And so for one person to decide what is best or not best for my child, I don't think is right, but you answered my question. So thank you.
Thank you.
The exact intent of the piece of legislation, Representative Zupkis. Any other questions or comments from members? No, thank you very much for your testimony today. Next up is Michael Bloom. Oh, did he already go? He was out. I think he's on the atrium. Liam, could you see if Mike's open? Ilke, are you online? Nope. Leslie, Wolfgang.
My name is Leslie Wolfgang. I am the Director of Public Policy for the Family Institute of Connecticut. I am testifying against HB 5417. It prevents boards of education from removing or relocating broad and vague categories of books in the public school libraries. On its face, the bill removes a parental right as a citizen to apply to those invested with the powers of government for redress of grievances guaranteed by the Connecticut Constitution. It tips the balance of power over the debate about public school books to unelected and unaccountable school media specialists, as lovely as they are. School media specialists are not neutral actors. The American Library Association, from which this bill is modeled, is now headed by a self-described Marxist. Their newsletter gives tips and tricks to being a secret librarian advocate operative, to sneakily fit stuff into current programs, and recommends to never give up. Don't stop asking. Ask next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. One year they might say yes, and then you can eventually get to drag queen story time. This bill removes all school board discretion with regard to any materials related to sexual health for grammar school libraries. Last year, I submitted testimony to this committee that included guidelines issued by the State Department of Education about sexual health. Those guidelines included instructions on masturbation for third graders. That's 8-year-olds.
I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway here
includes
because you're talking
instructions.
about something that is not up for debate. You're talking about the wellness health education that was last year. So if you want to stick to the policy in front of us, that'd be great. Thanks.
Vaginal, anal, and oral sex for 6th grade. That's age 11 and much more. I want to draw your attention to a book. It is a how-to manual for teen sex. It is the Kama Sutra for children. It depicts sexual positions and more for our school children. And when I also say it has pornography, let me read this excerpt. Porn can help you discover new aspects of your sexuality and help you safely explore kinks and fantasies. Look up interviews with your fave porn performers, go to the sites they recommend, and pay for your porn. Do yourself a favor and consume porn with a hefty pinch of salt, and remember that the people you see on camera are real human beings who deserve your respect. The fuel that feeds the comprehensive process outlined by Mr. Stanton earlier today is in part the Damocles sword of the Board of Education to relocate or remove books that, as influenced by parents, as permitted by current law, that makes that process possible and actually prompted that process.
And Leslie, if I
And
could
this
ask you
bill
to
interferes with
summarize
that. Thank
for
you.
me.
I'm done.
Appreciate that so much. Any questions, comments? Representative Remington Hughes.
Thank you for spending the evening with us here. My question has to do with, has this American Library Association bill passed in any other states? And if so, have the results been favorable?
Yes, it's passed in the state where the American Library Association is headquartered. That was in Illinois. It was brought up last week in Rhode Island, and that bill was defeated there. And so this is a new model bill that's being rolled out by the American Library Association because they're tired of being challenged by parents.
Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. What document did the State Department of Education publish the sexual health guidelines and its availability?
Rep Finance, that's not part of what we're talking about, but I will explain and say that that was a proposed guidance that came from the organization that represents, I believe, health and wellness, health and phys ed teachers. SDE or the legislature may have asked them to come up with some model curriculum, and that was what was presented as the proposal. It was not ultimately what was adopted, which is why ultimately came down off the website.
Okay, I apologize. I'll
No,
ask,
you're good.
I have a
Thanks so
couple of
much.
questions here. Has the Supreme Court addressed boards of education and school library books? Can you?
Yes,
clarify
thank
that?
you for asking that question. So about 30 years ago, the Supreme Court issued their decision in PICO, which was related to school boards and what materials could be removed from the school library. I'll just set out that there were some categories listed and they are reflected a little bit in the proposed bill, although the bill goes much farther. Reasons why they could not remove books from the school library. But the Supreme Court set aside very broad exceptions to that, including materials manifestly inimical to the public welfare, books, they could determine educational suitability, they could remove books that were pervasively vulgar, they could assess books for whether they were psychologically or intellectually appropriate. These are all library books, not curriculum. And they could seek to instill certain values by persuasion and example in their choice of emphasis of the book. So there's many broad categories under current law. And our current law is the way we have all these wonderful policies like were discussed earlier in Fairfield. It involved the teachers and the students and the parents and the grandparents and the board members and the community being involved in a process and setting out a process that books could be challenged. We can't, it's not my recommendation that we give complete authority to librarians. They're wonderful people. I love the librarians I grew up with, but they should not have complete authority over the books. It's better to have community involvement on a local level, accountable through an election process where people can influence the process by talking to their elected officials, the Board of Education members. Just like, I'll stop there.
Thank you for that. And I just a little clarification with regard to earlier, they talked about the First Amendment for children. And I wondered, you know, your thoughts on that and how the bill affects parental rights.
Oh, yeah, I mean, parents are here for a reason. Children don't have absolute authority over the materials that they should be able to access. And look, it's a public school. We need to involve the public. And with all due respect to librarians, we understand that sometimes the public can be difficult to work with, but that is the process that we're given. And it shouldn't be just the situation where, oh, parent, you found out about this book. Well, you talk to your child at home and don't let them read it. That's not the process that we have. We need to have a process where everybody can have influence on a local level to help decide what's appropriate in the public school library. And not just expect parents to discover it on the back end and then have that conversation with their schools. Let's have an open process to talk about these books, as I think we do in many communities. We have a very detailed and exhaustive process where the books are there and they can be challenged and people read them and review them and make a community decision instead of removing that from parents and sending it up a chain of command where you have to, I guess, petition the State Department. I'm not even sure how that process works. Or you have to go to an unaccountable librarian. And yes, you can have that discussion, but we only have these processes because the Board of Education can step in and say, this book is inappropriate. It doesn't, and for these several reasons, we'd like to have a review process and possibly move it or remove it. I'll just add that the PICO law only applies to high school and junior high schools. And this bill applies to all grades, pre-K through grade 12. So you can end up having a book on sexual health that finds its way onto the shelves of your third grade class in accordance with what the State Department of Education considers to be sexual health. And a Board of Education, through this bill, will be unable to have it removed. That's just, that's not current law, and this bill proposes to make a lot of changes. And for all the reasons I outlined and other people have outlined, I recommend that you not support it.
Thank you for your testimony. I know there's many people in my 3 towns who have come forward and said the same thing. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions, comments? I see none. Always appreciated that you come out and testify.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Yep.
Next up is number 58, Representative Tom O'Day, online.
Good evening, members of the Education Committee, Chairman McCrory, Representative Curry, and ranking members Berthel and McCarty. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 14, an act assisting school districts in improving educational outcomes. The House Republican Caucus understands that this bill has many sections, but we'd like to focus our testimony on the literacy provisions in Section 2. And I want to read exactly what I'm addressing here. It's to provide resources and research supporting scientifically based reading instruction and Connecticut's K-3 literacy strategy developed by the center. While we acknowledge the benefit of providing additional resources, many school districts are still required to comply with the new law mandating that they implement a state-approved reading model for kindergarten through grade 3 education. By eliminating lines 54 to 61, towns which previously were able to use their own district models if they could demonstrate those models were scientifically based, the State Department of Education agreed that they were, if the State Department of Ed determined and agreed that they were scientifically based, they could get a waiver. Unfortunately, out of the 88 waivers that were requested, only 17 got approval. And by eliminating lines 54 to 61, we're eliminating Connecticut General Statute Section 10-14 II and having a review process for those districts that created their own program. Now, in New Canaan, we literally have been one of the top 2 or 3 performing districts in reading in the state. Prior to the pandemic, we had a 90% success rate with reading by the 3rd grade, 90%. Now, the one-size-fit-all approach is the problem that we have, and by eliminating Section 10-14 II, we're eliminating the ability of towns, particularly those high-performing districts, from implementing successful programs that are science-based approaches. The right to read legislation has a laudable mission to get everyone by 3rd grade to read, because as we know, between kindergarten and 3rd grade, kids learn to read, and afterwards they read to learn. So they have to be able to read by the 3rd grade. My 3 kids all went through the public schools in New Canaan, and I can tell you, they didn't have tutors. They learned in the public school how to read, and they excelled in college because of the public school education in New Canaan. And the science of reading, which embraced and supported by New Canaan superintendent and superintendents throughout the state, is successful in New Canaan because of the way we've developed it.
Representative, can I ask you to summarize?
Yes, sorry, I've got about 4 more pages, and I'll submit them in writing.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. In New Canaan, the one-size-fits-all approach that the state is taking isn't going to work, and rather than punishing New Canaan, the state, in my humble opinion, should mimic what New Canaan is doing. and utilize the experience that New Canaan has had in trying to allow other districts to try and mirror that. So happy to answer any questions. You know, as you all know, I'm very passionate about public education, and I want more children to have the successful public education that my kids had. And I think we need to mirror New Canaan, not change it. Happy to answer any
Heard
questions.
that wealth everywhere, I would, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Representative O'Day to
Thank
the
you.
Education Committee. Thank you for your testimony. And I think we would all agree the major goal is to ensure that all of our students are reading by the end of third grade, and with interventions even as early as first grade. And I can tell you that I appreciate very much the testimony and the caucus testimony that's in front of us, but to just say that this has been an issue that so many of us have really worked on for the last couple of years. And we are trying to come to a solution that works for everyone, including all of our districts. And I do agree that New Canaan is a district that has performed very well and hopefully will continue to have that performance. I think what we're trying to do here is to ensure that all of our children are reading by the end of third grade, and to be sure that we have the interventions in place to do that. So I know the department has sent out letters to each one of the superintendents, and I think my co-chair, not my co-chair, but my colleague here would agree that we're asking the superintendents and the districts to please take up the Department of Education on its offer to continue to work with them so that we can find a pathway forward that would help everyone understand where we need to go so that all of our districts are in compliance with the science of reading and that they're meeting all of the components. And I think we heard that today, and we have heard that repeatedly, that we believe there's an opportunity there for our districts to continue the ongoing dialogue with the department so that it isn't focused only on moving to a required program. Now, if I have that correct, I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation with the department and with the Education Committee, because I do agree that if it turns that a district cannot prove, and they've been given a status and they're not proving that they're following the science of reading, then they may have to look at another solution. But I think we're all working to find the appropriate resources, the appropriate interventions that can bring all of the districts in compliance. So this long answer to you is to just say that we respect what we're hearing from the caucus. We're going to try to find a solution that works for everyone, and we're in continuous dialogue with the Department of Education.
Thank you for that, Representative McCarty. And I will say, I've been listening all day, going back and forth between judiciary, and the good chairman, Representative Curry, had said, I think there was some question earlier on that the State Department of Education sent out a letter as to the process forward. What I want to make clear, when New Canaan submitted their waiver application under the legislation in February, afterwards is when the State Department of Ed published their rubric, and New Canaan was told they couldn't change their waiver application to address the rubric. And so then in October, there was a 20-minute time slot to meet with a third-party company in reviewing the waivers, and that New Canaan was told they couldn't submit any new information. And during that meeting, two of the people who were there evaluating told the New Canaan administrators that they were not the ones reading or reviewing the waiver. And then in December, New Canaan received a letter denying it, because the program was developed in-house and not reviewed by a third party.
Representative,
Yes.
I've given you a decent amount of leeway. We're not relitigating the right to read legislation today. I also would point out that homegrown programs were also approved, so it wasn't simply a blanket no to homegrown programs. I hear your frustration. We have talked through this with a number of members, but I just want to make sure that we're not getting off track too much. Representative McCarty?
No, I just would like Representative O'Day to understand that we are listening and that we hear the concerns of New Canaan. And I would suggest again, as our chairman had said earlier, that read the last paragraph to the letter and ask the superintendent to stay engaged with the Department of Education. I'm hopeful that we're going to find a solution to that will meet the needs of all of our districts as we go forward. And I think that is the opening there, that it's looking for a pathway so that everyone's in compliance and it meets the needs of the district.
I appreciate that, but the last paragraph or last sentence of the State Department of Education letter says, contact us, we'll come to you and tell you what to do. That's
No,
not collaborative.
Representative, I believe that the letter, if I am correct, it says working collaboratively with the districts to craft the next steps on the path forward for full implementation.
Implementation of the state's program, not with ours. I mean, the state should be utilizing our program, not the other way around.
I don't necessarily know if, well, that's the problem, I think, as a elected member of this body and you working with your superintendent and your boards of education, you likely may want to reach out and ask the department for specifics around that last part of the letter, which is the guidance that we have provided to all of the impacted districts, is ask the department for what that is exactly and that timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, and I will do that. It's just, it not only my district in New Canaan, but also one of my other districts, Darien, it was not a collaborative process getting to this point. But I hear you, and I will reach out to the State Department of Ed. I appreciate very much the opportunity to have this dialogue.
We got a couple of questions for you, so don't go anywhere, Tom. First up, we're going to go online to Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative O'Day, for coming, and I could not agree with you more. All that I hear is there's not enough staff, we need more money. And so for working collaboratively as this states, I'm not sure how that is going to happen. I don't see it. I agree with what you said. And the bottom line is the schools that did not get waivers are still going to have to pay and to take on one of these programs. We should be looking at New Canaan. We should be looking at Darien, Cheshire, Woodbridge, all of these communities, and focus on the schools, honestly, that got the waivers, because they're not at the levels that these other schools
I'm going to say
are.
exactly what I said to Representative O'Day. We are not relitigating the right to read legislation. We have legislation before us today for public hearings. So if you have comments on any of those or questions for the good representative, I would ask that you keep it to those 5 items. Thank you.
Well, that's all I have to say. And I look forward to meeting with the Department of Education so we can discuss all of these things. Thank you.
If I could just respond to you online. So we eliminated paragraph in lines 58 to 61. We eliminate the section 8, reviewing and publicly reporting on progress made by teacher preparation programs to include comprehensive reading curriculum models or programs reviewed and approved pursuant to section 10-14II. That's in Governor's Bill number 14. That exact elimination takes away the teacher's input. And New Canaan is extreme. We were the first, and I know, Mr. Chair, we want to keep it on the legislation, but New Canaan was the first district doing remote learning because our teachers were invested so diligently in our program. Our superintendent is the best in the state. All due respect to everybody, Brian Lutzy, and he had such a great relationship with the teachers because the teachers believe in him and he believes in the teachers. And by eliminating the teacher preparation programs, we're eliminating the teacher input. And good teachers can teach kids how to lead with a cookbook. But, so it's not, it's the going with what the teachers, going with the good teachers and helping them, not eliminating them from this process. Thank you.
And not one size fits all. Thank you.
Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative O'Day, for your testimony, and I appreciate you discussing the issues around Darien too, but we will keep it to the legislation in front of us. And so one of the things that I've asked some of the other folks that have come before us and had discussed SB 14, both Jocelyn Delancey and Fran Rabinowitz, earlier I said, is there anything that you would add or change to this legislation to make it better? And before you answer the question, I would just kind of repeat what they said. And they said this is not about a curriculum or not about a program, but it's about curriculum, training, and intervention. That's what Fran Rabinowitz said. And then Jocelyn Delancey said we need to focus really more on best practices, but it's not about the programs. So I guess my question to you, as we're looking at this legislation, this is supporting higher education, learning of scientifically based reading instruction. What else would you recommend to make this a better legislation?
Well, yeah, CAPS has a strong recommendation. The science, and I'm just going to read 2 sentences on the answer key here. It's called the Science of Reading Review and puts together teams who perform district by district reviews to determine the degree of implementation of the science of reading instruction, phonetic awareness, vocabulary fluency, and comprehension. In the last sentence, 2 sentences, it would be organic, contextual, and flexible for each district within the science of reading structures and leadership strategies, and the review teams would provide findings and recommendations to help ensure progress, provide follow-up visits, and to help districts continually grow. And so that's why I would not eliminate lines 58 through 61 in this legislation of Governor's Bill 14. I would actually leave that in and try and include teachers and districts in the collaborative process.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, Representative O'Day, it's always a pleasure to see and hear you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And Representative Lieber, I've got some information on the last bill that I came and testified about that I'll forward to everybody as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is 59. Island? Okay. Amy, are you online? Yeah. No? Okay. Austin Sprague? Good evening, or good afternoon still?
I think we're in evening-ish. Good afternoon, evening, whichever one you want to go with. But Chairman McCrory, Chairman Curry, ranking members and members of the Education Committee, it's great to meet you. My name is Austin Sprague. I'm a prior Special Operations Officer in the Marine Corps, and I represent a company called Critical Response Group, and we specialize in digital mapping of schools for emergency response. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 5, an act concerning school resources, and specifically to advocate for expanding some of the language seen in that bill as it relates to floor plans and blueprints to match the language seen in Senate Bill 229, which is an act establishing a school data grant program. Many of the philosophies and principles seen in Senate Bill 229 are derived from best practices developed in the special operations community, specifically how we would plan and communicate during missions overseas. And for us, it wasn't about navigating a school campus. It was about conducting a mission in a remote location in a place we've never been to before, at night, under a great deal of stress, and often working with a multitude of agencies who may be on different software systems, may even speak different languages. So for that, the military developed a standardized mapping technique called a GRG, or gridded reference graphic. We take an aerial image of that site, we put a grid on top of it, and then most importantly, we distribute that map to everyone participating in that mission, regardless of their role, regardless of their location, so we can speak kind of a common language about that place, even though we've never been there before. And if you look at the challenges facing first responders here in the US when they show up to a 911 call to school, it's remarkably similar to the situation we faced overseas. They're showing up in a time-sensitive environment, to unfamiliar terrain, sometimes a dangerous environment, and they often find themselves working with other agencies who they rarely have contact with. And amidst all that complexity, we also expect first responders to know how to get to certain places within that building, to how to automatically navigate to the art room or the cafeteria, and that's simply not the case. So while Senate Bill 5 does mandate the dissemination of floor plans, I want to highlight a couple shortfalls of floor plans as they exist today. The first is accessibility. So floor plans are not accessible in the software systems that first responders are already comfortable using. And the second is about accuracy. So floor plans are oriented in an infinite number of different ways. It's called Plan North or Project North. It's an architectural system. It has nothing to do with meshing into navigation software, and it's incredibly confusing if you have 3 different buildings on a school campus all oriented a different direction. So the first fix is quite straightforward, oriented all common way, north. The second is the actual accuracy of the base schematic. So we've mapped over 12,000 K through 12 schools. We have yet to encounter a single floor plan that is accurate from what you see on paper to what you see in the real world today. Things just change after renovations, demolitions, and everything in between. And the fix for that is to walk the structure, to physically walk every hallway and classroom and fix that base schematic. And while we're doing that, we fix the third problem, which is labeling. So a floor plan doesn't have basic signage for how you might navigate your school or a kid's school, classroom 12, the art room, all that's not on a floor plan. While they're also collecting the labels and locations for things first responders are specifically looking for. So the master key to that building, AEDs, trauma kits, fire extinguishers, gas shut off in case there's a fire, kind of assets that can really make or break an efficient response for a first responder. So by matching the language seen in Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 5 would also be ensuring that first responders across the state of Connecticut are receiving not just floor plans, which are not designed for emergency response, but they'll be receiving standardized, digitized, and verified communication tools that are accessible on the systems they're already comfortable using. And I'll pause there and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Representative Cook.
Thank you. And thank you, Austin, not only for this, but for your service to our country and for giving back now after that. So as you talk about the accuracy and the accessibility of the maps and so forth and so on. So when we have our local first responders who are supposed to go through the buildings, our fire marshals that are supposed to go through the buildings, would they be the ones that are responsible, or they are not doing to the extent of what you are doing? Could you clarify that first?
Sure. When you say responsible, do you mean responsible for knowing the structure or for disseminating the floor plans?
So I understand the floor plans are one thing, like
Mhm.
that's the boards of education and they do that. But when a fire marshal comes in and approves a building, when the police department and the fire department come through to walk that building,
Mhm.
do they then establish a floor plan that is supposed to be accessible in case there's an emergency, or what is that process?
No, I think is the shortest answer. But whenever a floor plan is created, regardless of how it originates with either an engineering firm or an architectural firm, there's always kind of a core starting point as a floor plan. And that's assuming a building's been built recent enough to that even still be a requirement. We've mapped 200-year-old schools and we found rolled up pieces of parchment. Some schools have no floor plans. They just get lost due to time and clerical errors. We've seen Post-it notes, USB drives, and everything in between. So floor plans as they exist today exist in dozens of different states of condition and accuracy. If a fire marshal is walking through schools and verifying for your accuracy, I'd say that's an incredible step in the right direction. But I can almost guarantee if a team like ours or another mapping vendor went through, we would find inaccuracies in where doors are, where things change. I mean, countless times a science lab becomes a chemistry lab, or the locker room is no longer a relevant space, so they change it to a storage closet. And while that might sound really minor, those kind of differences can have a huge impact. In Uvalde, for instance, over 100 responding agents showed up. So not just the folks who are directly responsible or comfortable with that school, who you would hope have pretty decent knowledge of what it looks like, but folks from surrounding counties all the way up to the FBI. They're all showing up and they want to participate, they want to help. And so they need an image to kind of coalesce that knowledge and speak about that site. But the floor plans they did receive, and they did have access to floor plans, wrongly depicted multiple things. The location of certain doors, even different walls had moved. And none of that was depicted in the original floor plan. And that leads to bad decision-making at the ground level. Did that answer your question?
It does answer my question. And I'm thinking moving forward as all the buildings that we build, that we should require something like this for every building in all of our new school projects, right? So in fact, if you're talking about Uvalde specifically, and if there were walls in places where there weren't and so forth and so on, having known certain things could have saved different lives. And that's speculatory, right? So I don't want anybody to send me an email and say, oh my gosh. But to that point, you're talking about what could be in theory the difference between life and death, or between reaction and the inability to react, depending on what's in front of you or what you do not know. So the unknown is the unsafe arena, is what I'm getting at.
That's exactly right. I think we think a lot about in terms of salvaging time. So we think a lot about in terms of pulling back as many precious minutes as we can. The average survivability of someone in an active shooter scenario goes up by 7% for every minute. And that's if someone's in critical condition as well. The sooner you can get them to a tier 1 medical echelon, the more likely you are to salvage life or limb. And so I think about in the high school I went to, if you parked on the wrong side of that campus, you could be running for 15 minutes to get to the other side. And that's a lot of wasted time. So where you park, how you access that building, which hallway you go down can have a huge impact on how you react to that scenario, whether it's something as harrowing as situations like that, all the way to an allergic reaction a student is having in a classroom, or a teacher has a heart attack in the teacher's lounge. There's a multitude of things on the spectrum that we want to save time for. And I think last comment on the floor plans, that even if we assume there's a perfect floor plan, no adjustments are needed, it's sophisticated, it's beautiful, the accessibility piece is the second half of the equation. So that floor plan doesn't exist in the software systems that public safety uses. That's at the 911 call center, dispatch, fire departments, police departments. There's kind of a whole chain of where that information needs to flow. When you make digital maps like we and other companies do, that map can exist all along that. And so they're conveying a lot more information all the way down to the responding agent. A floor plan at best is probably a PDF attachment on an email. And so you can imagine how difficult that is to access and use.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Reverend McCarty.
Just very quickly, thank you, and thank you for coming into the committee with your expertise. Naturally, I think, excuse me, we would all be in agreement that we want accurate and good floor plans and blueprint, but can you just speak, are there best practices out there? I'm somewhat concerned about if these could fall into the wrong hands, and where can you lead us so that they're guarded in a sense, because we wouldn't want to be out to give information to somebody who might be interested in doing some harm.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. And I'll address that kind of in two parts. The first is that, by no means is any of this mapping data that we create or ever will create in a public domain. So it's not hosted on a school website. You can't just pull it. No one has immediate access to it. Often schools restrict even which staff members have access to it. And so when we create a map like this, and this legislation allows for this, while it does say disseminate to public safety on the systems they're comfortable and already use at no additional charge, I'll mention as well, we work with the schools directly to figure out the best delegation of that information and where it needs to go. So we'll find out who the prevailing law enforcement agency is in that precinct or that county, and we'll say you're comfortable sharing with them, I hope, I presume, and we'll branch out from them and include, emergency management system, emergency medical technicians and fire departments. But we want to be careful about oversharing. And so we want to make sure the map is accessible enough and spread enough that we've made a great step forward in terms of safety, but not so much we've compromised security. And so we try to work at the lowest possible level with that school and with that local sheriff, captain, lieutenant, whoever's kind of the prevailing law enforcement agency in that region, to see what they're comfortable with. As far as where that data is actually being hosted, it's hosted on the same servers and computers that there's criminal records, there's arrest records, there's medical records. There's a lot of sensitive information about citizens and communities that's hosted on the same software. So all the work that we do is encrypted to the highest possible standard. It's transmitted through encrypted means to all these different software systems, and it's held in the same systems that I think we all entrust has a lot of information we want to keep secret right now.
That helps. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Seeing no other questions, appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Next up is back to 56 Ilke. I believe you're online now. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead.
Okay. So my name is İlker Özdemir. I was born and raised in Turkey. I came to the United States age of 20. I've been living in Connecticut for the last 25 years. And I had two kids who attends to the public schools. And I'm very concerned about the HB 5416. It's a Turkish American mom. because the kids are getting bullied as of right now because their food looks different, their culture is different, because they're Muslim, and I'm already dealing with all that as a mom, and then this is like an ongoing thing for us now because some other people wants to act something like a political, and then they want to say there is a great genocide, which I never heard of until last Thursday. I didn't even know about this until last Thursday. So I'm not gonna go with that because this is not my job. This is not your job. This is historians' job to do with the evidence and everything, listening to both sides, and then if it is, then they can go with the national, and then maybe then they can come here and then say we want to teach the kids like the Holocaust. There was nothing with the Holocaust. And I would like to say, as an Turkish American parent, we worry that the portrayal of the so-called Greek genocide without facts from both sides may create an unsafe environment for Turkish students. And I urge you to carefully consider the potential consequences of Turkish American kids' emotional damages. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thanks, you too.
Next up is 62, Danette.
Distinguished members of the Education Committee, public officials, and attendees. I am Danette Onofrio from New Fairfield, Connecticut. I strongly support Connecticut against gun violence. I do so after being traumatized due to my father being fatally gunned down at work outside of New Haven, Connecticut when I was 7. I was informed of my father's death in school. My father's killing was during the time of duck and cover. They had us dive under our desks and cover our heads to save us from the atomic bombs, much like what we're training kids today. As a child traumatized by violence, the routine of crouching and huddling was terrifying and re-victimizing. And I wanted to tell this story today because I think we're missing this piece. I could not perform well academically. I could not stay focused, be engaged, or manage to get my belongings to even get on a school bus after school. I could not find safety. Today, we have the same victimizing effects for many students in our responses to school gun violence. As a senior, I still did not have it together academically and was told I was not college material. It was not until 25 years later, after my trauma, that I was ready for college and I had a quench of thirst. And once I started that, I engaged until I was in a doctoral process, had over 1,000 credits of addictions and mental health, implemented prevention and intervention programs and treatment in schools and communities, including in the most violent small city in America. I taught college. I developed school safety plans, wrote national grants for safe schools and healthy students, led one of 2 initiatives in New York State to bridge the gap for high-risk students, and I trained counselors and prevention professionals. I'm here to testify both personally and professionally on behalf of HB 5614, sections 4 to 6. To ensure that crisis response drills follow trauma-informed best practices. Trauma lasts a lifetime. 66 years after my father was gunned down, while writing my testimony yesterday, my emotions were raw, I have a lump in my throat, and I have cried. 66 years later, this is what happens to our kids that have been traumatized by school violence when they now have to go into lockdown. I have had the same response when I witnessed school violence and during lockdown drills, because I work in a school and I work as a consultant for schools. As an adult during lockdown drill, I did not show it on the outside, but I was riddled inside with anxiety and terror. As an adult, I had students in my programs who witnessed violence and gun shootings.
Can
I
I ask you to just to summarize for us?
I will. I'm very close to done. Thank you. I went up to one child's home only to find out that he couldn't even manage to leave his front porch because of gun violence on his front porch. What we need to focus on is not just reactionary measures like lockdown drills, hardening schools, and hiring school resource officers. We need to focus on effective strategies like adults securing firearms, increasing access to mental health resources, helping students in high need, extreme protection orders, and best practices of the Association of School Psychologists, the National Association of School Resource Officers, Safe and Sound
Jeanette,
Schools.
I need you to
and
wrap it up.
support. I'm done. Thank you.
Any questions for Jeanette?
No.
Seeing none, have a great evening. Thanks so much for coming out. I don't think Kamal is online or Sarah. Lisa Amatruda? I think you're online.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello. My name is Lisa Amatruda, and I'm from Woodbury. I'm opposed to raise Bill 5417. Let me begin by saying that I'm not advocating for banning any books. I spent 27 years in the United States military, and I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I still firmly believe and support our Constitution. That includes the First Amendment, which, among other things, protects freedom of speech. I am absolutely talking about having age-appropriate books in our school libraries. And I do not think that Hartford legislators should make laws that tie elected school board education members' hands to make decisions that are right for their town or towns. Please protect parents' rights to talk to their elected school board officials when they have concerns about access to obscene sexual illustrations and commentary, obscene sexual nudity and profanity, among other things, by voting no to bill number 5417. The 1982 Supreme Court case, Island Trees Union Free School District versus Pico, that you've heard several times today, ruled the school boards cannot remove books from libraries solely based on their disagreement with the ideas presented. However, it's important to note, as was mentioned earlier today, that these books can still be removed based on criteria like vulgarity, appropriateness for different age groups, and educational worth. I'm going to read a few passages from the books we have in some of our Connecticut school libraries in Connecticut. I did not pick the most graphic and disgusting passages, as I wasn't sure I would actually be able to read them out loud. A book, All Boys Aren't Blue, quote, he reached his hand down and pulled my dick out. He quickly went to giving me head, end quote. Among other things, this book then goes on to in great detail about anal sex. The book, the book called This Book is Gay, quote, how sex apps work. 1, upload a tiny picture of yourself. 2, the app works out your location. 3, the app tells you who the nearest homosexuals are. 4, then you chat to them. 5, because they are near, it's easier to meet up with them, end quote. We are given instructions to children how to find random people who actually may be adults to have sex with in our school libraries. Book, Genderqueer, quote, I've got a new strap-on harness today. I can't wait to put it on you. It will fit my favorite dildo perfectly. You are going to look so hot. I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life, end quote. Book, Jack of Hearts and Other Parts, quote, what I really get turned on by is the idea of hurting girls, not like beating them or anything, but spanking them, slapping them, or making them wear collars and ball gags and ordering them around, end quote.
Hey, Lisa, could you summarize for us, please?
Yep. In conclusion, I have attached in my written testimony several pictures from just one book. Let's talk about it. And I ask you that you go to my statement and look at those pictures. And if you're okay with what you see, the obscene sexual illustrations, commentary, nudity, profanity, being available for our kids without parental supervision, then by all means vote for this bill. If you're offended, disgusted, or repulsed by these pictures and dialogue being available to our kids in our schools without our supervision, then you should vote no to bill number 5417. Thank you.
Thank you. And you said you posted those pictures in your testimony
I did.
that minors have access to on the internet. Okay.
Oh, no, in our school libraries as well.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony today. Next up is number 66, Julie Camerata. I don't think is here. Deb Friedman. Deborah, excuse me, I shouldn't assume.
I'll answer to Deb as well. Thank you all representatives for staying so late to listen to us. My name is Deborah Friedman, and as a Connecticut children's author and illustrator, I've been lucky to be invited to schools all across our state and beyond, usually by a school librarian. I have great admiration and affection for these specialized and highly educated educators, and you've learned already today a lot about what they do. I think they're so underappreciated. I've seen firsthand how committed school librarians are to creating environments that support free reading, hopefully to inspire children a lifelong joy of reading and learning. To my knowledge, I personally have never had a book provoke controversy or had one pulled from the shelves, but I do know of what I call soft bans, of my books simply not getting purchased in the first place. In one instance, a librarian posted online that she loved one of my picture books, but could not purchase it for her school without pushback. It's a story about an earthworm discovering its purpose in our beautiful world. It's simple and sweet, so what was the problem? Well, I had squeezed a quote onto my copyright page about the importance of earthworms to the earth. Just a few harmless words, but they happened to be by Charles Darwin. And that evidently was enough to exclude the whole book from the school. So, of course, there are plenty of other books out there about earthworms. It's not about me or my book, but on principle, what exactly is the purpose of denying children a gentle lesson about ecology and connection and making a difference? Without the clarity of clear guidelines for libraries and school districts, it's hard to say exactly where the line on book banning gets drawn. Every day, books are quietly culled from collections or simply softly banned in the first place because librarians are afraid of controversy or much worse. Without legislation that supports librarians in their thoughtfully considered collection development, this chilling effect can continue unchecked. I hope you will give our librarians this vote of confidence to simply do their jobs. And thank you so much for inviting the public to speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I just would like to point out, I don't believe that a librarian not purchasing a book into a library is considered a ban.
No, it's not.
Okay.
But there is, I think it's like a slippery slope. There is a chilling effect on librarians.
I think what we saw earlier when we had the school librarians in, and we were also very excited to talk to them as how they're filling their libraries with things that the community wants and what the children are asking for. So I think that's what we're looking for. I'm sorry about your book, but I think that's not what this legislation would help at all. I don't know what slippery slope that is necessarily, but that's not what this legislation would help.
No, I think librarians, when they go to purchase books, are afraid of controversy, of the controversy that could result if they choose a certain book. Will it get pushback?
Afraid or respectful of the community. I think maybe there's, a difference there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions or comments? No, I appreciate you coming out today. Thank you so much. Next up is Janine Johnson.
Turn that on. Good evening. In school by now, we definitely would have asked the kids to stand up and stretch at a minimum. So having been here since 10 a.m. with a few others, I'm impressed with your stamina. My name is Janine Johnson, and I am running on behalf of myself. I'm a Norwalk resident and a teacher librarian at Scotts Ridge Middle School in Ridgefield, Connecticut. I serve 540 students in grades 6 through 8. I have a Master of Arts degree in Educational Technology with K-12 Library Media Certification. School librarians are credentialed, trained, and dedicated to their work. Connecticut students deserve the freedom to read the books they choose from a library collection curated by a certified teacher librarian. To provide a story to you, I'd like to share the story of Kayleen, who is one of our prior students. She returned for her high school internship last spring to our school. By the time she graduated from Scotts Ridge, she had read 300 of our books, 100 per year. She was an avid reader. Prior to interning with us, she wrote to thank us for supporting her during her tumultuous middle school years. She's now a freshman at the University of Pennsylvania, engineering school, majoring in robotics. Her avid reading appetite set her up for academic success. Schools with certified credentialed school librarians consistently post higher academic achievement levels. Kayleen represents hundreds of students hungry for books that speak to them, and our job is to provide books for strong and struggling readers alike. Our job is to help students locate the book that opens their mind and heart to the joy of reading. Please support HB 5417 so that students like Kayleen can read the books that provide mirrors to help students feel less alone, windows to wider perspectives, and sliding glass doors to immersive experiences unlike their own. Thank you.
Oh, my microphone was not on. Isha, you're up.
Hi, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Isha Kleta, and I am a member of the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council at Stanford High School. I'm speaking on behalf of the 137 members of the Council and the Center for Youth Leadership, which is our partner in Norwalk. I have a special greeting for Senator Miller and Representatives Paris, Johnson, Roberts, and Morrow. They represent our interests in Stanford and Norwalk. Although we support the intention of Section 4 of Senate Bill 14, you may want to reconsider asking the Connecticut Department of Education to create a model policy about cell phones in schools. This is based on the fact that several school districts already have a policy which can be shared among boards of education. Yes, cell phones in schools is an ongoing and stubborn issue, but I can assure school districts that there is a path forward. You can find a place for your phone in your school as long as you do two things. 1, administrators, teachers, parents, and students must work together to create and monitor a policy and regulation. 2, everyone has to agree that the policy and regulation balance the trade-offs of cell phone distractions with their benefits. That was the case in Stanford. Over several weeks in the summer of 2022, the superintendent, administrators, students, and members of the teachers union negotiated a policy and regulation for high school students. The starting point, as represented by teachers, was a complete ban on cell phones for students during the school day except for lunch. Administrators pushed back, citing concerns about enforcement, as some teachers were concerned that they would be asked to take possession of phones, which would disrupt class time. Students pushed back because the rule would remove one of their learning tools, take away their autonomy, cut them off from their families and employers, and disrupt social ties. Students asked that the policy and regulation be applied to students and teachers. Teachers asked for caddies into which students would place their phones during class. Students asked for a workshop that teachers would be required to lead about tech literacy and the responsible and ethical use of cell phones and other devices. In the end, everyone compromised. It's been more than a year since our regulation took effect and things are working out. Students and teachers are okay with the cell phone caddies, with many teachers allowing students to use their phones during a break in their 90-minute classes. Phones allow phones are allowed during passing time and lunch, and students recognize the teacher's request to put away phones during the class time should be respected. Policies and regulations by school districts should reflect lines 76 and 77 of Senate Bill 14, which take into account the major differences in responsibility between middle school and high school students. Finally, a news account of the governor's visit to the middle school in Manchester stated that the school distributed a two-sided flyer that cited an influential article about cell phones in school. The article clearly states that phones should be banned. In the spirit of working with students on a policy and regulation, we believe any information distributed by school administrators should outline all sides of the argument about phones in school. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for taking time out of your evening. Hopefully you don't have too much homework to get back to. Just to be sure I heard you clearly, you stated that in Stanford, you already have an existing cell phone policy, correct?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Isha, thank you for taking time to testify today. I'm a high school civics teacher by day, and anytime I see a young person fulfill their civic duty in this way, I am happy. So thank you. Also, as I said, being a teacher, I've dealt with this in the classroom with the cell phones and the distraction that they are. I want to ask a clarifying question, just to make sure I understood you. You said in your school there is a cell phone policy, but it allows for you to use the cell phones responsibly. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
So, and you feel that that is working?
Yes, I feel it's working.
Okay. And I ask this because I teach in a school that for a time piloted the Yonder bags that were dealt that were shown at the press conference last week with the governor in Manchester. And I was torn about that. So I'm wondering if that really is the right way to go and banning phones altogether, because in adulthood, no one's going to do that for you. They're not going to take away your distraction. You have to learn how to limit that yourself. So I'm interested in hearing how this is going at your school and that it seems to be working for you. And I'm wondering if that might be a path forward for some of our other schools as well. So thank you. And that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I was wondering what the rest of that, you were by day, I'm a civics teacher, and by night, like I'm a superhero, like another kind of superhero.
This is my other superpower.
Thanks, Representative Mara.
Thank you, Isha, and thank you for the shout out. And now my turn to shout out to you. I really appreciate your advocacy and really leadership in this space. I know I have heard much about what you've got going on for in Stanford, and I really am just going to ask now if you can invite me to your school so that I can see how it's working. Is a yes or a no?
Yes.
Can I come to your school?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Senator Seminaire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isha, I just wanted to congratulate you because I think your testimony was so very, very mature. And what is even more mature is your attitude on how you're willing to work with every stakeholder involved to come to a compromise. So I think that's very impressive. And I think there are a number of legislators up here that can learn many things from you. So thank you so much.
Ain't that the truth?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Seeing no other questions or comments, Isha, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. I don't see, oh yeah, 71 is there now. Tayfun? All right.
Let me start it.
There you go.
Okay, good afternoon. And yes. Okay, dear members and dear committee members, my name is Tayfun Mus, and I'm a member of the Turkish American Religious Foundation. And I would like to talk about one of the law you guys are trying to get it. So the number is HB 0405416. I think it's a line is 11-13. And I'm against it. And why we are against it? Because that will be make it such a problems in the schools with the Turkish American students and the Turkish Greek students. That will start the conflict between them because there is no such a thing, Greek genocide, and we should leave it to the historians. And as I said, I was just wondering, excuse me, guys. And I was just wondering if there's no such a thing, Greek genocide until now. So all of a sudden it just pops up. And if the Greeks are living 600 years under Ottoman empires, and if they didn't lose their Greek, they should thank the Ottoman Empire and Turks. So I don't think this law is makes everything better in the school system. So let's teach them the correct ones, not the lies. So I'm just saying I think we should remove the Greek genocide from the line. Thank you, committee.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your night to testify. I don't see any questions for you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Next up online, we have Kate Diaz. Good evening, Kate.
Good evening. I'm sorry I could not be there in person, but you've had a long and vigorous day today. One that I actually believe tells you the power of our public schools in Connecticut, watching our students have the opportunity to testify and bring forward their concerns and considerations has been inspirational. I come to you tonight to kind of share a few thoughts on some of the myriad of issues you have in front of you. I'd like to applaud the legislature for bringing forward the recommendations around mastery tests. What we know is that testing, after decades of effort, haven't really yielded us important and improvement results. What we really would like to support is the move away from mastery-based testing like CMTs, things that have been extraordinarily profitable for vendors, but haven't been as productive internally in terms of allowing us as educators to move and shift into the directions we know would support our students. It's inspired this sort of teach the test mentality, as opposed to giving us the autonomy to really develop and put lessons and creative instruction out there that meets our students' needs the best. And so moving in this direction to talk about how to develop tests and assessments that really do meet our students where they're at and pass them through our educational trajectory successfully, I really believe is a strong move in the right direction. I also support the lowering the minimum number of fire drills and lockdown drills. I know there's been a lot of conversation, and I certainly have no interest in rehashing it. I just can tell you that from the educator standpoint, moving that to a real local control conversation by reducing the maximums is, I think, a powerful shift that allows us to figure out what our people need in our community. They can be potentially difficult events when you couple them with sort of the real events that do occur in our buildings on a regular basis, soft lockdowns, hard lockdowns, whatever language we want to put around them. And I want to assure everyone here considering this, we as teachers think about this far more frequently than I would like to admit. There isn't a single one of us that hasn't thought about the process of protecting our children, because when they walk across that threshold, that's what they are to us. I also want to support my library friends and uplift their expertise and professionalism and assure you that every single educator that I know that works in the library media field is doing so with the best interest of children, families, and communities at heart. Their inspiration is to drive children to the love of learning and reading and to broaden the landscape of ideas that our children are exposed to. So protecting that, uplifting that, and holding that in space is, I think, a really powerful step in the right direction. And lastly, I just want to mention that the conversation around AI has been long going in the education community. It's something that really is very interesting to us. We want to understand and integrate technology in an appropriate and meaningful way for ourselves and for our children. And I would encourage you to allow us, through the Education Technology Committee that currently exists in statute, to allow us to continue to pursue this conversation, provide professional development, and really start talking about what are the guidance that makes sense to not only address this technology, but in fact, all emerging technology, because we know emerging technology, as soon as we talk about it, we set up guidance for it, it's going to change. So to provide ourselves with the opportunity to be flexible, responsive, and to provide meaningful direction, I think is the intent of this, and I certainly would support that. And I guess lastly, I'll mention, sure, quickly. The mention of resource allocation guidelines, I think there's some real powerful opportunity to talk about how to value align what we spend our money on to the expectations of our school systems. And I would look forward to that conversation as well.
Thank you for your testimony. So one quick question for you. When we're talking about the statewide assessments, are you including the SATs within that?
I would most definitely include that. I think while it's an interesting test to talk about, it's not necessary perhaps for every single student to be mandated to take that. I think when we talk about assessing our students' projections and trajectory of learning, we have a myriad of tools available to us, and a 5-hour test may not be the best.
Excellent. And with respect to the plan that you noted with for recommended allocations and the like, that I think they've tasked the State Department of Education for developing, it looks like on their own. Would you say that that's likely not a one-size-fits-all model, and that we also need to be including family engagement, accountability, performance, which along with budgetary and financial matters?
Well, I think anytime we talk about nature of sort of guidance, it's just that it's guidance, and it has to be reflected in the community itself and the size, the tax base, the community development makeup. There's a lot that goes into that. So I would certainly say that any guidance developed should have a significant amount of flexibility. And I'm always game for a conversation about how we integrate our education system into meaningful conversation with all the important stakeholders, be that families, local businesses, and certainly all of our important stakeholders as far as educators go, administration, to really talk about what kind of framework makes the most sense to establish. And as again, I think there does have to be a certain amount of flexibility in those frameworks.
Thank you for that. I see no other questions. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. 73, Amanda Jones.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Amanda Jones. I am the mother of 2 elementary age kids in West Hartford. And I am here in support of HB 5417. Having spent many, many hours actually volunteering in public school libraries here and in Florida, I feel like I'm equipped to discuss how important access to books are for children, even beyond how important representation is. Access to books is just as important. And I think we forget that not all children have access to a public library or a bookstore. Their access to reading materials is often just the school library. And so we want as robust a library as possible. Having come from Florida a few years ago, this call today has felt like I was back in Florida, with a lot of the rhetoric around books that are in libraries. That's how I know that a lot of people who spoke today have never read any of these books and have never actually spent time in their children's school libraries. I'm there every week, 2 days a week. I see the books that the children check out. 3rd graders are not checking out books that include anything with dildos, nothing with sexual content. I think these are just a lot of fear tactics and hearsay with no real evidence or proof that any of this is happening. I think the other aspects of HB 5417 that I appreciate is that librarians are trained, they are educated, they know what's appropriate. Every book on the back shows you what grade level books are appropriate for. And the fact that most people today that have been questioning librarians don't even know that tells me that nobody has really done their research on any of these books. I think that a community collaboration would be great if all of the community members were willing to read the books, listen to representatives of the communities in those books. It's all very one-sided, and we get into parents' rights. And what I know from being in Florida is it's always parents' rights on one side. And just to wrap up, I want to give you my solution to this problem. I am anti-Dr. Seuss, which I know is a huge thing. But The Cat in the Hat is based on a blackface minstrel performer. So in my house, Dr. Seuss is not permitted. Now, I cannot get. Okay, I'm sorry. I cannot have Dr. Seuss books removed from the library, but you know what I can do? I teach my children that those books are not for us. So in my son's 3rd grade class of the day, they read it. He did not feel comfortable. He politely declined and explained to the teacher after. That was it. No harm. We didn't demand the books be taken out. So there are solutions that don't involve questioning librarians' credentials and removing books from kids that need them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a great evening.
You too.
Next up, 75. I don't think Naomi. No, Naomi's not here. Catherine Rowe, 76. I don't see online. 77. Linda D'Alessio. And then 78 is Kim. I have an updated list. Sorry. Oh, that means all day long. Every number I've said, you're like, what? 77, Linda.
Good evening, members of the Educational Committee. I am happy to testify in opposition to Bill 5417. My name is Dr. Linda D'Alessio. Inappropriate sexually explicit content or graphic illustrated sexual images should not be available to minors in any school environment. That this is being enabled by adults tasked with the duties of a school board may violate several Connecticut state statutes. I find it absurd that this is even being debated as a First Amendment issue. Connecticut General Statutes 5321 relate to risk of injury to a minor or impairing the morals of children under the age of 16. Specifically, this statute states to cause or allow a child to be placed in a situation likely to impair their morals. Further, child endangerment states situations that could harm the emotional or moral developments of a child. These state statutes are the current statutes in which pedophiles are prosecuted under. The correct issue that should be debated is the appropriateness of these books in a school library provided by trusted adults on a school board. Would you provide books that illustrate to children how to make bombs, facilitate the use of drugs, or manufacture biological weapons? These materials would corrupt and impair the morals of children and cause emotional harm through normalization. Current stages of child sexual grooming involve: first, target the child. Predators pick children that have been bullied, suffered trauma, have an absent father, autism, or gender dysmorphia. Exposure to drugs, alcoholism, crime, or abuse may be prominent in their home environment. Second, gain the trust of the child. Predators work in trusted positions that allow frequent access and contact with their prey, such as schools, law enforcement, healthcare, social workers, or the mental health field. Third, fill a need for that child. Fourth, access the child and separate the child from the home environment. Parents may unwittingly facilitate this stage by trusting the predator. Fifth is where abuse begins through touching and or normalization of sexual behavior. The current sexually explicit content and or graphic illustrated sexual images that these books contain facilitate this normalization, a frequent tactic used in pedophilia. The sixth stage is maintaining control of a child through coercion, abuse, drugs, or threats. If parents or school boards feel strongly that children should have access, these books can be put in a public library or taken out by parents to have their children read them. This would be an opt-in system instead of the frequently installed opt-out systems that seems to be the norm in this majority party. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Hey, did you say you lived in Connecticut?
I live in Wolcott, Connecticut.
Wolcott, okay. And does your Board of Education, are they the ones in Wolcott tasked with approving the books that are in the school libraries? And
I
the real
believe-
reason I ask that is because sitting as a former board chair and my ranking member, also a former Board of Education member, that was never our responsibilities as board members. So I'm just curious if that's become a shift that we just simply aren't aware of yet.
So I don't believe the Board of I think the Board of Education has input, but I believe the librarians bring these in.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to double check, make sure we didn't have another issue on our hands. I don't see any other questions or comments. We appreciate your testimony today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kim Healy, come on down. Nice to see you again.
So good evening, esteemed chairs and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to come here today to testify on SB 14, Sections 2 and 3. My name is Kim Healy, and I am a member of the Reading Leadership Implementation Council. I firstly wanted you to know that these amendments to the right to read law were not discussed or presented to the council, so I'm providing testimony based on only how I interpret it. It should also be noted that we just had a meeting 2 weeks ago, so I was surprised to see that there was language proposed. Before I get into the comments on the bill, I do want you to know why I am still a member of the council, since I'm sure by the end of my, by the time I finish, you'll sense my frustration. And myself and others on the council have big issues with how the implementation has gone. But a statistic I heard here in the Capitol not too long ago, that only 12% of young boys of a certain race can read at a standard level in some of our inner cities, meaning 88% of them fall below standard. Approximately 70% of our first-year community college students need remedial reading and writing before they're allowed to begin taking classes. These are kids that have graduated from Connecticut high schools with diplomas. And after over 2 years working with this law, it has not helped even one student learn how to read. But I'm determined to keep coming here until we get the law fixed so it can be successful. So Section 3 of the amendment appears to attempt to take away local control and give it to the SDE and Center for Literacy districts by allowing the state to develop compliance measures and audit procedures for teacher training. Recent decisions made under the right to read law passed judgment over almost half of the districts in our state, and the highest performing ones at that, and deprofessionalize those reading specialists, teachers, experts, and superintendents who provided extensive supporting documentation on what curriculum they are providing and the outcomes achieved to ensure their students are learning to read and following the science of reading. I urge this committee to please go back over the entire right to read law and clarify the intent with specifics. How I interpret the law, it allowed every district who applied that I saw to be certified that they are complying. Yeah.
I'm giving you
make
a
me stay
little
with
bit
it?
of leeway,
All
but I
right.
just need you to stick
So
to
can I
her-
propose some amendments?
If it is part of what's currently proposed with respect to the EPPs and the language.
All right,
then
well,
we
that's
could
one
have
of
that
them.
discussion, but I don't.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Okay.
So if that's any
Go ahead.
consolation. So these are the amendments that I believe are needed. We need to require the center to approve any district-created curriculum or models. I know it was already said today that there were some homegrown. I've gone through all the waiver documents and I don't see any approvals that were district-created. We should require that Connecticut be teaching the science of reading to our higher education students. I think that was already brought up today by Fran Rabinowitz, also a council member. We should incorporate all the science of reading master classes. I think they were discussed already that are already being provided through CAPS. Require that the center provide data to support the added compendiums of programs that were added in December. It was also mentioned earlier about letters to districts offering paths forward. Our most recent council meeting, only not even 2 weeks ago, was cut in half, and we never discussed any paths forward. So you've already heard a lot of this today, but what I believe is the most crucial is we need more time. So I would urge you to please grant us a year extension and not burden our school districts with this law until it is clear what they need to do. So in closing, it was also suggested that your committee come and meet with the Department of Education, but please include the Reading Council. We are your appointed eyes and ears and can fully inform you on what's being discussed to a point, because we're not always included. We meet again on the 19th at 1 p.m. at the Department of Education building. Our meetings are not posted for some reason to the Department of Education website, but please come if you can. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. I appreciate that. And I did ask the department after you and I had a chance to sit down, and because you made the comment about the homegrown programs,
Yeah.
Which shocked me a little. So I did reach out, and they did say that they recall at least one being approved. So we can follow back up with
Okay.
that. I want to say it was West Hartford, but if I'm incorrect in that community, we can kind of verify that.
The one thing I did see, there was one particular district that had two of the 3 that were part of a compendium of programs. And the third thing they mentioned was that they were using one of the literacy how I think it was called, or Center for one of those groups to provide them with teacher training. And so I don't know if that qualified for them having homegrown, but that was the only thing I ever saw. I didn't see anything that to be honest, I don't think they had the time to go through in details and understand what the curriculums were. So.
Yeah, and so you mentioned that you have a meeting coming up. First off, thank you for serving on that body.
Thank you.
I know that everybody on that is giving up their time. Many folks are ingrained in this stuff. Many folks are coming in from the outside, being able to provide perspective and commentary. So you have a meeting on the 19th, you said?
Yep.
Has anything been discussed with the council that that last paragraph in the letters that went out to districts, that you are all going to be discussing what that path forward looks like to better, so they can elaborate and hopefully provide that information to districts that receive the letters?
So just so you know, there's another woman on the council, Lisa Thomas, and I, and Fran Rabinowitz. The 3 of us have been working very closely over the last 2 years. We are not invited to propose things on the agenda, to my knowledge, but we have discussed actually just this morning that if we are provided with an agenda that does not have these topics on them, that we will make a motion or whatever to make sure that they are added, because it is crucial. And you know, we just had our meeting. I don't know if I just said it. But
I feel like I'm not breaking my rule because I know I'm just relitigating this, so I apologize. Now I've taken you down a path that I've asked you not to go down.
Well,
so.
it's a big deal, right? I think it really is a big deal. You guys talked about it when you talked about, you know, teacher testing or what is it called? When you have newly trained teachers, this, what's it called? Yeah, like I heard the woman say that they train them in reading methodology that's not even the science of reading. So they learn it just to take that test. I mean, there's just a lot that I think could be fixed in advance that would really, it would also make this move a lot quicker. If you have teachers graduating that you know are trained in the science of reading, I mean, you'd have a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all part of such a larger conversation I think that we're having in so many different kind of venues, and whether it's certification, the EPPs, the various curriculum, all those sorts of things. I think we're all hoping to get kind of that final result, and that is successful students.
I know I'm not supposed to ask a question, but I had been listening all day, hoping to hear the proponent of the bill discuss what their intent was. I didn't see any testimony on that.
So
from what I could tell, it didn't really come from the commissioner.
Well, that's the governor's bill.
Right. So, I mean, who tells him what to put in there? Oh,
it's a good question.
I tried to reach him. He doesn't return my phone calls.
Representative McCarty.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Kim, for coming out. It's
You're
good to see you in person. I happen to be next door in the office didn't realize you were there that day. I said, "Oh, Jeff, I would have come in. I was in the other room." But I do want to thank you for your service on the Implementation Council, and we do keep abreast of what's going on. I hope, and we're all hopeful that there will be a path forward and that you have some good results in your next meeting, and hopefully you'll keep us informed. I'm a hopeful person. I'd like to see us all come together so that we do what's best for our students, but that we don't force anything on our districts that they're not able to handle. So I appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Mar.
I'm jumping out of the seat.
Steady, steady. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kim, for coming in, and, want to echo our praise for you and all your work in this area. I don't know that there is a Board of Ed or superintendent that hasn't gotten a phone call or an email from you. So, and I guess one of the things that I've heard you say in the past, and unfortunately I was talking to a constituent outside right when you started, is that the reason why you got into this is because you really wanted to make sure that kids in these underserved districts would be able to read. So, I guess my question to you is do you feel like this bill as it is going to help kids in underserved districts read?
I just didn't think it would take 2 years to get kind of, we're just seeming to get into the weeds instead of moving forward with actually working with the districts. I don't really want to comment on the whole bill. I think I would love to have a really, a much bigger conversation about the whole thing and where I think we could go from there.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see anything online. Thanks so much. Good to see you. Up next, I don't see 79 online. David already went. Brian Donahue, I did see you online.
Thank you for letting me come and speak today, Representative Curry and all the representatives on the Education Committee. I support two bills, two parts of one bill, 5416, which is the reducing the active shooter. I support an organization I'm the founder of an organization called Not Just Us that works with communities all across the state of Connecticut. We're a grassroots organization, but we have people coming out to support our events. And we talk about such as what is affecting the communities, impacting the communities across state. I'm also a social worker. I speak for Not Just Us. I do not speak for my employer, but I am a social worker of over 30 years. And it is so important to support the bill 5416 to end the active shooting drills, not end them, but reduce them and put them into a context where the children can understand what's going on and not causing further trauma, making sure their mental health issues are addressed, making sure that guns don't have any access to schools. And also as a parent of two children who are biracial, who are color, the bill, part of the 5116, what I was reading was addressing racial imbalances. My children have never had a Black teacher, and they have had very little information and access to material in their classroom, even in the school, which is why I also support 5417, that, we have to have the libraries be able to be reflective of the children, if they're LGBTQ, TIA, if they're Black. My children have had very limited information about their culture because people oppose. I really would object. I know that people say, well, as a parent, we shouldn't be letting our rights, I have a right to whatever my child is able to access. Well, I have a right to, you have a right to whatever your child wants information on, but so I have the right to have my children learn about what's appropriate and what's not, and about their culture, their ethnicity. And so I support The librarians who are involved in the process are not just people at the grocery store, no offense to people at grocery stores, but they have education, they have knowledge, they have experience about what is appropriate. So I definitely would rely on them as opposed to people who've never even stepped into the school library who are trying to reduce the books and take away appropriate books that would relate to my children's culture and things such as that. So I support 5416 and I support 5417. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We appreciate you taking time out of your evening to testify. Don't see any questions. Have a great evening.
Great, thank you.
Next up, online, 82, Michael Wright. Good evening.
Good evening, senators, representatives, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Michael White, and I am a certified pre-K 6 teacher. I've been teaching in the state of Connecticut for 23 years, and the last 19 in Newtown as a grade 4 and currently grade 2 teacher. I am our NFT state and AFT delegate representative and secretary of our pre-K 12 committee. I'm here today to talk to you about the school safety and state mandates. I'm in no means an expert on school safety, but what I have is experience over the last 23 years, including 12-14. It gives me experience to speak to this bill as a representative to what classroom educators across the state would like to see to ensure that their students would be supported during a crisis. You will hear shortly from my colleague Trent Harrison speak on Section 4.6 of HB 54166 as well, through the lens of the Newtown Federation Teachers Union president, a member of the Newtown Public District and Safety Committee, and high school educator. It is disappointing that when the bill was originally drafted last session, that one district immersed in the best practices in regards to safety and security of students, Newtown, was not consulted. It was brought to my attention through our union representative, who asked if we had any concerns with the bill and if we should support it. We met with the sponsor of the bill last session. We expressed our concerns on the language, and she worked with us to address some of those issues. Last week, we were notified again that this legislation was being looked at after reading it and consulting with other legislators and district officials. We still have concerns we would like to see addressed. I have concerns regarding the proposed language regarding the number of drills and type of drills, among others. This question I keep asking myself: is it going to prepare our staff and students around the state to be safe in a crisis? Should have been asked by draftees. I keep coming up with the same answer: no. One, why was Newtown, the eminent state experts in this scenario, not consulted? A district with the unfortunate distinction of being one of the many involved in a school shooting. A district who has a strong DSSC that collaborates with state, local, and federal homeland security in designing and maintaining the premier safety and security protocols. Two, does this bill provide districts with universal protocols and language that are easy to understand and follow in a crisis situation? No. This bill should provide districts with the guidance to improve their DSSCs and provide universal language for crisis situations. The state of Connecticut has a large transient population. Not having universal language is endangering our students and staff. An example of this language is in Newtown's crisis drill. Students are able to be out of sight of the doorway, and that may be different for every classroom. Mandating not to crouch or huddle may not work in certain classrooms or situations. Section 5. As for students opting out and parents being informed ahead of time, I think the best practice is allow parents to make a decision at the start of the school year, and that the parent alone would be informed on the day of the drill and could either remove their child that day or come to school to take them out for the time of the drill. A staff member should not miss out on practicing their role in a drill. This could then put students and staffs at risk during an actual incident. In closing, this bill leaves more questions than answers for districts regarding school safety. We need to focus on common language and terminology for drills. In Newtown, we use safe school mode, shelter in place, and lockdown. In my classroom, I've been provided with our emergency operation plan, classroom guidelines, charts, and all to provide consistency across classrooms and buildings. Our DSSC provide us the tools to help keep school populations safe. They continuously maintain and improve our plan. Why would the state try to reinvent something when you have an expert plan already in place? The universal language will not only help students and staff, but first responders who provide mutual assistance to districts in need during a crisis. We need to bring all parties involved: Newtown, DSSC, other DERG security committee representatives, teachers, first responders, state leaders, and legislators. I believe that working collaboratively, we would produce a document that would improve school safety and security, provide best practices and protocols to protect students and staff across the state. At this time, I cannot support the bill in a current form, but I hope we can work together going forward to craft legislation for the students and staffs at our school. Thank you for considerations.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. So are you committed to working with the proponent of this legislation and the others who came forward today to see if there's a path forward?
Absolutely. I'd rather be included in the conversation than excluded in a conversation.
That's fantastic. We'll be sure to pass your information along to the proponent, who I know is listening right now. I know just she's not in the room. Any questions from members? Seeing none, thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
Next up, I know 84 has a class. 85, Gus. Are you? Gus, who's been sitting front and center all day, patiently. Yes.
No more patient than you have, and I appreciate all of you waiting here. The long time may make me a little less coherent and perhaps you a little less receptive, but I understand, and you please forgive. Originally it said good morning, but good evening, co-chairs Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Ranking Member Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and honorable members of the Education Committee. I am here today to testify in support of House Bill 5416, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes, specifically regarding the inclusion of the Greek genocide to the social studies curriculum. I am first-generation Greek American and a direct descendant of the survivors of the Greek genocide during the early part of the 20th century. My name is Gus Silfides. I am president of the Pontian Society Pontos, a local chapter in Norwalk that promotes our culture, our history, our dialect, dances, music, and songs. And I'm also the president of the Pan-Pontian Federation of USA and Canada, which does the same thing for all its chapters. There are over 3 million Greek Americans residing in the United States, ranging from first to fourth generation. I am here to advocate for education on the subject of genocide in hope that such atrocities against humanity may be avoided in the future. I believe that education can provide healing for both victims and perpetrators. It can be a key factor in the prevention of future such atrocities. The genocide of the Greeks was a precursor as well as training ground for the Armenian genocide that was to follow. Those crimes against humanity left unrecognized by the civilized world would later leave the gates open for the Holocaust. Here in the United States, as recognized leaders of the free world and bastion of democracy, we have the opportunity to effect such change. We encourage the political leaders of our proud state of Connecticut to be a shining example for other states to follow. If you will allow me just a little more, I have a couple more points to make. Those that either called in or spoke against this proposition had a common theme, asking for proof and asking for the historians to decide. They have. The world's foremost authority on the subject of genocide, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, decided. The AMPHRC Research Center in Chicago, having done at least 5 academic conferences with historians and genocide scholars from across the world, including from Turkey. With those 5 academic conferences, has published proof of what we are talking about.
I am going to need you to summarize though for me.
Please, I will summarize right away.
Thank you.
We are not looking for restitution. We are not looking for revenge. We are not looking for any monetary compensation. We're asking for understanding so that the souls of our ancestors may rest in peace.
Thank you so much for your testimony today, Representative Chalesky.
I'll be quick, I promise. Just for those who are saying this did not happen, can you direct them to any information, that might be readily available? Someone had mentioned about the Greek Genocide Research Center. Maybe you could share a bit about that, or, just to get more information about
They
this
may
history.
reach out to the AMPHRC, the Asia Minor and Pontus Hellenic Research Center in Chicago, for information, like I said, for at least 5 academic conferences with dozens of historians and genocide scholars from all various backgrounds. And I think the best answer that they could get is to search the International Association of Genocide Scholars. As I said, the world's foremost authority on the subject, and that should be testimony enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for waiting patiently today.
Thank you.
My apologies, number 84, Adam McCready. You're up next. Oh, did you? Oh. Oh, yours. I have an updated list. Come on up, Matthew. You're good.
Good evening, Representative Curry and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Cushing. I am the health practitioner for Crack Head Start. I'm a nurse. I'm here today to express support for House Bill 5416, specifically for Section 12, which discusses the ability for childcare providers to access EpiPens for undiagnosed children regardless of their licensure status. So food allergies are a growing safety and public health concern that affect an estimated 8% of children in the United States. That's 1 in 13 children, or about 2 students per classroom. Approximately 25% of first-time anaphylactic allergies occur in childcare and schools, meaning that they do not have a prior diagnosis. And without passing this legislation, a lot of our children are at risk because childcare providers do not have access to life-saving epinephrine based on current state statutes. Anaphylaxis without epinephrine is lethal, and there is no time to wait for administration. Symptoms of anaphylaxis can be severe, progress rapidly, and may need repeated doses within 5 to 20 minutes if significant symptoms occur or do not respond to the first dose. Because there is need for expedient use of epinephrine, it is my belief that all children should be protected by attending child care centers that have epinephrine available to them. Multiple professional healthcare related agencies, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America, and the CDC agree that states should implement policies and statutes that promote access to epinephrine. They recommend this based on the fact that EpiPens can be used safely to save lives by properly trained individuals in child care settings. Our children and parents deserve to have the reassurance that treatment for anaphylaxis is available and staff can ensure their safety. My career as a nurse has been in pediatrics and public health, working in schools. Our schools for several years have enjoyed the ability to stock EpiPens for undiagnosed children. I have experienced anaphylaxis in school settings and have been fortunate to save lives by administering epinephrine to children that have not had a diagnosis. These anaphylactic responses also happen in childcare centers as well, and it is imperative that centers, whether licensed or not, have the same ability to save lives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Don't see any questions from the committee. I appreciate you coming forward. I know this was proposed. It's one of those things where I think we passed it a year or two ago, and this is one of the parts of it that we missed.
Yeah.
So
We overlooked Senate Bill, I believe it's 850, which is licensure exempt entities. So passing this would help thousands of children. Amenities such as Head Start in our magnet schools, part of our RESC Alliance, childcare in public schools, the Boys and Girls Club, they're all listed on that licensure exempt statute, and this would be a big deal for kids.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great
Thank you
evening.
very much. Have a great evening.
Next up, Tara. Before you start, Christian, do we have a hand up in the attendees tab? Is that somebody from before who's trying to get in? Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Tara Volpe. I am the Director of Community Outreach for Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm testifying in support of the provisions in HB 5416 to ensure that crisis response drills follow trauma-informed best practices, to prohibit active shooter drills, and to require the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection evaluate the efficacy of crisis response drills. In addition to my role with CAGV, I'm also a mother. And like so many parents across the country, I am angry that any efforts in relationship to staying alive in a school shooting lands on children as young as 5 years old. In addition to shouldering the emotional fear that a shooting may occur while in school, students are also required to practice crisis drills, which can crystallize that fear in a child. Also, although school and mass shootings are entirely preventable, and although Connecticut does better than most states, the country has much work to do to ensure that school shootings and all gun violence ends. Until then, we owe it to our kids to ensure that while students learn these sadly necessary skills, that they are not further traumatized during these drills. And this bill starts the conversation about creating that balance and prohibits practices that we know are harmful. It is also important to note that although school shootings are a uniquely American reality, school shootings are rare. I support legislating local flexibility to reduce the frequency of requiring crisis response drills by one and an additional for teachers and staff only. This creates flexibility so communities can determine what their schools need. These drills should be conducted with the guidance put out by the National Association of School Psychologists to decrease the possibility of emotional and psychological harm. The National Association of School Psychologists also recommends avoiding highly sensorial drills, active shooter drills, that involve simulation to mimic a real experience, as they can be traumatizing. These kinds of drills have never truly been studied for their effectiveness or their potential harm on children emotionally and psychologically. If we are being honest, having children shoulder any of this is the cheap and easy way out. I'm almost done. Cheap and easy way out. Schools always need more resources. And if we are as a country are going to live with school shootings, resources to prevent and keep kids alive during shootings are an additional investment that the state should be securing within the massive but untouchable state surplus. 3/4 of school shooters get their firearms from a parent or a family member. So elevating safe firearm storage is something that the legislature can and should do as well. We owe it to our kids that as the adults in charge, that we will do everything we can to ensure that a shooter never enters a school. And while we are teaching kids ages 5 to 18 how not to die in a school shooting, we owe it to them to keep them safe from emotional and psychological harm as they learn these skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Have a good evening.
It's been a long day, everyone.
Next up, Alpham. No. Trent. Trent is online, I believe. Trent.
Good evening, Representative Curry, Senator McCoy, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Trent Harrison, and I've been a teacher here in Connecticut for over 23 years, and I'm here to voice my concerns on sections 4 and 5 of House Bill 5416, and also to discuss or talk about Senate Bill 5. I have taught in Danbury, Ridgefield, and for the past 18 years at Newtown High School. I'm currently a member of the emergency response team since its inception and have participated in numerous training courses and exercises involving school and student safety. I'm also the co-chair of the Newtown Public Schools District Safety and Security Committee, the DSSC, and president of the Newtown Federation of Teachers. I do not consider myself an expert on school safety, but what I have experienced over the past 23 years and my current roles held in the district, I think I would make someone who knows a little bit more than the average district employee in regards to school safety. Last session, I was made aware of this legislative language, and when I first read it, I had some concerns. Most importantly, was what state and local emergency management officials were involved, and does this improve our ability to protect students and staff? I provided input, wording was changed, there was compromise, and in the end, the bill did pass the Senate. Just last week, this language was brought to my attention again, and that is why I'm here today. I would like to read to you the draft mission and vision statements for the Newtown DSSC. The mission of Newtown Public Schools District Safety and Security Committee, the DSSC, is to proactively plan, implement, and continuously adapt our school community's comprehensive safety, security, and emergency management capabilities. This provides a safe and supportive environment that is conducive to learning and growth for all stakeholders. Our vision statement: we strive to foster a school environment where every stakeholder feels safe, secure, prepared, and empowered to respond confidently and effectively to any unforeseen incident that may arise. With a commitment to continuous improvement through collaboration, training, and innovation, the DSSC aims to establish a standard of excellence in safety, security, and emergency management for educational institutions nationwide. These statements were drafted through a collaborative effort between faculty, central office staff, and town emergency management leaders. We have a duty to implement and have stakeholders feel prepared for any crisis. This is done through practice. On a sidebar, I do support State Bill 5 or State Senate Bill 5 in regards to providing the blueprints for the local agencies and emergency services. This is a best practice. With regards to the language in House Bill 5416, the language reduces the number of school crisis drills, something other than a fire drill, from the current number of 3 down to 2, with one of those drills being staff only. This reduces it down to 1 drill for students. Does this improve our ability to keep children and staff safe? I was once a coach, and coaches always say, you play like you practice. And if you don't practice, well, you don't know what to do come game time. In my written testimony, which was sent in, I have some suggested changes in the wording of the bill, which I hope you all take some time to read over. In closing, in Newtown, we have our emergency operation plan, classroom guides, flow charts, all to improve consistency and allow us to keep our students safe. We are more than willing to meet and share what we have implemented for school safety and security with others. This would also provide consistency to students who move from one district to another, and for first responders who provide mutual assistance or aid from one district to another. Working collaboratively, I believe we can produce legislation that would improve school districts' commitments to the safety of all their students and staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Trent. I appreciate your testimony. I know Michael testified a couple folks ago. It's my understanding that the two of you met with the proponents, Representative Leeper, last week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Last Thursday.
Last Thursday. Okay. And I asked him, and so I'll ask you the same. You can remain committed to working with the proponent and other interested and affected folks to see if there is a path forward for this?
Of course. Our DSSC, we meet third Thursday of the month, and we are more than willing to have anyone come and discuss and share. And, you know, I don't want to say we go places as well, but I'm a science teacher. Why reinvent the wheel? if someone's got something that works, keep going with it. And like I said, I look at this through the entire state. If a student goes from one district to another, they should have common terminology, common language. I heard someone earlier say something about, lock in soft, lock in, we have too many different terms, and we need to streamline it, make it so that kids feel safe and faculty feel safe across the state.
Appreciate that thoughtful response and your perspective. And it's unfortunate that you have the unique perspective that you do. But we appreciate you taking time out of your evening to be with us tonight. And I hope that you have an easy evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Eva Chen.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Eva Chen, and I'm here today in support of Governor's Bill number 14, an act assisting school districts in improving educational outcomes, which notably outlines the establishment of a Center for Literacy Research and Reading Success and conducting a study on the feasibility of administrating a statewide program that supports public high school students in participating in advanced courses. As a first-generation low-income student myself, I am most familiar with the unique challenges students like me face in education. Over the last few years, and with the effect of the pandemic, achievement gaps between minority low-income students and their counterparts have been increasing. An astounding 40% of students are unable to read, and within this group, Black, Hispanic, disabled, low-income, and non-native English speakers were disproportionately represented. Students in lower income communities are far less likely to offer AP courses, and Black students in particular are consistently under-enrolled in AP even where availability of classes is a non-issue. These statistics reflect an alarming reality that perpetuates every classroom, and other states have recognized the need for similar programs. In 2021, California State Superintendent Tony Thurmond announced the creation of a legislation to ensure every Californian student learns to read by the 3rd grade. By funding resources to teach reading, researching family engagement strategies, and methods for getting books in the hands of students and families. And over the past few years, Illinois schools launched initiatives to close advancement placement class racial gaps, and they have worked. In 2018, only 4% of students in its AP classes were Black. In 2022, that number was 9%. The urgency of these measures outlined in the bill are clear. By supporting this bill, we not only invest in the academic success of our students, but take responsibility for creating an equitable and fair education system that uplifts students from all backgrounds by recognizing and minimizing challenges that some students may face. Thank you for your attention and for considering the impact of this legislation. I am happy to take any questions.
Perfect timing right there. And we appreciate your testimony. Representative McCarty has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming forward with your testimony. May I just ask you quickly, because you mentioned some statistics, and by the way, I do agree that we have to have as many of our students that can take the AP tests. But can you tell me where you found your statistics?
Which statistic in particular are you asking for?
Well, I think you mentioned that you found that only 4% of our minority students were actually taking the AP tests.
Oh, that was from Illinois Newsroom, and this is referencing Illinois schools and their initiatives, so not Connecticut.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, of course.
Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I think you mentioned some legislation in California, and just curious if you have the stats on what their 3rd grade reading level scores are.
I actually don't have the stats, but where I got that information from about the legislation was from the California Department of Education. So if you check up on that legislation, I am sure you'll find statistics. But right now, not on hand, sorry.
Okay, so just doing a quick Google search, it looks like 58% of California's 3rd graders are below grade level in reading. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. I don't see any other questions. Nope, you are all set. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Next up is Kate Byrode.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. Good evening, Representative Curry and honorable members of the committee. I'm Kate Byrode, a resident of West Hartford and the director of the Cragen Memorial Library in Colchester. I'm here in support of HB 5417. I'd like to say that I think a bill like this shouldn't be necessary because we have the 1st, 10th, and 14th Amendments and case law which work together to protect the vital work done in public school libraries and the freedom of students to explore their own interests. Unfortunately, there's a story these days that our public school libraries are filled with pornography and the vaguely phrased inappropriate books rather than the carefully curated collections built with very limited funds by skilled certified school librarians trained to select the titles that meet the needs of their students. School librarians have to build collections that serve the needs of the full student body. School librarians encourage parents to communicate with them about their children's needs and interests. Parents always have the ability to speak with their children about their reading choices and to veto their children's choices and return the books. But one book that a parent might find inappropriate for their child based on age, experience, or family culture might be exactly what another person finds appropriate or even highly desirable for their child's needs for the same reasons. Public schools have to serve the needs of the children of families of all circumstances. They also serve the needs of students who are 18 and 19 years old who may make their own decisions. Boards of education should have thoughtfully crafted collection development policies that you've heard about earlier today, and certified school librarians who know the policy, build their collections accordingly, and know their students. Boards of education need to be aware of the case law surrounding students' First Amendment rights, and that should inform their policies. The provisions of this law all address different kinds of speech and information that have already been determined to be protected by the First Amendment and case law. A board of education could determine that a book was not suitable for students for reasons of age level or reading level, or not fitting with a curriculum. This law would ensure that boards of education follow their processes or establish their processes if they haven't already, and stay within established constitutional freedoms and federal case law. I've seen and heard suggestions today that books that are being challenged could be accessed at the public library, to which I'd respond that public libraries are also being challenged on these same titles. It's clear that the goal is to challenge and remove books depicting LGBTQ themes and BIPOC lives and experiences wherever they may be found. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate your work and your voice here this evening. I don't see any questions. Have a great night. Next up is Kim Sandor.
Good evening, everybody. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, and Representative McCarty, and the esteemed members of Education Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 363, an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes. I'm specifically speaking to Section 3, addressing professional development orientation for new school nurses. My name is Kimberly Sandor. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Nurses Association. Sometimes, in the education world, we don't always think about what it would be like for a health professional to step into the education world. A school nurse is a medical health professional supporting health and working in education to ensure children can benefit fully from all the wonderful learning opportunities that are being presented to them. It actually requires a very specific scope of practice and competencies that's different from a lot of other roles and settings that nurses are in. Think about a nurse who might have worked in an ICU or an emergency room or even in hospice or home care coming into a school, and all they'd have to know and understand to be able to function effectively there, especially in a school setting where you are most likely the only nurse there. Very different than a medical setting. So a school nurse requires not only general nursing knowledge, but also expertise as a public health nurse, pediatric nurse, a community nurse, knowledge of state educational systems, regulations, and the intersection of very complex state and federal laws, especially around children with disabilities. So requiring a new school orientation will really support new school nurses in getting up to speed quickly, learning their role, figuring out what their resources are and what are the requirements in a timely manner. We also think it'll be a really big pull for attracting and retaining school nurses. There's nothing worse than starting a new job and not having quite clear what direction to go and how to figure it out. And this would really put that support and system in place right from the start. A quote from the National Association of School Nurses said, "New nurses find themselves unprepared for their role without a proper orientation, causing them to feel anxious and not ready to care for students properly, leading to attrition." So we really believe this is an exciting move, and the state is ready to do it. The Connecticut Nurses Association has been doing orientation for nurses for the past 7 years in conjunction with CSDE and the Association of School Nurses. When folks finish our course, they remark that they have the confidence now to help students and families. They have the knowledge they need to properly navigate the system and who to reach out for help. And they understand some of the complexities of the intersection of their RN license with the educational laws, especially around medication administration and children with special needs. So I just urge you to support this bill and Section 3 in particular, and really thankful and appreciative of all the work of the committee to include this section in the bill. And I'm happy to answer questions or work with you further.
Thanks so much, Kim. We appreciate your testimony. And yes, I think it's one of those positions in the schools that we don't often have conversations around or about within this committee, as it's often found in public health. But through the work of Donna and the association, they've definitely been brought to the forefront in a number of our pieces of legislation over the last couple of years. So we appreciate your continued advocacy. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming forward with your testimony. And it is true, we value very much our nurses, and I know we have a tremendous shortage. So hopefully this legislation can help to recruit more nurses. Would you tell me that it mentions in line 183 that the association would be helpful in the orientation piece?
Yeah, the Connecticut Nurses Association has worked with State Department of Education and the Association of School Nurses of Connecticut to provide a nursing orientation. It consists of, actually we've done it totally virtual during the pandemic, but it does consist of a section that is live face-to-face and a section that is online modules. And the combination seems to work really well, especially for school districts, because it only requires a school nurse to be out of the office one time. It's very hard to find substitutes, and the option to do some of the online courses, is great because they can do it when they have a minute to do it. And that's the way our association has approached it. We've worked with Stephanie Knutson, who used to work with the Connecticut State Department of Education, and we follow the national nurse competencies as well as the Connecticut school nurse competencies. So they really provide that roadmap for what school nurses need to know.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you.
Representative Comey online.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. Thank you, Kimberly, for coming out to testify today. I was wondering, there is a difference, obviously, in, like you mentioned, with the hospice coming in with say, hospice training or hospital training. I know that in my case, and you were mentioning the federal laws and state laws and things, and I know in my case, the lead person that was in charge of my child's 504 plan was in fact the school nurse. I always felt like the person who understood my child's health challenges the most. And I'm just wondering if you know, that's the sort of thing that you are you know, training folks on, and you know, whether it's 504 plans or federal or state, you know, IEPs and things like that, how closely, how much do we have to learn as far as, you know, the nurses have to learn to be able to, you know, provide the care and the attention that our students need.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and it's good to see you. I appreciate all the work you've done with us over the years too. You know, it's actually a perfect example of the kind of the shift in thinking that has to happen for a school nurse. So if a nurse was working in an emergency room, you know, she would be in charge of administering the epinephrine, assessing the kid, watching for rebound reactions, educating the mom. But take that same nurse and put her in an educational setting, and it's all about prevention. And in order to understand how to prevent a problem, you need to understand the educational system. Where does a child go throughout the day? How is food prepared? How is the staff prepared? And then how do we ensure that while this child is practicing independence and is out there, you know, focusing on learning, how do we make sure that environment is set up in a way that keeps him safe? And then to your point about the plans and everything else. So the shift really needs to happen in the nurses' thinking, and they have the knowledge and expertise, right? They know about the body, they know about what's happening, they know about the medications and the signs and symptoms, but they need to begin to think, how does that look in an education system, and what needs to be done to support the child in this new context? Because they're not there to be treated for their allergy, right? They're just a child existing in the world every single day, and we want to just minimize the chance that that could happen. And you could take that same example and blow it out with anything. You could do it with asthma, you could do it with diabetes, G-tube feedings, etc. You know, their job is to really support the child's health so they can engage in the learning. But in order to do that, they need to understand that difference.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for the partnership that you play with the CSDE on this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Sorry, seeing none. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Sandra Struber.
Strubar.
Strubar, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Education Committee. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to raise Bill 5417. My name is Sandra Strubar. I'm a mom, an educator, and a Board of Education member. And in my role as all three, I'm here to speak about concerns I have regarding this proposed bill. A little backstory, history as to probably one of the reasons we seem to be at this particular juncture. Not so long ago, COVID lockdowns allowed parents around the country an inside look into classrooms via their child's laptop. These same parents assumed the difficult role of tutor, coach, cheerleader to their homebound children, while watching aspects of their parental authority taken away. As we all returned to the new normal, parents wanted to keep their seat at the table that they had sat at for almost 2 years. Once schools reopened, parents expected to have a continued interest in their child's education after playing such an integral part. As an educator and mother, I understand that a school is unlike any other institution. Schools are entrusted with people's precious children and therefore have an inherent responsibility to make decisions that are in the best interest of children and their families. As board members, we have been tasked with representing the interests of those who live within our district. 5417, however, is looking to weaken the jurisdiction a Board of Education has regarding the materials in their own school libraries. It assumes that local boards are incapable of examining diverse materials and determining whether they are of appropriate, or even worse, that BOE members are driven by political or religious ideology and therefore are incapable of making rational and equitable decisions regarding whether material is deemed appropriate. Boards of education are accountable to the people who elected them, but this legislation will effectively take away the ability to do one of the jobs we were elected to do. It also takes away the voice of the parent who now finds themselves with a board who must answer to a committee in Hartford who is seemingly much better suited to make unbiased decisions that are not influenced by their own personal discomfort, morality, or political or religious views, as stated in line 19 of this bill. We are not looking for the state to insert themselves into boards of education to determine what is suitable for our students and our districts. Boards of education should have the right to look at, to question, to discuss, and then to vote on what is appropriate for students. As boards, we should welcome inquiry and thoughtful questioning, skills we wish to develop in our own students. This only happens with the freedom and independence to decide what is best for our own school districts using policies that have been developed by all members involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. I think you hit on this subject and kind of the crux of this issue very compassionately, and you've obviously, had the hats of all three involved.
All three.
The parent, the Board of Ed member, and a teacher. So I guess my question for you is, does your Board of Ed currently, as I mentioned earlier today, I am a process person. I appreciate it when there are procedures in place.
Sure.
Does Board of Ed currently have a process for both vetting of books, or, I mean, obviously that seems to be mostly in the librarian's hands, but also if there's a complaint about a book?
That's a really good question. And currently, it's always been the librarian. And then obviously the superintendent is the overseer. But you bet you, after listening to testimony today, it is going on the agenda that we develop a policy, because hearing some of the people who were speaking, having all the partners involved allows for buy-in by the community. It allows all the voices to be heard. And by having a process that is adhered to, it becomes fair. And people are going to be able to express what they need to. And it's not just going to be done. I'm hearing a lot of books that are banned, which they aren't. They're just either moved or, and also two things that are appropriate. So yes, definitely a policy is needed. And it seems like there are some districts that already have them that we will be reaching out to review.
Yes, I think a couple of the districts are going to be sending in some of their policies to us. So
Yes,
we can share those with you as well. And
great.
I think that you are hitting on some of the point of this legislation is to make sure that a process is in place. And it would be certainly my opinion that if the BOEs have this process in place in which they have the community partners involved in this decision-making process, that is far better than us trying to tell anybody what to do on a local level when it's the local communities that really need to have the say. Is that what you believe as well?
Absolutely. I think parents need to feel empowered. Teachers need to feel empowered and supported. The superintendent, obviously, librarians. But again, we're tasked with being the voice for parents and having the best interests of the district, and who better than the people who are local.
Thank you. And which district are you from?
Winchester.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, appreciate your testimony. Have a great evening.
You too. Almost done, guys.
Next up is Lindsay Deligan. Lindsay. Nope. Okay. And then I think now online instead of in person, Ann Manuski.
Yes,
Hi,
thank you. Thank you, Representative Curry. To find my testimony. Ooh. Good evening, Chairman McCrory and Curry, Ranking Members Berthel, McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. I'm speaking in opposition to HB 5417 and also some comments on SB 14. The Connecticut Republican Assembly is an organization which has members and friends totaling almost 600 Republicans and conservatives across the state of Connecticut. We stand firm in our principles and unalienable rights under the U.S. Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the Connecticut Constitution. I'm Ann Minuski, a 25-year resident of Connecticut, former licensed professional counselor, and current president of the Republican Assembly. The preamble of Connecticut Constitution states, "The people of Connecticut, acknowledging with gratitude the good providence of God in having permitted them to enjoy a free government, do, in order more effectively to define, secure, and perpetuate the liberties, rights, and privileges which they have derived from their ancestors, hereby, after a careful consideration and revision, ordain and establish the following constitution and form of civil government." In regard to this Bill 5417, this bill attempts to usurp the rights of local boards of education and parents from oversight of school library books. The last 10 years allowed for pornographic books to be purchased and put into local public school library circulations surreptitiously. One can check out Take Back the Classroom, which is a website, and it's in my testimony, in order to see some of the lewd and lascivious books in Connecticut public schools. The state now believes these books should have someone outside the local elected officials, Board of Education members, as well as parents and residents to determine their library holdings or writing. This is wrong and is a violation of our civil liberties. No wonder why Johnny can't read when the state has this in their concern, which is protecting pornography. Now, in regard to SB 14, I did not really put together testimony, but in regard to the right to read law, there is an elephant in the living room, which I have spoken about, testified in many years past, which we are looking at phonics and different, now it's called science of reading. We aren't looking at the child. Children's vision development is typically matures between the ages of 8 and 10 years old. A lot of children are being forced to read, and this is having vision system issues, which one of the issues that comes up is dyslexia. So I urge the Education Committee to put some emphasis into, or some information into, the Public Health Committee in regard to children's vision, and that intersecting with improvements with the right to read law. I hope that would be an improvement. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Appreciate hearing from you this evening. I don't see any questions. Have a great night.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up is Representative Cabros DeGraw.
Thank you so much. Good evening, distinguished Chairman McCrory and Curry, Vice Chairs Winfield and Leeper, Ranking Members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today on HB 5416, specifically lines 11 through 13 that reference the Greek genocide. While I will not be reading all of the testimony that I'm submitting, I did want to just address a point earlier today. There was a question as to whether or not the Greek genocide happened, and some of our friends in the Turkish community have said that they were not taught that. Independently, the European Union has recognized this genocide. German and Austro-Hungarian diplomats at the time helped compile information on the massacres. There are American naval war diaries from the Pontus region, also from that time. And if that weren't enough proof that there are also countless primary sources, eyewitness accounts, as well as perpetrator testimonies. You heard a lot of differing perspectives on the deaths of hundreds of thousands, if not a million Greeks, but those differing perspectives are no different than what you might hear when discussing the Armenian genocide, which is currently included in the curriculum of Connecticut, or when we hear from Jewish Holocaust deniers. And the basis of this curriculum was the Jewish Holocaust. I hope you will listen to my family story. I know the hour is late. As a child, when people found out that I was a Greek American, inevitably they would ask if I go back to Greece to visit my family. I would say no. And then when I was confused by why they were asking and I went to my family, they said, well, we don't have any family left there. The part of the sentence that was left out until I was old enough to understand was, we don't have any family left there because the family that made it to America was fleeing genocide in Asia Minor. My yaya then related to me that on her side of the family, only her father and a few of his siblings were able to flee Asia Minor to Mytilene, Greece, and then eventually made their way to America. What I didn't learn until years later was not just that two of her father's sisters were murdered, but that they were burned alive inside a Greek Orthodox church. They were told, you can come out and we will shoot you, or you can stay in the church and we'll set fire to the church. They chose to die on what they considered to be sacred ground. My papu had a story to tell as well. His father fought the invading forces of the Ottoman Empire in his village on Crete. There was a military officer going around the town raping women and killing people, and he fought back. For that, he was thrown into a Turkish prison. We know details because he kept a diary. The first page of the diary read, "The diary of the condemned Michael G. Kavros. He eventually escaped and was able to make his way to Ellis Island." Let me be clear, this bill is about history. Its intent is not to be anti-Turkey nor anti-Muslim in the same way Jewish Holocaust curriculum is not anti-Germany or anti-Christian. Throughout my life, I've been lucky to have friends who are Muslim, who are both Muslim and Turkish. We are not burdened by history as we have critical thinking skills, the same ones we are taught in our excellent high school curriculums that enable us to be friends and to understand why it's critical we teach about enslaved people, the Holocaust, and genocide so that we do not repeat these horrific mistakes ever again. I know our teachers who teach these difficult subjects are more than capable of ensuring they teach them sensitively at the high school level, at an appropriate age, and with an eye to helping our students critically think through both sides of an argument. And I would just say, as the parent of not one but two bullied children, bullied by the federal definition, one who nearly took her own life, I would just say that that is absolutely and never would be the intent of the proponents of this piece, which I am one with Representative Nicole Claridis Detria. I thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate your testimony. Representative Wheelander online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your sharing the testimony and the story of your family tonight. You touched upon it, but I think I wanted to clarify this point if possible, because I think it gets to one of the main concerns that we've seen in this testimony that was submitted against this this content. With every type of difficult historical event, how it is presented is really key in our school districts, making sure that our kids understand it, but also that it is done in a responsible way. Do you have any concerns that any of these lessons would be used to actually target one group or another if they were implemented?
Not only is it my fervent hope that they would not be, I think that when we have these conversations, that's actually how we get to understanding, and that's how we find our place in the world. I think that that's part of the challenge is that I heard from one of the representatives on the committee earlier today that in Connecticut, we don't flinch from teaching difficult subjects. And I think that that's absolutely correct because these are difficult subjects. And we certainly want to make sure that we are teaching them, as I said in my testimony, sensitively. I don't make light of this, but I can recall in my big fat Greek wedding when they talked about the little girl bringing moussaka to school and the little girls around her called it mouskaka. And in that same way, those are teachable moments, right? Those are the moments where I can remember, when my son was in kindergarten and he had a little Russian boy who had literally just arrived from Russia, spoke no English. And I think about how the teacher ensured that he felt included in that classroom. And certainly I would hope, in light of what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, that to this day, that there is still sensitivity being shown to that little boy, who is now 14 years old. It's not so little anymore. But I would hope that, our schools are wonderful places in many, many regards. And I just hope that we continue to teach these things so that we can not only teach critical thinking, but that also, it gives opportunities for conversations that help children find their place in the world as they become adults.
Thank you for that response. I couldn't agree more. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. Representative Poulos online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to take a moment to thank Representative Kavros DeGraaf for sharing her family's story. And I want to reiterate, and I said this earlier today, that teachers in Connecticut classrooms are certified, and teachers, and when they're trained when they teach history, world history, American history, whatever subject they're teaching, they're trained to be objective and to communicate facts and help people to understand the highs and lows of our world's history. And we teach about a lot of atrocities in our schools. And this is another atrocity that we need to objectively share when appropriate. And this is, if there's a curriculum in a school This is not mandated that every school has to teach this, but if it logically falls within the curriculum of a course, it's saying that it is acceptable for a school to incorporate it. And so, again, we learn, Americans, people of the world learn from history, and we hope that through that learning, the citizens of the future will not repeat the wrongdoings of the past. And again, I thank you, Representative Cavaros-DeGraw, for sharing your story. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rep. Willis. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Cavaros-DeGraw, for your testimony and that touching personal history of your family. I want to reiterate what Representative Poulos just said. As I suppose the resident high school history teacher in the room, I know I've said many times, but I think we do need to rely on the professionalism and the objectivity of our certified social studies teachers in the state of Connecticut, not only to deliver the content, but to develop the curriculum. I have every reason to believe that the people tasked with designing and drawing up that curriculum would do so with the objectivity necessary to write a curriculum that was fair and honest and provoke the critical thought necessary for us to study these events so as to prevent them from being perpetrated in the future. So thank you to both my colleagues for your words tonight, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Seeing no other questions or comments, Representative Cavaros-DeGraw, we appreciate you taking time out of your evening.
Thanks so much, everyone.
All right, we're going to go back. Number 84 is now in the room, well, online. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Adam McCready, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Educational Leadership at the University of Connecticut. I serve as the principal investigator of the social media study, which is funded by Public Act 2281 and Public Act 22118. I appreciate your support for this research. Thank you for this opportunity to test before your committee regarding Section 4 of Senate Bill 14. The purpose of the social media study is to explore the relationship between middle school and high school students' social media use and their mental health. To date, my colleagues and I have reviewed the social media and technology policies of districts across the state, and we've interviewed over 40 teachers, administrators, parents, and caregivers across 3 school districts about their perceptions of student social media use, technology use, and the related interventions for these things. While we are still actively collecting data and analyzing it, I'm here today to share some of our initial findings related to your efforts. First, our findings indicate that most school districts do not have clear policies on student use on cell phones or mobile electronic devices. Decisions about how to manage these devices are often left to school principals or individual teachers. Regardless of where this oversight rests, policy enforcement is often inconsistent at best. Most Connecticut middle school and high school students now use laptops with internet access throughout their school days. With this in mind, it's worth noting that the present definition of mobile electronic devices under Section 10, 222D includes laptop computers capable of providing data communications between 2 or more individuals. One of our major challenges identified by teachers, counselors, and administrators in our study is that even when device prohibitions are in place, students creatively circumvent these prohibitions using their school laptops. Taking away technology devices from students does not prevent digital interactions among students or their engagement with content that is not germane to their educations. Students have been exposed to these devices and social media since they were born, and technology is a ubiquitous part of their lives. They watch their family members and teachers use these devices routinely. When bans do exist in schools, our study findings indicate that students are often on their mobile devices in bathrooms, cafeterias, or hallways between classes. The first thing many of them do when they leave school is log on to their cell phones on social media. The last thing they do before to go to bed is glance at their phones. The consequences of social media and technology use affect students and other members of the community, regardless of any prohibitions that occur during a school day. Many participants in our study recognize that technologies are here to stay. Most students, teachers, parents, and caregivers have never received education on digital literacy, agency, or citizenship, and many of our participants believe that this education is vital for student well-being. As your committee considers Section 4 of Senate Bill 14, It's important to recognize that the device prohibitions without accompanying education will likely not lead to the desired outcomes. However, additional research on this topic is much needed. Thank you for funding. Thank you to the funding provided by the state. Next fall, my research team will examine the efficacy of cell phone bans and educational interventions on middle school student social media use and mental health. I hope to come before your committee again in the future to share our findings about this phase of our study. Thank you for your consideration and continued support of UConn and the social media study. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thanks so much, Adam. Can you talk a little bit about, so your last comment, you stated that you're doing the study of the cell phone bans. Who are the study subjects? Or is there a district, is there a state?
Yep. So for confidentiality around research, I can't specify the districts per se that are involved, but we will have the goal is to have 4 middle schools involved. One middle school would serve as a control, so they would have no kind of intervention in place, no ban, no educational intervention. Another district would have our study would pay for them to have these cell phone pouches that are in place in the Manchester public schools, for example. So to help with a cell phone ban. Another district would in a middle school we would have an ongoing educational intervention around digital agency and digital citizenship. And then finally, there'd be another middle school where we have both the cell phone ban and intervention, educational intervention at play. And we would use pre and post testing along with interviews to look at the efficacy of those different interventions comparing to the school that has no intervention in place.
Excellent. Okay, so if right now most districts already have cell phone policies in place, we may want to wait for a bit of your research before we ask anybody to do anything further. So that's good information. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments from members? Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very quickly, I know you're formulating the report right now. Do we have an idea of when we would receive the recommendations?
Yeah, we've the intent is to get recommendations to the General Assembly in October of 2025. Again, we're wrapping up our second phase of the study, and then in the next academic year or school year for our students, as we'll collect the data. And then again, the goal for us is to analyze data in spring 2025 into the summer with a full report to the General Assembly in October of 2025.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, have a great evening and good luck with your study.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Georgia. Georgia Goldblum.
My apologies. I wasn't expecting to be called right away. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can. I just can't see you.
Oh,
There you go.
there I am. All right. Good night. Our Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Georgia Goldburn, and I live in Middletown, and I'm the Director of Hope for New Haven, a faith-based nonprofit in New Haven that manages the Hope Child Development Center. I'm also the co-founder of Circle, a network of childcare providers serving children and families of color. A passage of scripture says, "Do not let your good be evil spoken of." This scripture cautions us not to cause more damage to people in our attempt to do good for them. So while I support the idea and the spirit of Section 7 of SB 5, I want to explain how harmful this process will be if the Care for Kids program is not sufficiently funded. Currently, if a parent applies for Care for Kids, their application goes through a queue that takes 3 to 4 weeks to review for eligibility. If that family is not eligible for the program, they will be sent a denial notice. If they qualify, they will be placed on the waiting list. If the waiting list timeline holds to what it currently is, that parent will stay on the waiting list for 7 to 8 weeks before they are invited to apply. The parent would also need to resubmit their application because their previous one would have exceeded the 60-day period for it to be considered current. Once that application is received, it goes through a 30 to 45-day review process before a certificate is issued. And that is if everything goes perfectly. So from start to finish, if everything goes perfectly, a parent would be required to wait minimally 4 to 5 months to be approved. What we are experiencing right now is a 3 to 6 month process. Given categorical eligibility to children who qualify for baby bonds without the correlated spending will exacerbate a system that is already feeling tremendous pressure. The inadequate funding in the Care for Kids program, coupled with the waiting list, severely disadvantages the most vulnerable children and is pushing providers who serve these families to their breaking point. We must add more funding to the program to support these existing families and build the infrastructure first to add the baby bonds, children, and families. Anything less would be financial malpractice. Passing this legislation without the correlated funding will break the system for everyone. Some on the panel will argue we cannot afford to make these investments. The cost to support these families through the Care for Kids program is too great. To them, I will say we are already paying a considerable price, but we have opted to do so most expensively and least effectively through special ed services and the school to prison pipeline. Moreover, we are foregoing $1 billion in economic growth because families cannot access care to enter the workforce. Connecticut still needs to recover all the jobs lost from the Great Recession, and we will only make headway if we make necessary investments in our broken early care system. So I urge this body, do not let your good be evil spoken of by adding families to the Care for Kids program without the correlating funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia, and it's good to see you tonight. Thank you for bringing your insight and perspective. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we wish you a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next up would be Austin Sprague. Oh, he went. I'm sorry. Marjorie Davis. Don't see Marjorie. Oh, I'm sorry, Marjorie. Sorry, I'm looking on the screen. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Marjorie Davis. I'm the Associate Director of the State Education Resource Center, known as CERC. It is my privilege to submit this testimony on behalf of the CERC staff and CERC Board of Directors, representing educators, policymakers, community leaders, and advocates for children and families. I would like to express thanks to the committee for proposing Raised Bill number 363, an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes. CERC's Board of Directors is in favor of this bill, which, per Section 6, would ensure that CERC has funding to operate and perform our duties going forward. CERC was established over 50 years ago and authorized by statute to provide professional learning to educators and resources to families of students with disabilities. Connecticut General Statute Section 10-357B specifically states that the agency's purpose is to assist the State Board of Education in the provision of programs and activities that will promote educational equity and excellence. As a quasi-public agency since 2014, CERC is uniquely designed to support the educators and families of Connecticut so they can better provide an equitable education for Connecticut's underserved learners. CERC has served as a service provider for and partner with the Connecticut State Department of Education, maintaining educators' direct access to high-quality, comprehensive, and responsive professional development. Over the years, CERC has been dependent solely on the discretion of our funders. Although it is one of the state's quasi-public agencies, CERC does not receive direct state funds, as our funding sources are derived from federal and state discretionary dollars received through the Connecticut State Department of Education, primarily IDEA funding, service agreements with other state agencies, and direct contracts with local education agencies. Most of these allocations are restricted and earmarked for identified contract service. This model has led to an inability to predict and plan ahead for future programs and services. In closing, I urge legislators to support Section 6 of Senate Bill 363 to ensure the allocation of direct state funds for CERC. Every year, our lack of direct, consistent funding jeopardizes our ability to continue to serve the educational community within our state. The proposed legislation would help ensure our capacity to fully serve the state consistent with our statutory mission. I thank you for your time, support, and attention to maintaining CERC as a sustainable entity for the state of Connecticut as we jointly pursue equity and excellence in education.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Marjorie, and for the work of CERC. Glad to see you tonight. Are there any questions? Seeing none, have a very good rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So coming up, I believe, is Yvette Gorovich present.
Good evening. Thank you very much, co-chairs and members of the committee, for your outstanding attention to public education, especially today and of course every day. I am Yvette Gorovich, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Administrators of Special Education. CONCASE is the professional organization with a membership of over 326 special education administrators throughout the state of Connecticut, dedicated to providing quality services for students with disabilities. CONCASE is the statewide division of the Council of Administrators of Special Education, a division of the Council of Exceptional Children, our national parent organization, recently celebrating over 100 years of leadership and is recognized as the premier professional organization supporting children with exceptionalities, their families, and the staff dedicated to their meaningful educational progress. I am here to provide testimony in support of 363 SB 14, 5416, and provide significant concerns and ask for full funding under SB 5. First, in perfect timing, following Marjorie, we support 363 and specifically support the funding of the State Education Resource Center. CERC is a trusted collaborator with LEAs and provides high-quality training and access to research-based resources. Second, CONCASE supports the legislative requirements of SB 14, Section 1A, establishing the Office of Dyslexia and Reading Disabilities, and we specifically look forward to improved higher education prep programs leading to an increase in appropriately certified and well-trained applicants. We are particularly hopeful that the ODRD, the office, will assist to develop a pipeline of well-trained and appropriately certified staff, particularly in light of the staffing shortages reaching crisis proportions across the state. CONCASE also supports 5416, specifically Section 13, establishing the Special Education Task Force and requiring a widely administered survey to special education teachers, paraeducators, special education administrators, and parents and guardians of special education or of students receiving special education services. We also encourage the inclusion of the true experts, the young adults with lived experiences, students with special needs or having received special education services or supports to be included in the survey. We urge the continued support of the work of the Special Ed Task Force and allow its findings to guide subsequent legislative action. We believe that any action prior to the completion of the work, including the results of the survey included in the bill, would be premature. And finally, to bring some data-based concerns with regard to SB 5, specifically Section 1D, which sets up the tiered system of reimbursement of excess costs. Municipalities are required to support the necessary expenses to provide services and supports for their resident students with disabilities. The state excess cost reimbursement grant was designed to assist school districts in paying for those expenses for students with extraordinary needs. In Connecticut, the excess grant formula is the difference between the actual costs and 4.5 times the local district's per pupil expenditure. Please note that several states have much lower thresholds, including New York and North Carolina, where these states set the threshold at 3 times the local district's PPE.
Yvette, if I could ask you to summarize for us, please.
Yes, so in summary, we have polled 40 of our we have polled our members. 40 districts responded. Based upon this survey, shortfalls ranged from 38,000 to a high of $4.1 million. Half the districts responding reported deficits of 500,000 to over 4 million. We urge the full funding of the excess cost reimbursement, as others have said before, and we request a consideration to reduce the threshold from 4.5 to 3.5 of the PPE. Thank you for your time, your extraordinary attention today.
Thanks so much. We appreciate that. I don't see any questions or comments. Enjoy your evening. Oh,
Thank
one
you.
second. She was debating it, the look on her face. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I understand you correctly in saying that one of your districts is paying $4.1 million in excessive cost grant?
No, I said that we polled the members and we looked at the deficits and budgets between what was anticipated in 2023 and what was actually received. And one of the districts reported a $4.1 million deficit between what was originally appropriated and what was received. All the districts in the state are subject to the formula of 4.5 times the average district's per pupil expenditure.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Seeing no other questions, have a great night. Next up is, that was Yvette, right? Dennis. Don't see Dennis. I don't see 101. Steve? Backless? Najet? Also waiting patiently for the entire day. And my apologies if I got the name wrong.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and esteemed Education Committee members. My name is Necdet Zafer Saydam. I'm a Connecticut representative for the Turkish American Steering Committee. As a Turkish American parent, I oppose this bill, HB 5416, as written, and respectfully request the removal of lines 11 through 13, the alleged Greek genocide. This is a politically motivated allegation that has no historical or legal basis. The definition of genocide is provided by the Genocide Convention in the only definition of the genocide that the United States accepts. The proper forum for adjudicating a genocide is before the International Court of Justice. There are 3 genocides recognized by the United Nations: the Holocaust being the first one, the Rwandan genocide, and the Bosnian genocide. If the Greek diaspora would like to adjudicate their claims on our education system is not the vehicle to do this. The International Court of Justice is. Hate fuels hate, and both the Turkish American and Greek American children do not deserve this. It is time to end divisiveness and instead work towards a peaceful and bright future together for our children.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you staying for the day and for providing your testimony.
Thank you.
I do not see any questions from members. Have an easy evening. I don't see Karen England online. Jonathan.
Distinguished members of the Education Committee, Rep. Curry, Rep. McCarty, thank you all for being here this evening. My name is Jonathan Perlow. I'm appearing before you on behalf of Connecticut Against Gun Violence, where I serve as the Communications Director. It's so scary. I hate the dark and the noises. I don't want to go to school. That's what a Connecticut first grader told her mom after a lockdown drill. She's not alone. We had a lockdown today. It was scary, but it was just a drill. I didn't know that though, so my stomach was in a knot. One of my kids started crying afterwards since she didn't understand what was happening. I just kept telling her she's safe. That's what a first grade teacher in Stanford told me, and she happens to be my daughter. Reactions like these are why CAGV supports the provisions in HB 5416 to ensure that crisis response drills follow trauma-informed best practices, including a prohibition on active shooter drills and other practices that unnecessarily frighten children. These provisions have widespread support. Similar provisions passed the House last year with overwhelming bipartisan support. The National Association of School Psychologists and the National Association of SROs caution that while drills have the potential to save lives, those not conducted appropriately can cause harm by traumatizing children. When considering crisis response drills, it's important to balance the likelihood that the skills taught will ever be used against the harm caused by the fear and anxiety created by the drills themselves. The provisions in the bill help ensure that these drills don't do more harm than good. There's plenty of evidence that active shooter drills traumatize students. One of these is referenced in my written testimony. The American Federation of Teachers opposes active shooter drills because of their traumatizing impact, lack of evidence that they protect lives, and the availability of alternatives. CAGV also wants to call the committee's attention to a broader issue: the large number of adults who do not secure their firearms. According to the Department of Homeland Security, 3/4 of guns used in a school shooting were obtained from the home of a parent or close relative. Our written testimony includes additional statistics that may surprise you. School-based measures to keep students safe must be complemented by measures that prevent armed assailants in schools in the first place. Sari Kaufman is an undergraduate at Yale. She's also a Parkland survivor and a member of the Students Demand Action National Advisory Board. Talking to the National Education Association, she said, "Undue attention on drills leaves too little space for more proven solutions like keeping all firearms in the home secured." CAGV agrees with Sari, which is why we have an effort underway where supporters are calling on local school officials to communicate to parents about secure firearm storage. I will note that the Department of Education issued similar guidance to school principals nationwide. And we all know Secretary of Education Cardona. He wrote, "School principals and district administrators have a unique capacity to help save lives, encouraging safe firearm storage." So it's a combination of trauma-informed drills and other measures. And I'd like to conclude by saying, after all, students can't learn and teachers can't teach if they aren't safe and they don't feel safe in school. Thank you for considering my testimony, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for waiting patiently this evening. I don't think I see any questions.
Thank you for your time
Thank
tonight.
you so much. I don't see 106. Jenny?
Here, I'm the last one, maybe.
You are
Lucky number 110.
our last one.
Oh. Well, I just want to say thank you to you all for staying late. And but good evening and thank you to Chair Curry and Rep. McCarty and distinguished members of the Education Committee for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of HB 5417. My name is Jenny Lucier and I am a resident of Durham. I'm a parent of 2 children and a certified pre-K through 4 school librarian for over 15 years. And I've been serving about 400 readers in 2 elementary schools. I'm also the president of the Connecticut Association of School Librarians. I am passionate about my job as a school librarian because I get to help my students find the books that they love and information that interests them. They are kids and they have questions, so voluntary inquiry figures enormously when they come to the library. My students read widely. Between my 2 schools that I work at, my students have read close to 13,000 books this year. My students are readers. And what this confirms for me is that a diverse collection matters. As a certified school librarian, I have specific training
to patrol the area if we had another halfway house move to the neighborhood.
Hey, Napoli, can you mute your, there you go. Go ahead.
Sorry. I've had specific training in collection development, and I follow my district's selection development and collection development policies. I select books that are appropriate for my students and things that are right for my learners. My collection is balanced with books that represent my students as well as the world that we live in. As my colleagues have already explained previously, while adding books to my collection by following our collection development policy is important, it's just as important to follow policies when removing books too. If a parent or guardian has a concern about an item, there is a reconsideration process that is followed. Having a collection that is up to date, in good condition, and that contains accurate information means that my readers have the best choices for their personal reading and inquiry. HB 5417 will ensure that we can continue to do this important work, which is what school libraries have always been about, which is serving every single student. You may wonder if I communicate with the families of my students about the books that they choose, and the answer is yes, absolutely. I sometimes will get a message from a parent saying, could you please encourage my child to choose something other than shark books this week, because it's all they've been bringing home for the past, 2 months. And of course, I'll make that suggestion to the child and show them other options. If a student chooses a book that's too difficult for them to read, the family can contact me and the student can come down and change that book. This bill supports individual family choices by ensuring that school libraries are neutral and inclusive. Parental rights and student well-being are supported and affirmed by this bill. School libraries with full-time certified school librarians are crucial to student success. One concern that we have is that there are many schools across Connecticut without a full-time certified school library media specialist. And the Connecticut Association of School, Librarians is eager to help the Department of Education and school districts put this legislation to work in school libraries across Connecticut. Being a school librarian is the best job in the world. HB 5417 will ensure that all students who use Connecticut school libraries have the ability to learn about what interests them and the freedom to read. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Marr.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Wow. Thanks for staying with us for the duration. Really appreciate
You're
that.
welcome. It matters. It really matters.
It really matters. I appreciate that. And it sounds like you are a phenomenal librarian. So thank you for all you do. I adored the librarian in my kids' elementary, and she always had great reads for me too. So I appreciate that that one-on-one you get with kids and how important that is. And I also appreciate that you take your job very seriously when you're looking at how to stock your library, what your kids in your district and your school might want. And I think that's I think that's a very important job. And you did say that you have reconsideration policy.
Correct.
And neither here nor there, but just curious, does that go through the librarian? Does that go through the Board of Ed? Is that part of the Board of Ed's policy?
It is a Board of Ed policy. It goes through. So if, for example, if a parent, and I've only had it happen one time, it generally has started with the principal, because usually that's who they tend to go to if they have a concern, and the principal will give them the form to fill out, et cetera. That is given to like our curriculum director, and then it goes from there, and they have conversations and they involve the community. Like many people have said, it's a community thing. It's not just me. It's about teachers, everybody's part of the discussion.
And which school district are you with?
Region 13.
Okay. So I guess sometimes I think we try to make legislation that solves a problem that isn't there. When I see you as a librarian, and there's a reason probably that you've only had one complaint, because you are so thoughtful in the books that you put forward, and you've got the reconsideration policy in there, and your Board of Ed is supportive of it, and it sounds like you have community buy-in and teacher support. So I guess I'm wondering why you're supporting this bill when you're doing such a good job without the state
I think
reaching
what
out.
it comes back to is what I said too. I think the concern, so in my district, I feel like I'm in a good place, but I know that there are many school districts that don't have these policies. And I think that what your legislation can do can make that happen for everyone.
And just curious, do you think that maybe if we just shared what you're doing with the other districts, that might also be a good fix instead of having that heavy hand from the state?
I don't know. I don't want to say because I really
That's
can't.
okay.
Yeah, I
Speculating.
really can't answer that.
Okay, well, I really appreciate you staying with us and
bet.
would actually love to see your library sometime. Thank you
Would
so
love for you to
much.
come down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other questions. I appreciate you taking the time. We know, unfortunately, that not all districts have the experience that you have, regardless of whether they have the policy or not. We are very well aware of certain communities that have had very public battles with this and have had those policies.
Well, and that's, I really should say that too. I think there are some school districts that even with the policies have been ignored. And I think that's troubling too.
Yeah, and beyond being ignored, I think it's often sometimes some of the public discourse that gets away from folks and people forget kind of the original.
And I do want to say, I know everybody's coming at it from a really good place. That's not what it's about. You know, like but it's still important.
We appreciate that. All right. Thank you so much. So I know there was one person who was trying 102. I don't know, Steve, if you can hear us out there, we did try to get you to accept the moving over. Oh, he's trying right now. All right, folks, we're going to give it a minute. I saw the hand raised. I know you were there. In the meantime, we have another public hearing coming up on Wednesday. Look forward to doing this all over again. We're not coming back. Yeah, exactly. Right.
You will miss us so much. I will. I will. I'm always sad when I'm not.
And then next week, tentatively, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we have JF meetings.
My Facebook memory from 5 years ago just popped up today.
Are you here in that?
Thank you.
Many of us were also probably in that picture.
For being present here, that means a lot to us. So, going around. Thank you, clerks. Thank you, clerks. Okay.
All right, Steve, if you can hear us, we're sorry. Feel free to give us a call or shoot us an email. We will have that conversation, whatever you'd like to talk about. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Thank you for the members. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to recognize all the members that stayed throughout the day. I know it was a long day. They asked questions, but they stayed to the end, so that was good. So thank you very much.
Gets lonely here without you all. So we appreciate it. All right. What's that? Oh, thanks, Steve. Oh, I'm glad you all enjoyed cake. Your bills are dead. Just kidding, people. Have an easy evening, everyone. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Bye.
We are adjourned.